Yeah, for sure.
Let's play a fucking video. Hello, everybody, and welcome. The day has finally come. The Season 5 TCL, some would say World Championships. I am Jaws, joined by three-time TCL champion, Bloodbath and Beyond. Two-time?
Two-time. I appreciate the the false ego grooming, you know.
That's fair enough. Two-time TCL champion, Bloodbath and Beyond. He has been in this situation before. Both of us, unfortunately, semifinal losers. So unfortunately, we have to, although I would say in some cases, we have the privilege of casting the grand final. However, what a season it has been. I can't even count how many weeks it's been. It feels like a lifetime since we started. However, 5 regular season matches, quarterfinal, semifinal, and here we are. And Blood, before we move forward to the grand finals, big shout out to everybody who put together and contributed to the following highlight videos so we can look back at the season that was. Let's take a look.
As Boomer Bombers should get Herald for free.
Yeah, just too much movement from the side of... Oh, hold on. We have a fight.
They're taking a lot of damage here. They aren't getting quite low.
Oh, they picked the wrong one! Oh, no!
Oh, I gotta be honest. Either.
Maybe a little worried about engaging into the choke point after what happened to them in the bot lane.
There's an engage onto TJ though, a little bit. Silent Q will come down. Hippo taking a lot of damage. Big ult from, or Big W coming in. TJ getting quite low. TJ maybe will be going down. TJ goes down. Big MF ult coming into the backline. Abraham is on the backline, but he is currently tanking tower. He will be able to kill the backline, actually just healing up multiple waves. This is actually going to be probably pretty good for the Boomer Bombers, unless Abraham goes down here, in which Wojtek may be able... Nope, Wojtek just goes down too. Multiple members going down. Actually, we've kind of ignored the fact this whole time. Oh, Droid flashing in there. I do believe we'll be able to finish him off. Oh, good flash there from Swiss Army Captain. I mean, as long as they don't, the goal lead is not too crazy. I mean, 5k is a lot, but we've seen plenty of comebacks. As long as they don't have two masses with the Baron play here, multiple towers. Ooh, Wojtek, I don't think you want this, as Abraham's going to be following in behind. None of his teammates are also here. I think he's going to be in big trouble as he's getting quite low. That's a good Sanya's though. May be able to still get out. He has the flash.
He's alive!
Yeah, he may be fine. Actually, the Surfing ult hitting 3 into the MF ulti, and all the ultis coming out. This is a huge team fight. Hippo getting kind of low. Will finally go down. This actually may turn back a little bit. Calvert doing what damage he can. Actually, Calvert should be able to just entirely clean this. Wow. There you go.
He knows who he is. He likes to play what he likes to play. You gotta respect that. So, as we see, stuck him down. And I will say that unlike game 1, Rick rolling up. He's gonna flash in. Counter flash from TJ. Will he get the solo kill? TJ.
No, Rick, keep going!
Rick! Please stay.
You went back in! TJ,
oh, TJ. Matt will be maybe paying dividends, but no kills quite yet. I'll take mid, rolling in, trying to knock IREP down, but IREP survives! And everybody getting low. TJ getting the damage in Rivenal. Triple kill. He's just gonna go for that tower dive. He smells blood. He wants the Quadra, and he knows his limits.
Surely dies there. Flash that control having that ult and that ignite up. He was really good there. A really nice trade up here by Jaws. Blood is going to be coming in. Really, Jaws on the better end of that trade. He gets Blood's ult. More HP. Looks like he's going for a kill here. Great ult by Jaws. His W2 is going to be coming up. He's going to get a solo kill here, surely. As the flame shooter does come out, and he's just going to burn down Blood in the top lane. 6k, 5k, get a reset. Billy does have flash available if he wants to go for this. Sharon's down to 2k, 1k. He is not going to flash. Looks like he is going to get taken down though. He's going very low. Subjugate comes down, but he is going to live. He's living with a sliver of health. He's going to go down. Ancient one in zone surely goes down coming out of it. He flashes out, ults back in. Great 3-man fear from him. Oh my goodness, what a combo here from the Zerg. The control is going to go down as the last member. Triple kill for Blood.
Baron take isn't the fastest with the Senna, but take mid lane question. Oh wow, Flash W Calvert going incredibly deep. The attempted counter engage by going into the backline. Renata ult dropping down as well as ton of damage being dropped down. But at this point, have the Yone splitting. It's just going to split the map completely. Very aggressive push. Inner tower going down. Are they going to engage? Yes, they are. They have Peridian on their team. He's going to roll in, get Joa down fairly low. And this is a 4v3 power play. So this could be NT Toasters Inc. getting themselves back into the match. Follow up, flash out from Calvert. Good blast cone, but here comes the Scion. Great engage. I'll take mid, taking Rook shout out. However, he's living up to his name. Some great agency from NT Toasters Inc. as the teleport is coming in from Microscopic Rick. Caridian going incredibly low. Caridian actually going down. Hippo getting into not quite the back line, but it's gonna be enough. Wojtek getting credit for the tactics. Death. Hippo backing off. Great cycling of health bars as people are getting low. They're getting into the back, but Rook Stout leading the way, tanking as much as he can. Microscopic Rick doing the same. What is going on? A complete turnaround. Just 3 hitting from I'll take mid in the...
True. No. Especially with the Caitlyn pick. For sure. I totally agree. Control coming in. Control digits at 6. Fully looking for this gank. Oh, early flashes from both Fully and Avarn. Well, Avarn actually will be going down. Oh. Excellent surfing control. I mean, you're asking for a fight now by doing that. Rumble's actually coming down. not actually getting too much damage. I mean, the Herald will be able to get the charge. Ooh, big flash engage there, and engage there from the Diana Yasuo. Multiple members getting low on the side of the Boomer Bombers. Huge engage there. Huge play there. That'll be 2 members. That'll just be the bot lane down. And actually, this Herald is still... I gotta say, I think maybe ulting the Poppy, ulting the Herald, taking a lot of damage. Control getting low. Poppy ult blocked by Abarn. Should be able to get this tower, this dragon with the smite. Smite will come down to get the dragon. Bully probably will be going down here. But just cut the... Oh, Rudy actually going in with the big engage onto Fruge. Fruge getting very low. Fruge actually completely going down. Control doing what damage he can. Control actually ulting onto the other side to go for Abarn, or excuse me, Ira. Ira actually gets one shot by the Kate. Oh my goodness.
That's their priority positioning, despite what looked like a pretty solid hold, but that's not going to be the end of it. Oh no, Caridian slightly out of position. Great engage from the Rammus. Mark Brick getting pushed out. He's going to get burned down. Lemon is actually the primary target right now, but the boomerang blades are ricocheting and ravaging the side of Team Lemonade. Flash forward from Tailwind, flash forward from All Take Mid, flash forward from Tactical Tactics, because we're all flashing forward, so why not? Long range roll, and that is the power of a bit rough for them. You mentioned the Infinity Edge, taking those crits to the absolute next level. Next team fight, I think it's going to be the question is how many autos will it take for Tailwind to burn? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's going to be an absolute rout on the side of INT. Tailwind flashing forward over the wall. He's exhausted. He doesn't even care. 3 to knock out 1. That's going to be a quadra. Was that a penta? I believe that was just a quadra. Team Lemonade is going to have to deal with that bot turret engage attempt by Team Lemonade. Doesn't quite pay dividends. Microsoft Burgers there gets a great ultimate down onto Music and Speedy. Speedy gets boomerang bladed on the crit. Exhaust goes down to I'll Take Mid, but he doesn't care at this point. It's a triple kill for Tail Whip. It is a deja vu, and it is going to be the pentakill. Flame Horizon, pentakill. That's excruciating to watch. It's like watching a train wreck. You're not quite sure what's going to be happening. TJ going in on blood. Is that going to be a kill? Yes, it is. This matchup is going to pay dividends. Can TJ keep Blood out of these fights? Because as we've seen,
here we go.
Blood joins these fights. Vital.
He's gonna go for this.
This is a problem. However, Blood is he Blood Fate and beyond. He gets Spurg and Spirit of Fate to help him out. Will he survive this? He will not be going down in this bot inhibitor. There is no tower to protect it, so really not a lot of risk for the Boomer Bombers. As we see Spurg going in, being able to get a pretty decent engage. Bullet time gets across almost everybody. Wow, everybody is pulling up, but they're just going to jump in and try to finish it, and that's going to be a sneaky finish. The Boomer Bombers have just decided that they don't want to play League of Legends back in. Appreciate you, Mr. Producer. Shout out to Music producing tonight. Thank you so much, my friend. It's a repeat. Rolling in. Big ulti, big bounce back. Abarn, however, just going to be able to walk out, be an Orianna, flash, and forces the passive. Swordmasters coming up. Are they going to be able to take advantage of this?
Yeah, that's going to be first kill.
We got a ball on the Moomer, so that's a pretty safe bet. But he gets snared down, and yeah, they're just at this point.
Elusive.
Trying to poke. Elusive is slightly out of position. He does not have flash. This is really, really scary for him. He may not be able to position as aggressively from that flash as Droid is just looking for him. But Elusive, Shockwave, big play. Elusive, however, is still alive. He's still able to swing. But I don't know if it's really going to matter. Blood is
and then an excellently placed boomerang there from the Sivir to finish off that first blood. That's a huge kill.
Yeah, great chase down. As we see the Charm going down, Abarn's going really hard on Sandy, trying to make the gank happen. He does, and no
back in time, which someone needs to base now for this unit. He's gonna. Oh, they're looking for the end.
I think they're gonna win.
They're looking for the end. They didn't
right now.
Yeah, they didn't actually take the Baron.
First turret going in. Abarn is there. Actually, the entire team except for TJ is there, so they're just going to walk out. But they got one Nexus turret fairly low. Droid looking for the chase down. Abarn incredibly strong, gets the long range. Ari able to get out. Sivir not so lucky, so this is now just a disaster.
Threshers, a Mundo around the top side. The Mundo is tanky enough to run in the middle of this team. Musical Jaws trying to get in the way, but there is a passive onto this. And Reform Bully just diving. He doesn't want to get in the middle. The Amumu all comes down on both of the bot laners. Tactician able to flash away. Now Rudy's the one getting chased. Call an ambulance, but not for me. That's what we've got right here with this bot lane getting gone on. Now the Musical Jaws and Reform Bully on Microscopic Rick, they just don't have enough juice. Musical Jaws ultimately not able to participate. A great fight from Tail Whip. who does the
stealing away, rappers, making good fights.
Caridian.
It's a fight.
Caridian, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, complete whip. Terrible whip. There was a kick right there. There still is. Oh, when he goes and he gets the flash, he both gets the knockup out of the Mumu and gets AI box back. This man is an absolute smurf. The zone, the bot lane here, off of this fight. And they're hugged. Oh, here's a potential steal. The steal comes through. Caridian with an absolutely huge play.
The death from your side. Silas is TPing in to guarantee it. Bird is dead here as well. With the TJ ult over the top. Ezreal doing a bit of damage. There's picking up the kill. 3-0. Gets onto the Lucian. Nami is finally here to actually buff him up. Doing his best to do the damage. Great stopwatch hourglass, whatever it was, out of TJ. Keeps him alive for long enough. Blood again. Luciv with doing his best. Dodges the last pick up Malphite ult. Not 16 yet, but that ult looks like they're trying to get the pick on the droid. Don't quite manage to get it. He's too fast. Through some dashing forward. Gold first by him. And yet, there's the TJ. Wow. TJ ult hits 3. Oswald hits 3. Avarn, do it yourself. I'm not sure. Going to be a rough one to play, but let's see how it goes. Sword stretching that elastic slingshot in the middle of all of them. Gets onto Spirit and Lucid. 2-man knockup. There's the Yasuo. Kills everything. TJ over the top. Sword ulting. Blood's going to take like a whole 5 seconds to go down. It's pretty tanky. They're going to ignore him for the time being. Bird, he can't multi-Q it. He's sad about it, but it doesn't look like that. TJ just speeding Blood. Oh my god. Oh, and he gets the fadeaway axe.
Right, that's the thing. These AD builds, they're just, right now, Maokai is going in. He's going to be able to pop the ult. They're going on tactics on the front line. They're not able to do any damage. A huge ult from Musical Jaws. He gets in the middle of everybody. Meanwhile, Zed's in the back line. I'll take mid. Going to get basically one shot in a huge Q. The decimating smash from Tiny Rick. Absolutely enormous. He gets 3 people in it. AI box not able to do enough. He's trying, but he's not there. Caridian just going to do so much damage. It's going to be a quadra kill. And will he find the Penta on the Echo right here at the beginning of game 1? Is he going to find it? Helping out. The crowd control doesn't want it. Microscopic Rift gets the ult forward. And yeah, they're going to be able to just chase it. No one wants to go. I'm a little bit surprised the counter engage didn't happen. Damage from Rudy comes out. Control and AI box are on one side though. The ult's gonna come through. Only gonna get hit one. Oh, I'll take mid with an absolutely huge curse of the sad mummy. Looking ridiculous on that stolen ult. Mike
Rick or whatever.
They do want to go. Reform Bully goes over. They did not see the top or the bot lane right there. Zanya's onto AI box, but no damage. And unfortunately, Box gonna go down too. Control in the middle of the team finds the ultimate, but Tail Whip doing so much damage. And we are back.
Broken champs of the game.
No, dude, he is one of the most broken champs of the game. Really Musical Jaws getting gone on. Microscopic Rick doing so much, and he's gonna get solo killed. Solo kill.
I'm going to assume we are back.
I believe we're back, yes. So,
all right, we are back, y'all. Sorry about that. We were supposed to be told when we were back because we were actually enjoying the show too. Me especially on that last clip. Thanks, Andrew. By the way, really enjoyed your highlight reel. A lot of times, we try to highlight all of the teams throughout the season, but I personally love watching like three to four Yasuo press R's off of other R engages. But hey, that's just me. But anyway, enough about that. Let's talk about this upcoming matchup, Blood. We've got the Boomer Bombers, as we said. Undefeated in terms of matchups. However, they have dropped a game or two throughout the season. I believe your team responsible for most of them. On the other side, INT, rough first couple of games, however, with Caridian as their jungler coming in week 3, not dropping a game since. However, the path to the finals for both of these teams has been very different.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like you're saying, they're both looking very strong in the second half of the season, right? Like, I mean, Boomer Bombers, of course, looking strong all throughout, but Toasters, of course, we won't mention certain names of certain players that created some certain issues for our league. But David, kind enough to come in and join the season late, and after he's joined, I mean, they've been looking like a really, really strong team. They haven't, I don't believe, have dropped a single game since he's joined their team. Granted, I would argue the second half of their season was probably a little bit easier than their first. I mean, this is their first time with their current iteration actually running into the Boomer Bombers. So we'll have to see how this goes. But I think if there was a team to really give the Boomer Bombers the best fight they can, I think it would be this team, because they've just looked very solid throughout the second half of the season. They hasn't necessarily had, massive stomps. I don't think people are necessarily saying they're for sure going to win. They're the best team or whatever, but they have looked solid across the board, and they've put up consistent score lines. They've won many games, so I think this is going to be a strong competition.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I've had the privilege of casting many of INT's series, including the first 2 weeks before Caridian joined the squad. And something that has always jumped out at me is just their resilience. They never give up. It does not matter how far behind they are. They will fight until the Nexus explodes. And I've experienced that firsthand multiple times in both of the series that we played against them. But also just generally their resilience, and especially against a team like the Boomer Bombers. And especially when you have a top laner like TJ who can just get absolutely out of control, that kind of resilience and that ability to look at a situation and not just give up is so important.
Yeah, for sure. And to kind of to piggyback on what you're saying with the, I think that's exactly what, looking at the top lane matchup between Microscopic Rick and TJ, I think that's exactly what we're going to have to see this game, right? Or this series, I should say. Like TJ frequently picking like early game aggressive picks, sometimes taking Ignite in his lanes, really loves to have lane prio shoving the lane into tower, likes to have Sword there to back him up. Sword will do early heralds. I mean, it's just like strong top side from the Boomer Bombers. And Microscopic Rick, Tiny Rick, whatever, however you know him. Yeah. Rick is he's got to be solid up in that top lane. He doesn't really play carries himself, aside from maybe a Quinn pick or something like that. But he plays those tanks. He's got to play solid. He's got to make sure that Sword and TJ collectively are not getting him too far behind.
Yeah, that is absolutely the matchup that we are going to be watching, as you mentioned. Definitely in terms of raw MMR, biggest mismatch across the board. On the other side, we've definitely got the jungling. That is the other matchup. I mean, you could say mid as well. There's a lot of different matchups that we could definitely look into. But as you said, not just the top lane matchup in general, but how the junglers are going to be able to impact the top lane matchup. And then also on the INT side, how well can I'll Take Mid get going on his pool, as we see bans down the line for the Boomer Bombers: Sivir, Echo, and Seraphine, and for INT, Senna, Aurelia, and Zach.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like the champ select is not quite translating to the stream just yet. We're running into a little technical issue here, so sorry about that. We'll just have to tell you what picks and bans have been. We've got blue side on okay, we're going back to our we're going back to our more simple layouts. Now you can see what's going on here. So anyways, first pick Varus for the side of the Toasters. I think that's a pretty interesting pick. I think it's probably going to Tail Whip. I don't think I've seen much of I'll Take Mid on this champion. Meanwhile, the Ezreal pickup going to be an early take for IREP, which is another interesting one. I mean, they had to ban, Tail Whip, known for the Seraphine pick in just about whatever game he can. That was a common champ of IREP's as well, and being red side, they had to ban it away from themselves a little bit.
Yeah, and this is the Ezreal Karma. So it's going to be Poke City in the bot lane. You mentioned before Senna being. I guess we didn't really mention it. Senna being a pretty big pick for IREP.
If I could say one thing on that real quick, just some data I did when I was. I don't know if this is still true about our own match with them. I think it is. I think we ban the Senna every game, but Senna is 100% pick ban for the Boomer Bombers throughout the entirety of the season.
Wow.
Either it was picked or banned, or it was picked by the enemy team. They have had that champion somewhere in their champ select or game every single game this entire season. So just a little note on that one.
That is very interesting. And it makes a lot of sense, right? IREP plays a lot of
Mhm,
tanks. You got the
mhm.
Tahm Kench, he's got the Scion. It really unlocks
Ooh,
his pool. So, as we see the Diana being grabbed, and the great
I
thing
like it.
about that
I like
Diana,
it.
it is a flex.
It's a flex and it's a takeaway from Sword, who has been putting a lot of time onto that champion. I don't think he actually played it in our last series versus them, but he's been playing a lot of it in solo queue. He's played it a few times in TCL anyways. Sejuani being hovered, though, for the side of the
Mm.
Boomer Bombers, that makes more sense. Simumu will be going over to Sword as we are getting into second round. Looks like both top and mid for both teams will be the target for the bans.
Yeah, that would definitely be the case. And going back to the Varus pick, for those of you who were watching World Finals yesterday and saw that absolutely ridiculous Baron steal off of the Varus, lethality Varus, kind of a thing. So not surprised that Tail Whip potentially going to go that way. Renata as well. We hadn't really mentioned
Ooh.
the Renata as we see Zed going down. So this Diana pick could actually pay dividends if they end up flexing it into the jungle. Azir going down for INT. They don't want to see A-Barn on that champion. Too much free damage, too much safety, just being able to push them away. And then the Silas pick. So they don't want to see I'll take mid on that Silas. Who do we think is going to be this last ban? Because we thought it was going to be top lane, but it's looking like neither team is interested in banning top laners. Maybe INT will ban one.
Yeah, I think Tiny Eric is probably just kind of
Oh, there it
okay.
is.
I
Okay.
take it back. I was gonna say I think he's just accepted he's gonna be against something annoying, something early game pressure, which TJ does basically every game. So no use in banning all of those champions when you know you're just gonna run into another one. But ooh, the Yone lock in for Aburn in the mid
Okay.
lane, interesting. I think. Interesting pick. I'm surprised they wouldn't pick TJ here. I know TJ loves having counter pick because he's had it just about every single game they've ever they've ever played. But I'm surprised when he knows he's going to be into a tank, right? Like,
Yeah. And that's the Mundo Scion. Those are the two picks that Microscopic Rick has done such a great job on all season long. Really safe in terms of being able to farm. Great mid game to late game engages. However, as you mentioned, TJ, who also has the highest number of mastered champions in TCL, he's probably going to have an answer for it as the Lee Sin hovered. So we may see that Diana mid.
yeah, I think Diana
There it
mid
is.
has
Yep,
got to
Diana
be a
mid.
pretty reasonable matchup into the Yone. Um, and the Diana Lee Sin just offers such absolutely massive skirmish potential in the early game, the mid game, especially versus Yone and Mumu, who are relatively weak champions early on.
Yeah.
I mean, this should, in theory, just be full control around the middle of the map for INT in the early game.
As the Vayne was hovered, Orianna being
Oh,
grabbed. So that's actually going to be a Yone top lane,
I
Orianna
see.
mid.
Okay,
Interesting.
I understand why they picked it when they did. Yone, interesting top lane pick. I mean, he's seen some play in and out of the top lane in the past. I think that's less of a current thing. Should be fine at a Scion, not particularly a counter, not really countered by Scion. Kind of a skill matchup, but it should be a relatively safe lane for Yone, unless the Lee Sin is coming up a lot, which could be the case. But Yone, in theory, should be getting pretty farmed and pretty strong going into the mid game. Meanwhile, not to disregard the Orianna pick too much, but they've got that Amumu Orianna pick that they've seen some success on with the Yone ult to follow up. But that will be some huge team fight engages, really from both teams, with the Diana Renata ult on top. On the flip side, both teams having some very strong team fight potential.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got a ton of scaling, ton of team fight potential on the side of the Boomer Bombers. In the meanwhile, INT, a lot of skirmishing, still some solid scaling as well with the Diana and the Varus, even the Scion. Blood. Before we kick it to our awesome analyst desk, who do you think is going to take this game one?
I gotta say, I mean, slightly biased. I mean, I always root for the underdogs a little bit. I think that is INT in this case, just in terms of the generally dominant season that TBB has had. So I'm gonna have to give it to them. I like their comp. I think they've got potential strong early game with potential to scale well into the late game. I say INT.
All right, I'm actually going to go with the Boomer Bombers. I think they got a pretty easy press R button, great scaling. But enough about me and enough about Blood. Let's gonna kick it to our analyst desk, as is TCL tradition. Calbert, Spurg, and hosted by Titanium Skull. Take it away, y'all.
Owen, TCL fans. This is T Skull, Calbert, and Spurg, as you guys can see. We're going to give the casters a little bit of a break while the timer's counting down here. So we've got a little bit of a draft here to chat about. So we know how Caridian, Mid, and Tail Whip have been the strong core for the Inting Toasters. So, and now we've got some control mages from A-Barn on the Boomer Bomber side. So what can you guys tell me about this matchup that we're looking to see here to control the mid lane?
Well, obviously Mid is playing that assassin that he's very well known for. Those kind of picks against A-Barn's Orianna, which we've seen a number of times in TCL series, and he's really got he's got a really good ball carrier there with the Amumu. I would hope to see A-Barn, be a little bit safe in the early game and then try to hit that level 6 and then work with that Amumu. And I think that that's going to really create some fireworks at that the first drag or the first Rift Herald after they get level 6.
Yeah, I think the pressure's definitely on for the junglers here just to see which lanes they can snowball. I think top's going to be kind of left on an island, but I think mid's going to be where we're going to see that a lot of that pressure and a lot of that early game focus.
Yeah, I'm really liking to see that. So just so that we get a little bit of, do we think that the top lane is going to be much of a point of reference here? Will TJ be getting to roam a lot, or do you guys think that he'll be able to kill this Scion that's going to get so tanky and probably build a lot of armor with the Lee Sin, or with the Amumu and the Yon coming up there at the top?
Yeah, I definitely think that TJ is going to be able to farm and dominate that lane and, hopefully get some freezes in and force that Scion out before Scion finishes some items because, without a couple items, Scion's squishy. So, I really hope TJ does that. I hope he freezes lane. But there's always a chance that it can snowball in Rick's favor too on that Scion.
Exactly. Alrighty, well, just real quick here, let me get your guys' picks here, and then we'll send it back to the casters.
Go ahead, Cal.
I'm gonna take Caridian's team. I just think their draft was better.
Alrighty. Now let's send it back to Jaws and Blood then. Sorry about that, Spur. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'll go on the other side of the coin here, and I'll go with INT.
Alrighty, back to you, Jaws.
All right. Thanks, y'all, so much. Really appreciate it. We are into game one. Sounds like we got a couple of different opinions on what is going to be the case, but we are into game one. Blood. Looks like we got a 5-point offense, defense, whatever you want to call it. No dance parties quite yet, although Swordmaster and Abe aren't doing their best with all tape. Actually, no, it is all business. Okay, never mind. No dance parties, no gentleman's handshake. We are all ready to rock. As we go. So Blood, what are you looking for in the first 5 to 10 minutes of this game?
Hey man, I'll just say this is finals, no gentlemen's agreements, no respect here. It is all serious. We are here to win, right? If you can get that early summoner or whatever advantage, you got to take it, But in the early game, I think all A's have to be on Caridian in the early game. Like that's why you pick Lee Sin. You're against an early game jungler that is pretty weak, to be honest, in the early game. So yeah, it's going to be entirely up to him as to what advantages he can create for his team in the early game. We are seeing opposite side starts, so Sword will be avoiding him, but it looks like he will, in theory, be looking to gank down in the bot side towards the Ezreal Karma lane.
Yeah, absolutely. So Caridian, as you mentioned, starting in on his blue. So blue starts for both junglers. Caridian pathing downwards. Amumu having a little bit of a slower start. Definitely can land the Qs if he wants to. A little early poke coming down from A-Barn on the Diana, but Diana having that gap closer able to jump in. So we could absolutely see some volatility in that mid lane. Early poke going down in the bot side. But with that Karma Ezreal, Droid's going to be able to do his best to offset some of that damage. But Tail Whip and Tactical having done a great job of really imposing their will early on some of these. And speaking of imposing his will early, Microscopic Rick in the top lane being able to take a solid early level 2 trade and get a little bit ahead of TJ. TJ opting for that Doran's Blade aggressive start, Corrupting Potion with the biscuits, nom nom for the Scion. Q just whiffs from IREP. And looking at this bot lane matchup, definitely a lot more poke on both sides, but the scaling, kind of the early scaling for Tail Whip and Tactical looks like they've got what they want. They got the push, and they are just poking IREP and Droid out of this lane.
Yeah, for sure. Again, we're going to have to be looking at Caridian as he is finishing up his red buff right here. Gotta wonder if he's going to choose to attempt to do the full clear, or if he'll head straight to Scuttle and then straight to bot lane. Looks like he will be attempting to do the full clear, in which case Amumu is doing the same. They should be finishing up. Actually, Amumu getting the slight edge there in the clear speed, and will be already heading possibly up to the top for a gank, or just possibly to the Scuttle. But actually, a little action happening.
Man. Yeah, we've got some serious damage going down. Droid going incredibly low. Tail Whip, the great thing about him is he doesn't really have to thread the needle. IREP, a bit of a higher degree of difficulty with the Ezreal, whereas Tail Whip can just fire the Varus Q straight through the wave, do whatever he wants, and just continue to push. They really feel confident with Caridian, where they can just push up and do not feel like they're in any danger. Curious to see if they had spotted out the Amumu and called out that he was topside, because they are just running into that tower as fast as they possibly can, as we see Caridian hanging out, looking to see what he wants to get out of Abarn. Dive in, flash out. Ooh. There goes the Q, and that's going to be a beautiful first blood for Caridian. Flash burn for Abarn, ignite, no flash for I'll Take Mid. So on the next potential gank or solo kill attempt, I'll Take Mid's going to have the flash advantage.
Yeah, for sure. That is a huge play from INT. Excellently played there from mid to know he could just throw all his damage down immediately. He knows he's not going to kill, but David comes through, or excuse me, Caridian comes through, connects all his damage, does the excellent ward hop, aims his Q properly, everything just executed to perfection. That'll be the first blood over to Caridian, expecting to see Caridian having some huge early game pressure with this Serrated Dirk, but Sword in the bot lane.
Yeah, and Sword walking through a ward, he disables it almost immediately, and he just bails out a little bit of see you later poke onto Tactical Tactics as IREP and Droid. IREP fairly low, and Droid getting a little bit healthier, but they are gonna need to back at some point if they want to continue to withstand this abuse from Tail Whip and Tactics. Very small CS lead on the side of Tail Whip, and we're gonna have to see if he's able to extend it.
Yeah, for sure. I have to say, I feel like they probably could have gone for a little bit more there, just considering there is no ignite from Tactics and Tail Whip, and they were pretty far up in the lane. I understand the decision not to, though. I mean, IREP and Droid were pretty low, probably not wanting to fight. But yeah, Caridian up here looking to get a little aggressive with potential invade into the red buff, or excuse me, the Raptor camp. Actually,
yeah,
no,
he looks like he's actually just going to be pitching a 10 onto Abarn. Abarn, no flash once again, not able to secure the kill. However, Abarn getting poked, and while yes, did not get the kill, now Abarn has to be very, very careful of a level 6 I'll Take Mid. He does not have 6 yet.
Yeah, that feels so bad if you're Abarn or any mid laner, as the jungler just comes in, he's fed, he just chunks you almost entirely out of the lane and then just walks away. He didn't use anything. He just did a combo, leaves you at 60% of your health gone, just walks away. That is the worst.
Yeah, that's we didn't mention Serrated Dirk picked up by Caridian, so that early lethality really paying dividends, as well as the longsword in the top lane. Early buys, Bomby Cinder for the Scion, and the attack speed boost, nice power spike for the Yone. TJ in the top lane starting to open up a little bit of a CS lead. Tail Whip, as well, as we mentioned, already had a bit of a lead, and he's starting to grow it. But the poke from IREP is starting to land. Tactical getting low, having to chug down those potions on the Renata, and Caridian is sitting there continuing to try and just do what he's done all season, be the playmaker for his team. Ward goes in, Q misses though, so unfortunately after one successful first blood and a second successful chunk out, unable to make that third gank convert.
Yeah, Irip with a little bit of BM there with a little dance after the Q didn't connect, but actually David or Critting still looking here. Sword will be finding him potentially behind.
Yes, he will potentially be doing that. Critting actually blast cutting over the wall. Does land the Q on that one. Arcane Shift. Wow, what a beautiful ultimate. The kicks. Oh, IREP back into his team, and that is going to be a dead Ezreal kill onto the Varus. INT, picture perfect start. 2,000, almost 2,000 gold up.
Yeah, would have loved to see the counter BM dance from Caridian there, but he is just a little too classy for that. Another fight happening up here in the top lane. Good damage on TJ.
He is a very classy man. And wow, Microscopic Rick getting some good chunks down onto TJ. TJ getting the knockup. Microscopic Rick tanking a lot of damage. Can't tell if he's doing this on purpose or if he's just underestimating the damage potential from the Yone. It looks like he's actually going to take his reset right now. TP, however, is down. Oh no, he's actually not going to take his reset. He's just going to roll in and grab the. Oh, actually, what is he doing? Oh, no, he's dropping a ward. Oh, nice pink ward from him, making sure that Caridian does not get invaded. What a nice guy. Dropping a pink ward for his jungler.
That is the red side pink ward.
Rick?
Oh, Rick. Excuse me. I thought you were talking about mid there.
No, I was talking about Rick. Sorry, I was looking at the mini map. Rick was
okay,
I saw in the mini map Rick was actually like walking down, and I was like, is he backing? What is he doing? But what he is doing right now is he's trying to convert a gank. TJ flashing out. But TJ, great job getting the return kill as Caridian converts the kill. But meanwhile, in the mid lane, I'll take mid. Finally flashing out. Are they going to be able to finally get him down? They will, but he will get a return kill for himself as he slays Swordmaster. So a bloody start across the map, 2 for 2, but still the lead for INT as Caridian takes down this Herald.
Yeah, a couple things to note here that are pretty important. One, kills going to priority targets in terms of Lee Sin and Diana getting those kills, and then TJ and Abarn. I may have to be quiet here, so we may have a little contention for the scuttle.
Yes, we will. This is a 3v2 situation for the Boomer Bombers. The Herald goes down, and Caridian just going to be trying to get away. No deaths quite yet, but people getting incredibly low. Ulti goes down. The perfect not convert into the root. Beautiful ward over the wall. Oh, man. Great team play by INT so far.
That was an excellent kick there. I love the decision-making from Caridian. He sees that he thinks Tactics is dead. He's gonna just cut his losses and leave out the back of the pit. But then he also sees an angle to potentially help out. And then once they turn on him and Tactics is alive, then he is able to just kick perfectly to CC all 3 targets and hop right on out. That'll be a free Herald over to the side of INT. And one thing I wanted to note quickly was the first item buy of Umbral Glaive from Caridian, which is an interesting item for sure. I think it's pretty heavily committal to the early game for the Lee Sin. I mean, the vision control is going to be fantastic. It's a really cheap item with solid stats, but it will fall off into the later stages of the game. So, but I gotta say, he's having the early game to make that happen.
Yeah, he certainly is. As we see a roam coming down from the top side, they are trying to make sure I'll take mid does not get out of control, and Abarn is just going to be able to auto his way into some clockwork happiness, and he is going to walk back. Actually, he's probably just going to stay. Great kill for him, and he is actually building a nice little lead in that mid lane.
Yeah, unfortunate for I'll take mid as he had very little to respond to that. Ooh, flash in the bot lane.
Yes, IREP being forced to flash out, and the poke continues from the bot lane. As I said, Abarn building out a bit of a lead, and in parallel, Swordmaster is there. Tail Whip building himself a nice CS lead, forced to flash out in that situation. But yeah, the Varus with that kill, starting to get ahead. Tactical doing a great job of getting that poke rolling. But yeah, in the mid lane, lead. In the top lane, lead for the Boomer Bombers. But that bot lane and that jungle really has told the tale for INT as Caridian walks through a scuttle. He's going top, and looks like he doesn't really care if TJ knows about it, although it's just going to be another return kill. And I feel like that's been the story for Microscopic Rick. The man is an expert at absorbing pressure and making sure that even if he loses, he does not lose that hard.
This could be trouble for the Boomer Bombers. Abarn is just based, he has no TP, and they have just started Dragon on a ward. Meanwhile, Herald is dropped in the mid lane. This could be some huge advantage for INT as they may be able to just fully get this mid tower. They've been spotted out, so they cannot continue this Dragon. But I think that might be the entire mid tower. They might be able to kill mid here.
Yeah, they might. A lot of CC going down on him. Exhaust is there. He does pull the vacuum in. He tries to get the return kill once again, but now Abarn on a killing spree, as you mentioned, was able to get it back. But now Tactical with Caridian there. They're just going to sneak the Dragon in. The objective control for INT has been spectacular all season, and they are continuing it in this finals. Herald, Dragon, mid-turret, advantage, INT.
Yeah, absolutely. There is 1 kill advantage over to the side of TBB, so they are keeping up for the most part in terms of gold, but INT has started to pull slightly ahead here with that mid-tower take, as that'll be 1k and obviously the Dragon over in their favor. That's exactly what they need in this early game with this Lee Sin pick, the pure early game, and they're doing it, man. I mean, they're getting what they need to do now. They just need to continue to snowball this. Abarn possibly in some trouble.
Oh, he is another ward jump. Oh, but the Q just misses. Oh, slow going down. He decides he doesn't want to put any return damage down. He's just going to run away to his team. Caridian's going to go back to farming. Oh, that's a heartbreaker.
Forget all of that. No trouble here. Abarn fine to just walk away.
Oh, and yeah, it's the efficiency. He's just going to walk. He's just walking to his blue buff. It's no big deal.
Maybe. TJ possibly in some trouble. There's no Tiny Rick ult, though, so he should, in theory, be able to just walk away.
Yeah, it looks like not going to be any trouble, as we were saying, about actually a little less than 1,000 gold. So this game is still fairly close. Global objectives in favor of INT, but a serious farm lead, especially in the mid lane, starting to form. TJ holding on to a nice 20 CS lead as well, and Abarn looking to bring that lead into the bot lane to try and stop the momentum from the Varus. Unfortunately, they walk through a ward, they clear it, they're going to be walking back, and that is really what they're going to need to do. They need to stop this Varus from getting out of control, because as you mentioned, as snowbally as the Lee Sin is going to be early, they need that mid to late game package, insurance policy, whatever you want to call it. I'll take Meg is definitely one of those, but he is falling further and further behind as he gets caught out in the enemy jungle. Gonna try to make the kill happen. Caridian is there, is able to get a killing spree. He needs to get away so he doesn't feed them that nice little bounty on his head. Microscopic Rick doing a little bit of tank duty. He is going to re-engage, actually. I'm not sure what the comms are going on here, but Droid has actually roamed up from the bot lane. I don't think they're going to be going for a tower dive. So all told, 1 for 1, TJ for all take mid. And Caridian, he's got to be careful. He's got to make sure his carries get moving, because Lee Sin, not known for his insane late game.
Yeah, a couple things to note there as I was kind of watching on my own time. The fight up in the top lane that was happening, TJ ended up getting into a little bit of a scuffle with Tiny Rick in front of the tower and was forced to ult over the wall in the back, and that's why Lee Sin and the Yone were fighting each other in the river when Altig mid came over. But also the ult from the Scion did in fact hit the wall before it came down to connect with the teammates. So that is a pretty unfortunate pretty unfortunate way for that fight to go the way it did. I have to think that if the Scion came into the fight with the Lee Sin earlier, that would probably have been a disaster for TBB. But in the end, INT still keeping their gold lead to a degree. Like I was saying, they don't have bad scaling per se, aside from the Lee Sin, but like you mentioned, they really need some gold onto, particularly the Diana. The Varus is actually in an okay spot, as he's actually got quite a bit of farm. But the Diana, with all the mid lane action, like Lee Sin and Ori have gotten the kills, and Diana is just left a little bit for the worse at this point in time, as he is just behind in farm, down in kills, and should be possibly having a little bit of difficulty really putting out the damage going into the mid game.
Yeah, absolutely. The Boomer Bombers, we had mentioned it in Champion Select, insane scaling, right? Orianna, Ezreal, known to be scaling monsters. Yone, loving that 3-item spike. And speaking of items, Mythics starting to come online. You had mentioned before, Caridian kind of starting his first major item. Swordmaster deciding to return. Yeah, actually, we see a major fight in the bot lane. Caridian on a rampage. IREP is incredibly low. TP coming down, or that's actually Orianna going down into the turret. So they're going to drop IREP. Abarn is there, but I'll take mid is also this. This is a 4-on-1 in the bot lane. In the top lane, Microscopic Rick also going down. Swordmaster and TJ reaping the benefits, I believe. They were able to secure Herald as well. Yes, they were. Swordmaster has that Herald in his inventory, but INT pushing down this bot inner, and Caridian has never seen a Q he didn't want to take. Abarn doing his best to hold this bot lane as Rift Herald goes down in the mid lane. So they're going to go for the double thwack. Mid turret outer immediately drops, but they're not going to be able to get it.
You want to see that Herald was 100% useless. That Herald charged a tower that could have been autoed once and then was just killed afterwards. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, but that shockwave is very fortunate. Swordmaster going to be able to walk up and absolutely delete tail whip. Abarn, however, going to get the return favor from Diana. She says, you kill one of my carries, I'm going to kill you back. That's a 2-for-1 in favor of INT. Dragon still doesn't quite know what it wants to do. Oh, Caridian has decided that he wants to continue to try to get it. It's so close. I'll take mid does have the charge down, and Caridian secures it. 2-0 objective game in favor of INT.
Yeah, man, constant fights there. A couple things I want to point out there. It looked like Tiny Rick may have had a little bit of an int up in the top lane with that around that Herald play where he's just left 2v1. Like, why is he there, you know? But if you didn't notice, TJ's TP was going down into that bot lane tower. I believe he and Abarn were about to TP, double TP similar times down to that bot lane. That could have spelled some trouble, as I believe IRIP was still alive at the time, but Tiny Rick goes in, stops that TP. That's why he ends up in the 2v1, allows his team to just totally take over that bot lane fight. And then beyond that, like, exactly what we're saying needed to happen just happened. I mean, Diana just got 2 more kills. He's now feeling really strong. They've actually swung the kills in their favor here. Now, with the mid tower take, which I still must say the Herald was pretty useless, but they did get the mid tower. That'll be a little gold back in their pockets, but it will still be a 1k gold lead for INT, but now a 2 drag lead. And I don't know, you get some more gold where it needs to go on another kill on the Varus, another 2 on I'll Take Mid, and I think they're looking pretty comfortable into the mid game here, although it is still a very, very close game.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And I did actually go back into the replay to confirm, and you're 100% correct. Rick was just dancing around the edge of Herald, and he did use his ulti to cancel TJ at the last minute. And then stalled, and that's something that he's done for his team all season. It's great to see, but we're gonna see some real fireworks in the top lane. TJ dropping down his ulti, but Caridian does not even care. We have tactical tactics has gone down. Vacuum in. Hi there, I'll take mid. Welcome to the game. He's going to have to flash out. TJ's trying to make something happen, but IREP has rolled up, and him and Abarn are going to get the shutdown. So what looked like a back and forth fight was an absolute bloodbath, but finally in favor of the Boomer Bombers, 4-3.
Yeah, honestly, some huge damage coming out there from INT. Droid just got absolutely one shot there. So much damage coming down onto him. But I feel like this has been a common thing for the Boomer Bombers throughout the entirety of the season. Part of the reason I feel like they've won so many fights is they have not had, generally speaking, largely dominant performances every game. Like, it's not like they've been up on their opponent's 10k every game. They've actually frequently been behind. But the thing they've done very well is they always fight as a team. Oh, there's a TP. They always fight as a team, and they always have numbers advantages if they can get it, and that's exactly what we saw there. Tiny Rick, unfortunately, not there for the fight. His TP is actually just coming up now, and a 4v5 that really should have gone in INT's favor if they had 5 members there. It would have been an entirely free play. Ends up getting the Boomer Bombers back into the game a little bit. They are now slightly ahead in gold, and again, because they had that numbers advantage, they are they're back in it.
Yeah, they certainly are. Something we didn't mention, it is going to be a Cloud Soul, so the 2 Dragon advantage maybe not as valuable on the side of INT, but that is absolutely true what the Boomers have done, and we've seen it a lot where they're losing until they're not, and something they've done incredibly well is just understand the fact that this ain't pro, and snowballing a game is really, really hard. So they've been able to do a great job of hitting that glorious 30-minute mark and just allowing themselves to scale into infinity. And speaking of scaling into infinity, TJ gonna try to do his best, but I'll take mid, dodging it with the beautiful play. Stopwatch pops, but we're A-okay with that. That's a dead Yone. Wow, Blood.
Yeah, for sure. Just finding TJ out a little bit. I was actually just about to make a note on the fact that TJ just hit his power spike with the Infinity Edge. Oh, they're going to be actually looking for another fight here, potentially.
Yeah, they are. Tactics gets the root down onto A-Barn. I'll take mid, misses his dash charge. So he's going to walk away. He actually got a little chunked out on that. So he's probably going to have to back off a little bit. Oh, no, there he goes. Healing back up. Oh, Diana, what a great champion. But we see the engage in from Microscopic Rick. Counter engage from Swordmaster. Great Curse of the Sad Mummy. Caridian. Counter engage. Is that, I don't even know how many Uno reverse cards that is going to be. And all told, a lot of ultis burned and everybody walks away. But we see TJ coming in with the teleport. He's decided that he wants to join the party. Caridian has his Q down. Renato ult rolls in, hits Droid. I don't know if it really hits anybody else. TJ, however, is in the back line, just doing what he does, getting the knockup onto Rick. Rick is just going to get chunked down and deleted by the Yone, Ezreal, and Orianna damage. And this is going to be the first dragon for the Boomer Bombers, 2 for nothing after a very weird will they, won't they engage. Unless it is going to be contested by Caridian. The man has been a Spite Master, and that's going to be another steal. Add that to the belt. He goes down, gives the shutdown, doesn't care. Soul point INT.
Okay. This probably worth it unless they lose Baron here. Now mid does still have ulti, or I think at least came back up since that play on the Yone all the way back in the bot lane. However, the members are not quite here, and this is going to go down very quickly as they have essentially 2 ADCs, but the TP coming in from Tiny Rick.
Yep, TP coming in from Tiny Rip. His ulti, however, is not up, so he's just going to walk in and try to be a disruptor. So they are able to secure the Baron, and this is going to be what looks like a really nasty fight. I'll take mid, however, gets shut down, and the carries from the Boomer Bombers are just free swinging right now. A-Barn out of mana, however. Swordmaster getting low. Microsoft Rick trying to get one last kill. Tail Whip is there as well. IREP is just burning, but he is able to get out, taking advantage of the mobility of Ezreal. So that's going to be a Baron secured 2,000 gold lead. So despite the steal, as you said, potentially not actually worth it because of the secured Baron.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna. I think whether or not it's worth is going to come down to what TBB ends up getting off of this Baron, as well as if INT gets Soul off the next play. If they get Soul off the next play and TBB doesn't get more than like a tower, then maybe it'd be worth it. But I mean, if they lose an inhib and 3 towers in the bot lane or something, this is going to be a total disaster. We've seen now that the gold lead has swung back to about 2k, although that'll be reduced a little bit by this top lane tower going down. But on the flip side, A-Barn in the bot lane with the Baron wave, I believe he still has Baron, will be pushing into this bot lane tower, which will absolutely go down here. So we'll keep right about at that 2k gold lead as we'll fight up in the top lane though. TJ and never mind. It's never mind. He snapped back.
He's
fun champion.
He's doing what he likes to do. He's going to snap in, snap out, do whatever he wants. Q lands from Caridian onto TJ. I guess he's not going to take that one. Rick continuing to try to push to the best of his ability, and Caridian absolutely seeing the major danger of TJ if he continues to free farm and gets ahead. TP coming in from A-Barn to try to join the party. So this is going to be a 2v2. Caridian getting incredibly low. Double knockup. Very big damage numbers coming out between TJ and A-Barn, and that speed boost cannot be underestimated as a great heads-up TP from A-Barn. The rest of his team is going to be taking down mid, inner, and blood. This is a bit more than a tower. That is bot outer, mid inner, and a dead jungler.
Yeah, absolutely. This is starting to get a little tiny bit out of hand for TBB. I mean, of course, or excuse me, for INT. This is, of course, still anyone's game. We're looking at only not even a 3k gold lead, but we're starting to look at about a 3k gold lead if the game continues in this way, continues to slightly swing in the favor of huge engage from mid, though.
Wow, beautiful. The vacuum coming in from I'll take mid zonies immediately. TJ goes down, gets the shutdown. Rocket Bell goes in. A-Barn's in trouble. A-Barn's out of luck. A-Barn is shut down, and I'll take mid, flipping the game once again on his head. I am getting vertigo on all these momentum swings. Still a bit of a gold lead for Boomer Bombers, but IMT right there in it.
This is, in my opinion, I'll take mid's like classic like hardest carry champ. I mean, yeah, he's got other things like the Echo, which I believe was banned this game, but this Diana pick, man, it's just like he went from 1-4 to 8-6. Like it's just such a huge team fight threat. As Sword is actually found by Critty and the ult comes out.
Yeah.
Oh.
Found by Critty, and he's just gonna bail out on the ward. Great.
Okay, but
Deep vision, by the way. I want to call out Tactical Tactics. Great deep vision to give Caridian effectively a playground in the enemy jungle, able to jump in and out as he sees fit.
Well, okay, so that's a trade of ults though, which is massively in the favor of INT. Like no Amumu ult. Amumu is just a vastly worse champion, and that ult is not going to be up for Dragon. If INT wants, I'm pretty sure they could just group up on Dragon and just win a fight on it right now, as long as they don't get like massively AoE'd by the Ori or the Yone ulti. But the Amumu ult cooldown is huge. I mean, it's about half up. Okay, maybe it will be up in time, as INT is not really looking to fight right now, but I feel like they could be taking advantage of this.
I'm gonna check the cooldown. 30 seconds to go. About.
Okay,
so not too bad. As we see teleport coming in, that's going to be TJ. So we are going to see ourselves a war. Oh, but an early misfire from Microscopic Rick. Going to put his team at a bit of a disadvantage here. However, with Renata, Diana, Varus, they got plenty of tools to lock the enemy team up. So Rick is going to be on peel duty, double control wards in the dot brush. They are not messing around. They want control of that dot brush as Dragon has spawned. This is Soul Point. However, Tailwhip and I'll Take Mid have decided that they don't care about Soul. They're going to give it away. They're going to try and speed run this inhibitor.
Critty's still going for it though, and he might be able to get it.
Oh my goodness, yes he will, but TJ going really hard onto Tactics, so it's just Rick and I'll take it. The Dragon is secured by the Boomer Bombers. That's going to be their first Dragon. IREP going incredibly low, so Tailwhip and I'll Take Mid succeed in getting the mid inhibitor, so I'm going to call that a win, Blood. Inhibitor for Cloud Drake?
Inhibitor for Cloud Drake and 2 kills. I do think Critty probably could have gotten out there if he's probably thinking his team needed him to commit to the stopping the recalls, but I do believe they had the inhib at that point. It looked to me like they were actually looking for a little bit more. Like if IREP doesn't flash there and the Diana pulls him in and kills, then I believe Rick was looking to... Oh, that was close. I believe Rick was looking to stop those recalls, in which case they may have actually been able to go for more with some towers. They could be in trouble here, though.
Oh, yeah, they could, but TJ, okay, he snaps and snaps back. He's fine. I didn't actually see who secured that.
Sword smited.
Okay, Sword did smite it away. Okay. Microsoft Great, though, way out of position. He is just going to die for free. Swordmaster getting credit for that kill. Going to try to get some posthumous damage down, but not really much outside of that. So that's going to be a free death. And Microscopic Rick, he needs to dial it back a little bit. He might be feeling a little bit of the hype of the finals as the Boomer Bombers are threatening this Baron. Inhibitor is down, so there is some mid lane pressure that they need to be aware of, but it looks like they're not actually going for. They're just going for the potential bait down. I'll take mid. Aggressive positioning, has to rocket belt out. TJ gonna snap back, and so good bait attempt. Flash in from Swordmaster in the queue, not gonna land. So that trick is not going to be available for at least another 4 minutes, and the supers are continuing to push up. So that inhibitor take, side note, great pivot off of the understanding that they didn't have the sign ult. INT continue to show great objective control and great macro play, which is interesting considering the Boomer Bombers all season long have had that tactical tactics, though. Owie, on the wrong end of TJ pressing his buttons. That Yone has 3 items, and he is scary.
Yeah, that is Yone for you at this point of the game. Doesn't matter if Tactics was on 6 items there. If he doesn't build straight tank, that always kills him. Yone is a pretty gross champ at this point in the game, but it looks like they want more.
Yes, they do. Forcing the flash out from Tailwhip. That's going to be a huge cooldown for the Boomer Bombers, and knowing them, they are going to time their next engage within that next 4-minute window. So we'll have to see what they're going to do about that. But right now, they have to deal with these supers in their base. And Caridian doing what Caridian does, continuing to push the waves and make sure that they are appropriately managed. I'll take mid, looking to do the same in the bot lane. So all told, the question now, Blood, is we may be looking at a late game. Who has the scaling advantage? Is it continuing to be the Boomer Bombers with the Yone, Orianna, and Ezreal?
I mean, in the end, yes, absolutely. But I think there's totally chances for either side here, as like you get one good Renato ult, and like Yone is just a little bit too close to Oriana. He's gonna one shot her. Same thing with like IREP being too close to Oriana. Like it's the same deal for both teams. Whoever just AoEs the other team better at this point in the game, when everyone's nearing their full build, well, most people are nearing their full builds, 3+ items, it's just going to be about who team fights better, even though I would give the scaling edge over to TBB.
Yeah, on paper, TBB with the scaling edge. However, League of Legends is not played on paper. It is played on computers. And on the Rift, in this case, teleport for Microscopic Rick rolling in. As you mentioned, a lot of items being finished. I had mentioned Death Stance from TJ, Deathcap, and Deathcap Seraphs, and I believe Ludens as well on the side of the Oriana. Triforce had been the first item, and then a couple more, so that Ezreal's Qs are starting to hurt. But that really is going to be the tail of the tape, is who's going to get caught, right? This is amateur league. This ain't pro. Someone's going to get caught, and that's going to be the question, because it doesn't matter how strong you are if you're dead.
Yeah, that'll be Yone ult is relatively big engage there.
Oh,
Tactics
yeah,
just
big
goes
engage.
down.
Yep, Tactics goes down. IREP actually unstoppable, but I'll take mid and Caridian coming in from the backline. They blow A-Barn up, and I'll take mid is not done. IREP is next on the docket.
Wow.
I'll take mid gets exhausted. Cleanse coming down from IREP. IREP is incredibly low. Tail Whip on the other side of the fight. Dropping Swordmaster and somehow surviving. TJ just doing work and doing the best that he can, but Caridian is right there. He needs to handle this Yone. That is going to be a shutdown. That is going to be a dead team. IREP is the only person left alive. That's a 2 for 4. INT coming out on top.
Yeah, that's Baron if they want it. Looks like they're actually maybe going to... Okay, I was going to say it looks like they might split the difference, but I think they're just calling for mid to come over and get the Baron for free. I think that's the right call as well. While the soul would be nice, I think the just pressure from the Baron as well as the extra money you get from it would be better. As
my god!
Ooh,
oh, what a steal!
Rip!
You've got to be kidding me. So IREP survives with 20 health. IREP, the last drafted AD carry, the child nobody wanted, in the finals with his team on the back of a really bad team fight loss, steals the Baron and pumps the brakes on this game 1. What a play.
Yeah, that is pretty huge for them, because on the flip side, if they had Baron, I feel like this is just a slow choke out kind of game for them versus Soul and Baron. It would be really tough to make that happen, but when you have Baron instead, there's just no way to push into that. Like, even if you push... your minions are just gonna get cleared, and then you have to deal with, like, there's no pushing against Baron, like it's just completely flipped in that regard. Huge play there from IREP. They do have the soul, which is something for sure. I mean, they can potentially just use things like the Varus or Renato ult to look for picks with like the lower cooldowns, but yeah, that is pretty rough for them as that'll now extend once again to about a 3k hold lead for TBB. But once again, this is still 100% absolutely anyone's game.
It really is 1v1. I normally say tanks hitting each other in the top lane, but that's not what's going to happen. But an absolute explosive fight.
Ooh.
Once again, going in INT's way. 2-0 in favor of them. And Microscopic Rick solo tanking TJ. TJ re-engages. That's a triple kill into Tail Whip. Tail Whip is 8-2 and 6. Where did this come from?
That's game. All 3 carries are dead. They need to just run it down mid as quickly as possible. Baron buff doesn't matter when you only have 2 members, which actually Droid doesn't even have it. Oh wait, neither of them have it. That's right. IREP was the only one that had it, right? Because everyone else was dead.
Yep, everybody else is dead.
This should be game, I think. There's still 25 seconds. It's at least an inhib. Probably going to be double towers. Tiny does have TP. He's pushing in this top wave. I think he's going to have to TP to the wave.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's pretty gross.
Diana. Oh, yeah. I mean, barring some wacky Swordmaster heroics, I think that's going to be the game. That is game 1. INT taking it to Boomer Bombers. Let's go, y'all.
Wow, wow, wow. That is a massive performance out of INT, and honestly, a huge way to start off your series. Wow.
I
Wow.
I think INT just made everybody shut up for a little bit, because I'm not gonna lie, most people, myself included, thought Boomer Bombers were gonna kind of run away with it. They've been fairly dominant all season. They showed a little bit of vulnerability in their semifinals against the San Antonio Spurs. But man, even in the game, it looked like with their backs against the wall, somehow the Boomer Bombers would pull a rabbit out of their hat. That is not the case. INT are almost out Boomer Bombering the Boomer Bombers, and I am here for it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I wouldn't go so as far as to say I thought they would run away from it. I definitely thought they would be favored going into this. And I mean, it was a back and forth game, absolutely the whole time. But just towards the end, they're just excellent team fighting from INT. Kind of the opposite of what I was saying earlier, where it looked like towards the end of the game, INT were the ones that just had the numbers advantage. Like they were getting the picks, they were finding the right fights, and then the Boomer Bombers were just a little bit later to the plays. They weren't able to pull off their huge Amumu or Ione ult combos, and yeah, I mean that's all she wrote, right? Like that'll be the game for INT because they just had a little more cohesion as a team in the end game there.
Yeah, incredible objective control, incredible macro play, incredible micro play across the boards for both teams. That game could have gone either way. We're going to now toss it off to T-Skull and the analyst desk to break it down.
What an interesting back and forth game we had. Well, we're back on the analyst desk here. Welcomed again by Calbert and Spurg here. That was one hell of a game one, but I don't want to jump into the end game and the ending here because we need to recap the entire game. So let's start off with the beginning here. Caridian really showed us what he could do on that Lee Sin. And then the Bombers came back afterwards, but what can Sword do in this next game to try and keep them in the game a little bit earlier? Calbert, what do you have with me on that one?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. I think Spurg and I talked about this in the game, is that Sword, we saw Sword's Kane, we saw him on an aggressive jungler who can be self-sufficient. I think that's kind of what he needs to do, is just be able to, contest him one-on-one in the jungle, contest the neutral objectives, fight for vision. Because it kind of just seems like Caridian's game. Like, it seemed like Caridian didn't get punished for anywhere he was on the map, really, and kind of just set the tempo of the game. Spurg, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean they picked the Amumu. Obviously, Curse of the Sad Mummy's like one of the best ults in the game, but as like really like a ball delivery system for that Orianna ult. And I mean, you saw like I think we saw one good turn of that Amumu ball delivery, but other than that, like they weren't really able to pull that off, and you could really tell in the team fights that if they weren't able to get the engage that they were looking for, everything kind of went a little awry for them, and they were kind of all over the board. And I think that kind of led to them losing some of those team fights that you'd expect them to win, given their comp. And
we
so,
really saw that right at the beginning of like the first dragon fight when Orianna tried to get in there and help out with that first dragon, but then the Inting Toasters kind of had a different idea of taking that first Rift Herald mid lane, and there were a lot of these different macro plays that led to these strange fights in the jungle and in the mid lane and then in the river. What did we like? We saw a lot of Diana ults. We saw a lot of Orianna ults and getting large teams, but like in these fights. But why were the Boomer Bombers taking these mid game fights? Berg, can you give me an idea of what gave them that boost in that mid game to come back the way they did when they were so far behind?
yeah, I mean, a lot of it had to do with the advantage that they had on TJ, and then even Sword, even playing that Amumu, he was staying competitive as far as like the CS and the gold value, and their bot lane did a really good job of not getting absolutely steamrolled. Playing that Ezreal, especially, something that's going to be super safe. They lost a lot of priority when it came to some of those objectives, and you kind of saw that, especially with that first dragon going over to the Inting Toasters even after they had taken that first turret for free with that Herald mid. And that was kind of off the back of a Caridian gank as well, sending A-Barn back to the fountain.
And one thing that we also saw a lot of in this game was steals. Like we had Caridian stealing, I think it was the third Cloud Drake, and then a dynamic Ezreal steal on the Baron there when his entire team had lost the fight. He was up in the top lane making sure to get out of the fight, getting a recall, and then getting that Ezreal ult. What can we see around these like objective control to make sure these teams are actually getting their objectives that they have 100% control over? Because both teams had multiple people there and they were just not getting what they were expected to get. Calbert, what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, I think it comes down to two things. Definitely, they're playing a Lee Sin or somebody that can dive in and out of pit and steal it. You need vision. You need to know where that Lee Sin is and where he's coming from. And for Lee Sin steals, I don't think there was any vision on the backside of Dragon Pit where they knew that that's where he was, which is probably really frustrating to be the enemy jungler. But then also the leadership, too, just being like, hey, everybody off a dragon, or not even starting it, and having that self-restraint because, just like with the Lee Sin up, that's a threat. That's something you have to pay attention to. And then on the flip side of that, using everything to secure a neutral objective, because we saw what happens when you don't with the Ezreal ult, which, I mean, I think my jaw hit the table, and at Spurg, I don't know, how did you feel with that steal?
I mean, they knew that Ezreal was the one that left up, and he's going to be the one most likely to steal something like that. Obviously, other than the opponent's jungler, Mumu in that case. Like you know that he's up, and you have Smite available. You've got no vision on the backside. Just stand somebody over there. You don't need your support there to take the Baron. Although I don't know if the Renato was alive at the time. But in any case, I mean, you know that the Ezreal's alive. You guys just saw him get away with 20 HP, and he's got the potential for that steal. Like, make sure you lock that in with that Lee Sin Q and that Smite.
Yep.
And with those steals, and after that, we still had some back and forth in the late game. So one thing that I wanted to call out was the Inting Toasters giving up that dragon to run up the mid lane and take that mid inhib. I think that really stalled out the game for them to really give Tail Whip and the Diana a little bit more agency to get stronger and then kind of take over these late game fights. Calbert, what did you think of that call there to give up that dragon, rush the mid lane? Did you think they were going to end it, or?
Yeah, I think when Cloud Soul when we saw it was Cloud Soul, my heart sank because I was like, wow, you get a 2-dragon lead, you're controlling the map, and then it's Cloud Soul. So then I think they played that really well, because then you're just like, yeah, take a Cloud Soul for literally anything. And when they traded a Cloud Dragon for the mid inhib, that just opens you up to, if you ace them, you win the game. So I think that was a super good call. Whoever made it, props to them. No matter what that dragon was, I feel like that was the right call, and I'm glad that they decided to do that, because what happened after that, I think really all stemmed from that one play.
Yep. And then the last thing I want to hit on before we take a short break here is Tail Whip really came on strong there at the end. We saw his on-hit Varus really take off there right at the end. I think he went from like 2-2 to like 8-2 there. Spurg, can you tell me, like, is that expected there at the end? Like, is that just how Varus works there at the end of the game when you get that many items, or could the Boomer Bomber do anything to take that?
There's a couple of things, and Cal mentioned it actually when we were looking through Champ Select, that that on-hit Varus was something he'd really been practicing. And yeah, I mean, that kind of build is going to be super online, like other ADC builds. Add 3 items, you're going to be able to pump out a ton of damage, and a lot of that's going to be that burst damage that's really going to lock up a lot of those kills. But on the other side of that, I mean, you've got Tiny Rick on the Scion and a strong Diana out of the mid lane, who are really just there taking all of the pressure off of you in team fights, especially that Diana. Obviously, you can ignore a Sion in a lot of cases, but you cannot ignore a Diana. She will one-shot 1, 2, 3 people on your team if you don't. So just left him free to auto-attack and stack up that Blighted Quiver and pop people with those Qs and Es.
Yeah, and it wasn't really just that either. I think you mentioned it watching the game. Not having the Zonias for the Orianna that was really far ahead and just did a ton of damage. I'm not sure about that, but that Varus ult, it's just there's so much utility in that pick that a lot of people don't see.
Yeah, exactly. I would really like to see that Zanya's on that Orianna to kind of prevent some of those bursted kills on that A barn. I don't know if maybe he thought like, hey, I'm just gonna flash all the Varus ults or what he thought was gonna happen. But yeah, I mean, when you've got something that's gonna lock you down for 3 seconds, you're kind of just a dead man walking if you've got nothing to get yourself out of that situation.
Absolutely.
Alrighty. Well, with that, I lied. We're not going to take a break. We filled the time up appropriately here. So I'm going to send it back to Jaws and Blood to keep us rolling here.
Awesome. Thank you so much, T-Skull, and thank you, Analyst Desk. Really appreciate y'all giving us a little bit of a break and sharing your insight on this wild and wacky Game 1 of the TCL Season 5 Finals. And Blood, we are back, and we were talking during the break a couple of interesting things. Number one, the fact that the damage meter on the side of TBB was way bigger than INT.
Yeah.
Once again, proving that hurting people and killing people is not always the answer if you can take down all the structures. Also, I wanted to give a shout out to Calbert on what I thought was really the turning point of the match, which was the analyst, the Cloud Drake for mid inhibitor going down. That was huge.
Yeah, for sure. That was an excellent play that really opened up, obviously, the mid lane just by taking in him, but opened up like the pressure for them, because it looked like after that point, TBB were on a little bit of a back foot despite being up in gold. It looked like, honestly, they were, I don't think lost is the right word, but they were just a tiny bit scrambled, I feel. I think after that point, they were like, oh crap, we've got an inhib down. Like, you don't know that you're actually up in gold mid game, so it was probably feeling like they were on the back foot a little bit, and I think INT just took took good advantage of that. But we're gonna be getting into champ select here, and oh great, looks like our stream will be working this time, so you will be able to join us with the nicer champ select layout, and we have the same sides. Blue side for INT.
But there's
and
the
red
Diana
side.
ban.
Yeah, there's the Diana ban. Don't blame him for that one. That means either, what was the other one? It was Seraphine, and what was the
It was
third ban?
Seraphine and
Sivir.
Yep, Sivir. Yep.
So
So
either
Sivir.
Seraphine-
Oh, wow.
oh.
Okay. So they are going full. We don't want to see that anymore. So Seraphine and Sivir are on the table. Tail Whip's going to have to choose one. If I'm Tail Whip, knowing him, I feel like he's going to lean Seraphine. He loves that champion.
Oh, for sure. And like, they don't play Sivir on the other side. I see no reason to not just first pick Seraphine here.
Yeah, they absolutely could. The other thing that we had mentioned in game 1, also in game 2, Diana a flex pick, so creating a little bit of chaos. There's the Seraphine first pick, one of Tail Whip's favorite and best champions. Seraphine also one of the most annoying champions in League of Legends, rivaling Yuumi and Teemo, although in terms of usefulness, way above both.
Oh, I don't know about Yuumi. Yuumi's pretty dumb, but anyways,
That's fair. That's fair.
That's a discussion for another time, as we thankfully should not be seeing that champion in this series at all. The Ziggs will be locked in. I think that's definitely going to IREP, and I think they have to watch out a tiny bit here for that Tristana pick to be paired with the Ziggs. With the AP bot laner and the Senna being banned, they're having to look for some AD from either the top mid or jungle. And the Aurelia has already been taken away from Abarn. Abarn's other typical... I mean, they still have the Yone pick, potentially. So if that does make it to second round, though, I'd love to see something like the Yone, the Yasuo type of stuff.
Yeah, we see Maokai being hovered. Could be a jungler. I'm not expecting it. Caridian has been playing carries pretty much this entire season. Wukong, there it is. Okay, that's going to be the grab. Evelyn being hovered, a little bit of an homage to Caridian's game 1 in the, I believe it's the quarterfinals. But yeah, this is sorry, not in the quarterfinals. The last regular season game when he played at game one. Zed hovered. I'll take mid. Great Zed player. You had
Ooh.
mentioned before, but the Tom Kench tactical tactics. Every time he has run Tom Kench, the Tom Kench has just been a giant pain. And Tom Kench plus Seraphine equals. Yeah, that carry is not going to die anytime soon, and that's going to be really, really annoying. We had mentioned the Zig's probably going to go down to IREP. Nautilus as well, a very well-known droid champion. Sejuani likely going to be a Swordmaster champion as we're going into the second wave of bans. So top and mid not being picked quite yet. Let's see where the bans go. Silas, first ban for the Boomer Lovers.
I like the Silas ban. I would actually almost like to see in the future, of course, not able to do it here, but potentially first round Silas. I think Silas is just such a dumb champion. Champ is so strong. They already showed 2 good ults with the Nautilus 6, so maybe in the future run a earlier Silas pick for mid. I think he's good on the champion, but I like the Yone ban. I think another AD ban needs to come through. They need to get rid of much. Honestly, I would like to see either Tristana or Yasuo ban here. Probably Tristana. I think the Yasuo pick is a little weaker with the lack of knockups from the side of TBB. But if you can force there to only be one physical source of damage, and you've already shown Kench, I'm assuming for tactics, I don't think Rick has ever played Kench, but there's going to be another tank likely for Rick up in the top lane. If they can just stack the MR and have one, maybe 2, we'll see, sources of physical damage, I mean, it's going to be really nice for them to just stack MR. So
yeah, well, they didn't listen to you. Also, just a side note, TJ, which you were a direct recipient of, does play plenty of AD champions, so he can definitely bring that.
For sure.
Bring that AD to the table in the top lane. Azir
Right,
going down, as well as the Yone. Speaking of AD, there's Olaf. He's gonna basically tell Rick, "Give me your best shot, and let's see what you got." And Olaf works really well into Rick's entire pool.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I think it is nice for Rick to be able to decide what he wants to play into Olaf. I think it's 1,000,000% a Mundo angle. I think there's no other champ you can pick here. Yeah, absolutely. That's by far the best pick he has into Olaf. And then also Olaf is, yes, he's a physical damage threat, but that champ falls off so hard. Like if you don't win the game by the time you're like level 11 or you're not like extremely strong, the champ is just going to be so much more difficult to make things really happen. Actually, on the flip side, we're seeing a severe lack of physical damage as well if this Syndra pick gets locked in versus, again, on the other side, 2 tanks and another frontline. So very interesting. There's going to be likely only 2 physical damage threats in this entire game. Now, Abarn could potentially still pick the Trist or the Yasuo. I do think the Trist pick would be pretty bad here. Swain Hover would probably be reasonable.
I mean, Yasuo into Syndra, bit of a skill matchup, but he's actually going to go for the Rise. Okie doke.
I think that's actually a little ambitious. I think Rise is probably going to be a little bit scary to play into Syndra. Like Syndra, granted, Syndra skills harder than I should say she skills harder and is a little weaker earlier. You need a little more time to reach your power points with the new passive, the way the new passive works. So maybe Rise can scale up alongside her, but I don't know. I think there's just always the danger of you just getting absolutely one shot by a Syndra. So we'll have to see.
No, that's absolutely true. And it looks like some flaws with both team comps, but it looks like both of them are also choosing Comfort. Rise, one of Abarn's Comfort picks. Blood, real quick, before we kick it back to T-Skull on the desk, who do you think is going to take it? This game too?
I mean, I think I'm going to have to lean INT again here. I think their draft was actually really well done across the board. And if they play like they did, especially in the later stages of the game, if David's able to, or Creating, is able to utilize the early game like he did again, I think they will be having a great time in this game.
Yeah, I completely agree. And without further ado, T-Skull and the analysts, let us know what y'all think.
All right, boys, thank you for that handover. Well, let's get started here, looking into this draft a little bit here. So we've got the junglers, which is another contested matchup here. We've got Sword on a tank this time around again, and Ceridian on another early game ganking jungler on that Wukong will probably want to do some damage here in the mid lane. But the mid lane matchup looks a little bit different this time around. We have two like control mages in the mid lane. Spurg, what can you tell me about this matchup, and who do you think will take that? Because Abarn has a lot of experience on the Rise, and Mid has experience on the Syndra, but we're used to him playing Diana and things like that.
Yeah, I don't really like it as much as I like the more assassin-oriented picks out of I'll Take Mid, especially because Abarn can kind of get abused by those. He does tend to get caught with gank pressure quite often, and obviously those assassin mids can really take advantage of that. With the changes to Syndra now, she's a little bit more of a scaling control mage. So I wouldn't really expect the Syndra to have big impact until, you start seeing the 15-20 minute come around and start stacking up those, I think they're, what are they called? Like splinters that she gets now, which are obviously going to augment her abilities and eventually give her an execute and then like a flat AP percent boost. So like I don't really believe we're going to see a lot of fireworks mid. If we do, it'll probably just be little fights over CS.
And once again, we have another scaling matchup in the bot lane. Calbert, can the Ziggs and the Nautilus kind of take the lead in the early game and try and push down those towers and start to roam, or what are we going to see there?
Yeah, so I think you're going to see Seraphine just clearing a lot of waves. I really, this is really interesting because neither team has a true AD carry and both teams have a tank. And I'm just curious to see which tank is going to get bigger and which tank is going to be that unkillable, pillar that their team kind of, team fights around. But I think I definitely think the Seraphine Tom Cantor is stronger.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah,
Do you guys
I would
think
agree. I would agree with Cal's take there. I think the Seraphine Tom Kench is going to be stronger, but I don't ever see any fights happening in the bot lane just because both of those are so safe.
All right. So who do we want to see kind of who's going to take this first game here? Or the second game here. Who's
I
Instant
think
Toasters, or
I think the second game, I think I'm going to give it to Inting Toasters. And I think Syndra is really going to dominate that mid matchup. I think that she's going to get those long range stuns, and Wukong's just going to kind of jump in there and do whatever he wants to that Rise because it's so weak early.
all right, Spurg, quick take. One word
And I'm going to give it to
please.
the Boomer Bombers. There's only one source of AD damage like at all on Inting Toasters, so if Ceridian doesn't pop off, everybody's just going to stack MR and nobody's going to be able to hurt him.
All right, let's send it back to Jaws and Blood for the beginning of game 2.
All right. Thank you so much, T-Skull. Thank you, analysts. Yeah, we are into game 2 of the TCL Season 5 Grand Finals. And couple of interesting picks off of that draft. And, you could argue one way or the other. But one of the last things we heard on the desk was that Wukong Blood. I think a couple things about this champion as we see an invade. But yeah, that Wukong's really got to get going.
Yeah, I wanted to point this out. Well played by Tail up there to go ahead and drop the word down. Love to see David going up, or excuse me, I keep calling him David. I know him as David. Ceridian going
Way to
up
dox him,
into
dude.
the yeah, my bad. Nobody knows his name around here. Going up into the top side to get that word down. That's exactly what you got to do when you see the invade coming through. And honestly, 2 words coming down that are pretty useless for the side of the TBB. So at least in terms of vision control, I would say advantage INT, although granted it's fairly minimal. But yeah, they did not get any vision onto the oh, they did actually see the bot lane going to lane though, so they will know that Ceridian is in fact starting. At least not on red buff. So anyways, once again we're seeing opposite side starts. And yeah, as for the Wukong pick, I mean, Wukong is actually slightly weaker early than I think people tend to expect. Like, you really need to hit 6 before he really hits like the ability to fight. Like, he used to be a champion, at least in lane, where he would be able to, like, the second he hit level 3, trade it pretty efficiently into anybody. But these days, you really need to hit 6 in order to fully just do the massive DPS that Wukong is capable of doing. So, love to see if Critting could potentially just hard farm to that point. He doesn't. Maybe put some pressure on mid lane if anything, but I think the lanes are not the easiest to gank, especially top.
Yeah,
Ooh,
but we
engaging
see we see an immediate hook going down. Tactical taking some serious poke down. He's going to be chugging potions to make sure that he gets that back up. But yeah, we've got 2 very poke heavy champions in the bottom lane, as well as 2 very tanky supports who, I would say Tom Kench, he can be pokey, but he likes to engage. So he's never seen a meal he doesn't want to take. So bit more volatility in the bot lane. And in the top lane, we see TJ picking up the axes, throwing the axes, picking up the axes, throwing the axes, getting Rick incredibly low, forcing the flash out, takes a tower shot, and that signature aggressive playstyle from TJ looking to potentially pay off because, as you said, Olaf on a bit of a timer, and TBB, interestingly enough, on a timer, not their usual play style in terms of team comps, as Rick takes another massive Olaf swing with those true damage.
Yeah, for sure. This is going to be a huge point to look for these junglers in the early game, as both of these members are pretty low. But as long as Tiny Rick doesn't get dove here, I think. Well, I suppose he did actually burn the flash. Never mind. I was going to say the lane state was kind of an disadvantage to be close in front of his tower, but he did lose the flash, so that'll be slightly difficult for him in the long run. But David actually looking in the bot lane here as the fight breaks out.
Yeah, he certainly is the artist formerly known as David Caridian, going in as the Wukong gets the knockup onto Nautilus. Droid getting incredibly low, gets the stun, and that's going to be first blood for INT. 2 for 2 in terms of jungle ganks into first blood, and INT taking that advantage from game 1 and rolling it right into the game 2 of this final.
Hey man, I'll tell you what helps any champion get through their potentially weaker early game, and that would be getting first blood. So the Wukong already looking to be in a pretty good spot in this game, as he has gotten away with that 400 gold right off the bat. He is going to be pretty happy with that for sure.
Yeah, he really is. Abarn taking some poke. He's a little bit low on mana. Hasn't been able to grab his tier quite yet. And I'll take mid, despite what was expected to be a bit of an abusive early lane matchup, even in farm against Abarn. So once again, comfort. Abarn loves Rise. He knows how to play him even in plus and minus matchups, as we see in the top lane. TJ trying to zone Rick off, but Rick is Mundo. He's just going to Cleaver farm and hang out. So we'll see how that goes.
I honestly think, I mean, I'm no Syndra expert, like before the changes especially, but especially after the changes, I don't totally know. But it seems to me like she is weaker in the early game than she used to be, and I think that this is not too surprising, although 15 farm lead is pretty sizable, but just the fact that the Rise is able to put some pressure. However, the second Syndra hits 6, I think the lane is just going to get massively more dangerous for the Rise. He cannot be taking those trades like he has been once she hits 6, which she is right about to. So everyone going ahead and using the TP though, so minor advantage to I'll take mid in terms of the TP in the mid lane.
Oh, wow. And in the bot lane, it was off stream. A really, really great backstop on the side of the bot lane for INT. IREP very low on mana and about half health. Wanted to go back, wanted to get his quick TP reset. And Tailwhip saw it, Tactics saw it, they walked up, and that delayed back may actually be able to set Caridian up for this first dragon.
Yeah, there was an early ult there blown from Rick. I think he probably thought they were going to hard engage on him, but because Sword showed up in the top lane on that word, they should, in theory, be able to pressure this, although there is possibly the Rise ult. It's about half HP. We'll have to see what happens.
Oh no, there's the knockup. There's the stun. Sejuani going low. You are not tanky yet, Swordmaster. And Swordmaster's going to go down. Droid splits the uprights on the hook. Tactics somehow survives, tanking a ton of that damage. But dude, the INT is in a bit of a bad spot. I'll take mid, says, yeah, I'm fine with that. And Ziggs as well is going to go down. So this is actually turning into a total rout. Abarn salvaging it to the best of his ability. But all told, that's a 3-for-1. And that's going to be a support for 3 kills and a dragon. INT is going to take that as TJ imposing his will in that top lane and making sure that Boomer Bomber stays in this game. So 2 for 3 and the dragon, still advantage INT.
Yeah, I don't know about staying in the game. The single solo kill up in the top lane is like a tiny bit of a consolation for the fact that you Korean can't fight him. He should be fine, I think. Yeah, just needs to
but
smite
tail whip.
get some HP.
Oh boy, he's low. He's down. That's a shutdown. And INT, what is going on, y'all? Just walk away. You got what you wanted. And so a couple of late kills, and the Boomer Bombers making sure they do stay in this blood. I'm trying to tell a story, man. Come on.
Yeah,
don't kill my thunder. Don't kill my vibe. Come on, man.
Was about to say it was total disaster, but then they go ahead and just get a random kill or two, and now the gold lead is in fact rather minimal. Yes, still 300 in the favor of, or 400, I guess, in the favor of INT. That early Infernal Drake, though, is going to be pretty nice for them, as they've got some serious damage on a number of their members. So that being said, though, Tailwhip still 2-1-3 on this Seraphine pick, looking pretty enormous, and talking about comfort, like that is his, as far as I'm aware, that's his most played champion, if not his favorite champion at least. So he's going to be able to throw his weight around a little bit, as he is already pretty strong going into this mid game.
Yeah, that is, if I understand it, kind of similar to the Senna being 100% pick banned on the side of
absolutely.
the Boomer Bombers. I believe Seraphine is the same, or at least similar, just because of how good that champion is, and frankly how good Tail Whip is on it. Speaking of which, he is being pushed under turret, but getting a ton of poke down. Great wave clear. Korean rolls in. That's going to be first. Ultimate Charm goes down, and that's going to be a popped Ziggs. Tail Whip getting another kill and showing why you banned Seraphine against him.
Yeah, IREP did have the flash up, but at the same time, there's just a huge CC chain. I'm not sure if he really had a chance to flash until maybe he was like 1 HP. Like, yeah, that's just not really much you can do here. Pretty big for them. The Herald has been started. I don't think there's much ability to contend here, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. A flash over, ulti burned. I'll take mid, low mobility Syndra, and the flash is down, but oh no! And the turnaround kill, Caridian getting credit for the kill, and that signature aggressive playstyle showing why it is a serious double-edged sword. INT taking full advantage. I'll take mid, gets exploded, because this fight is not over. It is now a 3v3 brawl, soon to be a 4v3 brawl, and Caridian on a killing spree, going deep. Droid is here. All of the Boomer Bombers are low. All of everyone is low. That's going to be a double kill for Caridian. And now Tail Whip has joined the fight. Knockup going down, but a tanky tactical goes in. He goes out, and they're going to push in. What a topsy-turvy fight. I believe, all told, that is a 3 for 2? The death timer's actually expired by the end of that fight. So, man, but the gold tells the tale. 1,000 gold lead for INT 10 minutes in.
Yeah, I believe 3 for 2 is correct, as well as 1 plate, I believe, going over for Microscopic Rick up in the top lane. And I think, I mean, Wukong had to have the Sunder there in that fight, right? Like, he was just healing so much throughout all of that, like, and just doing such massive DPS. Huge fight for INT. It will now be swinging a little bit in their favor. TJ might not be able to stay here.
No, he very much may not. He does not have ulti, and he does not have flash, so he's going to have to be careful. He does have a decent amount of damage, got that first Iron Spike, but Caridian is there as well. So TJ is just going to walk away, and Microscopic Rick is going to do what Mundo does, heal up and be A-okay. He is 30 CS down, but as we said, in terms of just raw individual skill, that's to be expected, and his team is doing a great job of playing around it. Speaking of playing around it, we said that analyst said Wukong's got to get going. Hey, look, the Wukong got going. 7 out of 9 in terms of kill participation, as Swordmaster's coming down to try to make something happen in this bot lane. 3 for 2 power play, and Sword dropping Herald, and it looks like they want to get IREP and Droid out of this lane as quickly as possible, so that Tail Up can't just sit there and free farm and get this Seraphine even further ahead than she already is.
Yeah, that'll definitely be a huge power play from the ult comes out. actually couldn't
Okay,
hit
ult goes
anything.
out. Looks like they're going to try to get rid of the Herald. They succeed, but the Ziggs execute is able to drop the turret. So they got what they came for, but not before being contested.
Yeah, that Seraphine ult actually hit absolutely nothing, I'm pretty sure. Unfortunate for them. I'm not sure if it did hit anything, that there was a whole lot to be done. That tower was definitely going down, but huge play utilizing the Herald as well as the... Oh, mid is in
Oh,
trouble.
what a great play. Swordmaster out of the brush. Chain CC going down, but I'll take mid. Actually dodges the hook. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Corradian getting the duplicate ulti goes incredibly low on the Ziggs ult. Tactics,
Ooh.
the hero trying to get him away. Chain CC'd. He's getting low. Oh, man, but here comes the Olaf coming in from the top lane, getting the double kill. And just like that, 3-for-1 in favor of the Boomer Bombers, erasing the advantage and taking 1,000 gold advantage for themselves in this game, too.
Yeah, for sure. Big on TBB to once again be there as 5, at least in the early game. That was something they did well in the last game as well, but then kind of faltered with a little bit in later stages. Tailwhip putting out some huge damage, but unfortunately for INT, they did not have the Seraphine ult. I have to think that the Seraphine ult would have changed that fight, because there were 3 people grouped around that Wukong, but yeah, this will be between the initial Herald play on the bot lane tower, the follow-up fight, and the Dragon. It will not only be evened out in Dragons, but they are now actually ahead 1k in gold.
Yeah, but Rick, once again, working on that turret. He's always done a great job of keeping the objectives focused and keeping the objectives in play, making sure that he's using that plate goal to keep himself in the game. About 1,000, looking at the gold lead across the different lanes, top lane has 1,000 gold advantage, especially off of that double kill for the Olaf. But on the other side, only about a 800 gold advantage for the Wukong against the Sejuani. And pretty dead even in the mid lane, and not that much of an advantage for the Seraphine. So all told, only major advantage is actually in the top lane, TJ versus Rick. So as major items mythics start to get finished, we're on a razor's edge, and that 1,000 gold lead for the Boomer Bombers largely on TJ.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you're saying, the Wukong, granted, only up about 800 gold, but still, I have to, like, he's going, you know, like, he was still, like, 1v3, just about killed Sejuani on his own. Like, champion is absolutely strong. I have to question slightly the tier buy. I don't think that's typically an item you want to be building on Wukong, especially early on. Would definitely prefer to see something like a Death Dance, a Maw, something like that. But
Yeah.
hey, you know what? It's gonna be big damage when he completes it, but just be a question of if he ends up getting one shot before that or not. He does have the Seraphine and the TK to potentially help back him up, but yeah, they'll just be looking in the top side here though for this top lane outer tower. That is one thing also that is contributing to this gold advantage pretty significantly, I would say, is the 2 towers. Outer towers are just so much gold early game, and INT has none of them. If they wanna even out this gold lead, that is definitely the thing I would be looking for if I were them, or to be able to get any of these outer towers off the board.
No, it's true. And ironically, they have always been the team that is known for doing a great job of taking those outer towers down with Corradian. But it looks like Herald, and that may be exactly why they're going for this Herald. They've got four members of the Boomer Bombers are hovering around, although Swordmaster is just walking away. So it looks like they're just going to give this one. And let's see where Corradian is going to drop it. Mid, always a favorite pick. But in the bot lane, as we see mid getting rushed down, just a defensive knockup from Tactical Tactics, just making sure that IREP and Droid aren't able to get some free damage on it. A-Barn chilling in the top lane, looking to get his farm on.
I think
in the bot lane,
Rick
TJ just continuously pushing and hard farming to make sure that he's able to get going and take advantage of that timer. But yeah, he's just been pushing all day long and just grabbing Krugs when they come up.
Yeah, for sure. TJ with a very large pile of CS, matched only by Tailwhip and A-Barn. So they've all been collecting waves on repeat. But yeah, I'm curious, like you were saying, to see where this Herald goes. Pretty important to make sure you do in fact get a tower off of it. And I don't think any of them maybe top lane, I think. Yeah, okay, top lane is, but the mid and bot towers are not in range for just the Herald drop straight up to kill them. So if they want to just drop the Herald and potentially play somewhere else, then they need to use it top lane. If not, you're going to potentially be dealing with the Ziggs wave clear. And yeah, I think it would be pretty important for them to make sure that this Herald does, in fact, get some gold back into their pockets.
Yeah, and that's something we haven't really talked about with the Boomer Bombers comp, is just the insane wave clear, not just the objective, being able to take the objectives with the Ziggs demolish, but also just between Ryze, Ziggs, and I mean, even Olaf with the axe spam, just being able to clear waves incredibly fast and prevent INT from doing what they typically like to do. Tail Whip, no slouch on his own in terms of wave clear, but Boomer Bombers between the poke, between all the different pushing, and especially with the double teleport on the Ryze and the Olaf, there's a lot of global pressure they can put. And speaking of pressure, Caridian potentially going to get jumped on in the top side, TJ going to get jumped on by Caridian, gets the return kill. He's been so good about that all season long, and today is no different. Did it last game, did it this game. If he's going to die, he's taking someone out with him.
Yeah, it's rough a little bit for a champion like Syndra up in the top lane. Obviously, the CC will not be able to push Olaf away, but then also the combination of the Hex Drinker and the missing HP Olaf shield. It looked like they were not really looking to contest the dragon in the first place anyways, making that top lane pay, but especially now that Caridian has stayed top and the Herald has been dropped, looks like they will instead be looking for top lane pressure as much as they can, also looking to go for this mid lane tower. They have to help Tactics finish it off.
Yeah, they really do. They were all just kind of hanging out there while he was face tanking it, maybe a little bit scared of what was going to happen. Hook just barely misses, and now Caridian comes down. So it looks like they heard you as we see a big engage going down. The charm lands onto Swordmaster. Caridian is there. He's going to jump away immediately. A lot of damage going down onto his clone, but the counter engage from TJ. TJ gets exhausted immediately. Caridian immediately pops him. Shutdown going down onto Caridian, though. That is shutdown gold onto the Ryze. So 1-for-1 jungler for top laner. A lot of resources burned to blow that Olaf up, but top and middle outer going down. So it looks like they heard you, Blood, and they know that getting those outer towers down is going to be a huge part of their win condition.
Yeah, unfortunately for INT, the Wukong ult is just now coming off of cooldown, so it was not up for that huge team fight. Also, unfortunately for them, Tail Whip with the Seraphine ult did go ahead and attempt he went for the queue up the ult and then flash afterwards, and he did hit Swordmaster with it. He did not hit, I believe it was IREP that was quite close to him. If that Seraphine ult had hit a few more targets and maybe they had a Wukong ult, I think they just clean house in that fight. But even so, they did manage to get 2 towers in exchange for the one kill, the trade kill in the top lane, as well as the dragon. I have to say that's got to be worth for INT, as TBB is really nowhere close to Soul Point, and as we see, this gold lead is just about evened up, and I really think they have a pretty massive edge with the Wukong Seraphine going into these team fights.
Yeah, gold lead basically cut down from 1,000 almost in half, and as you mentioned, the quality of Tail Whip's Seraphine ult going to be the tail for this. Layering the Seraphine ult along with the Wukong ulti, getting those knockups, getting those chain CCs, especially with these low mobility carries like Abarn and IREP, the Ryze and the Ziggs. Ziggs flash is down, Ryze flash is up. So I'll be curious to see if they're going to try and force something to either blow those cooldowns or take advantage of that. Meanwhile, TJ still continuing to enjoy the Krugs in the bot lane. Microscopic Rick has gone to match him. Aegis has finished Bramble Vest as well. But on the side of Olaf, he's got the Hex Drinker, he's got the Stride Breaker, he's got Moby Boots. He is cruising and having a wonderful time. And honestly, I don't see him stopping anytime soon.
Ult comes out onto Tactics as the fight will be breaking out here. TP comes in.
Yeah, there's a fight. We got double TPs going down as both top laners are going to join the fight. But a great chain CC. Caridian able to knock Swordmaster out of this. Droid soon to follow. Double kill coming down from him. Olaf doing his best to try to heal through this. He's trying to be a drain tank, but he is not going to be that. That's a 3-for-1 in favor of INT having the better of this team fight, and that is the combination that we were looking for.
Yeah, that was a combination of a 4-man Seraphine ult forcing everyone into a 5-man Wukong ult. That first Wukong ult knocked up everyone. I don't think he was able to follow up with the second one very efficiently. I think he looked to turn back onto the Olaf, which, hey, as soon as they kill the Olaf, if they've stacked the MR up, it's going to be pretty difficult for anyone to be doing damage to the Mundo and the Kench. But yeah, ultimately a huge team fight win for INT. At the end of the day, though, it's not that bad for TBB because the gold pretty much stayed like, I think they were maybe behind slightly before, and now they're ahead slightly, but like with the Ziggs and the Rise being the members that stayed alive in that fight, there's just no push to be done against those two characters. And without having with Caridian having gone down, there is no smite to attempt the Baron. So at the end of the day, it did look pretty disastrous for TBB, but not much was able to be gained in the follow-up from that fight.
Yeah, that's true. There wasn't really a lot to be taken. Dragon coming up in a minute. TJ once again, he said, bottom Krugs are being contested. I'm going to go take top Krugs. And it looks like top outer is soon to follow. There really isn't someone there to contest. INT prioritizing this next Dragon as we see Syndra in the bot lane. So they're just going to leave TJ to take this turret for free. And INT, they have to take this. This could potentially be a free Baron. What is INT doing?
Yeah, apparently they've forgotten they're playing against Abarn's team, who is the classic team to always go for Baron. Now, they did have to peel away from Dragon immediately. Good on them to do it quickly, because they did see the Baron attempt being started, but now they have to be careful about this inside track on the top lane, as they're going to absolutely lose another tower here. Now, if they can base and both get the Dragon as well as stop the rest of this push, it may not be a total disaster. I think that outer top lane tower was probably going down anyways, but they still have to watch out for this Baron attempt.
Yeah, the inner definitely a bonus and an unforced error on the side of INT. A little bit of indecision, which is uncharacteristic for this team. So maybe the pressures of the final starting to get to them. They, we try to do our best to be as, to focus on the numbers as possible. But this is, we're still people, and you're still thinking, I'm one game up. We see Sejuani going down onto all take mid. Flash in from Olaf. Olaf is going to be stalled a little bit by the invulnerability. Flash out from all take mid, and Olaf is just getting kited into oblivion. This is why Seraphine is so annoying. Exhaust going down onto Droid. Droid has to flash out. Abarn trying to chase down Caridian, trying to get the kill on him. He fails. Shut down by a cleaver to the face, backed by Sejuani, and that is going to be a 2-0 in favor of INT. However, TBB does secure the Baron.
TBB does secure the Baron. It is a trade for the Dragon, but now they're getting a tower, possibly another one. I don't think the second tower is going to come through. You also have to be aware of the potential ports from Abarn and TJ once they spawn, but I gotta say, I think that was absolutely TBB's play to lose there, and they did just that. I think after they used the Rise port to get in, they used the Sejuani ult to stall the I think they may have used the Nautilus ult as well, and the Ziggs ult. They used a lot to try to stall them from getting into the pit, which was successful. They got the Baron. But then they hard engage on the fight afterwards when they have no summoners left up, and they're engaging into the side that Wukong is definitely coming from. They know he was on Dragon. Oh, I have to maybe stop. Okay.
You're good.
I keep going.
Yeah, you can keep talking.
I think they just basically they needed to accept, we got the Baron, we got the 2 top towers, let's base, let's spend our gold, right? But they went for the hard fight, even though they had cooldowns down, and it ends up being pretty big for INT as another fight is breaking out.
Yeah, looks like it. Microscopic kick rolling in. Great knock-up. Great charm. Gets 2. Droid and TJ. TJ's low. TJ's dead. Droid soon after. That's a double kill for Caridian. Continuing to snowball this Wukong ahead. Neat little trick to be able to dodge over the minefield. And that is going to be everybody but IREP getting away on the Rise Voyage of Discovery. So Caridian getting low, but IREP is going to be able to get away. Oh no, that's a shutdown. Whoa, Caridian, why? Oh, what a weird fight. But something I did want to say, as we were talking through it, is that it just seems like in these fights, TJ is just continuing to just bulldoze his way into the back line, and his team just isn't there to follow up, and he just keeps continuously getting kited as the only person they have to deal with. And frankly, I feel like if Boomer Bombers want to win this game and really work their way through the series, TJ and the rest of his team need to get on the same page because he's got the ability to carry these fights.
Yeah, and I have to slightly disagree with this Force of Nature buy, at least early. I mean, I think it'd be a good 3rd or 4th item. I expected him to just go straight into the Maw. Like, the Maw build, it would be so huge here. It helps you so much. Like, he gets to the point where he's just standing there autoing Caridian, because Caridian's the only one's doing damage to him, right? Either he needs to run at Tail Whip, who's just going to speed himself away, or potentially the Syndra. Every time he goes in, all the damage is coming down straight onto him. So, like, he's going to probably just be sitting there autoing the Wukong at the end of the day. And if you're going to be doing that, Force of Nature is not the way to go on that one. Now, it looks like he's also going into Sterak's here instead of the Maw, which, I mean, maybe could be a reasonable decision, but at the same time, he's your only physical damage threat, and he's really not built too heavily into physical damage. In fact, he might continue to go tank here. So yeah, I don't know. I agree. He needs to be a big threat in this game, and I think he's struggling to do so. Also, I have no idea what they were doing at that point there. They were like split. I think the Nautilus ult went onto the Wukong clone, and then TJ just didn't have ult there. Also, I went back in the replay. I have no clue how IREP did not get caught in, or did not get like ported away in the Rise ulti. No clue at all. He was literally.
Oh, is he on like the edge of the
No, he was just in it. I have no idea how that happened. I will have to like clip that and post it to maybe someone else can. I have no idea what that was. But at the end of the day, yes, he burned his flash, but he killed Caridian in the end. Maybe that would have happened if he ported away, so who knows. But anyways, that'll be one for the that'll be one to look at later on.
Yeah, for our scholars and for our analyst desk, as we see Caridian going deep, he's got 3 buddies with him. That's a charmed Swordmaster. They're going to try to get this smite off the table. Boomer Bombers try to return the favor. Caridian is pretty A-okay, and they are going to just set up for this next Drake. Drake spawning right now. Smite is down for the Boomer Bombers. They're either going to have to give this up or do something really special, and it looks like they're just going to give it up and go for the push in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think that's all you can do at this point. I mean, even though there were 2 big cooldowns used from INT, they also lost a member, so even if you could get into that fight, you're still fighting into a 4v3 against Seraphine, and the less damage you have against the Seraphine, the harder it is to win those fights. She's just shielding everybody, so yeah, I mean, I think that's probably the right call, and unfortunately for them, they were not able to get anything else off of it.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to, as Baron is spawning in about 20 seconds. Everybody looks like they're resetting. Rick is back. He's got his teleport if needed. The rest of INT is hovering around TJ, continuing to push. His teleport is up as well, so he can continue to pressure that bot lane. Yeah, they're just going to do what top laners do and just sit bot lane, hit each other, push waves, and then both teleport into the team fight. 30 minutes in, 20 kills to 12 in favor of INT. However, down 500 gold, which at this point is kind of negligible. Soul point for INT. Baron is on the table. Good vision control on the side of the Boomer Bombers. Got some solid pink wards down. A decent wave in the top lane, and just 2 beefy dudes hitting each other in the bot lane as we let the Baron dance commence.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, everyone walking right into tactics here.
Yeah, he did. That's going to be a 2-for-4 situation. Teleport is there because the rest of INT isn't really in position. Great minefield. Seraphine gets dropped onto Swordmaster once again, but here comes TJ into the back line. He's once again getting kited away. He actually has to flash out, and it looks like a bit of a merry-go-round for TBB as they're in, they're out. Will they, won't they? And they are out of there on the Rise Magical Journey. Droid going down for them, and INT starts this Baron immediately. Will TBB continue to contest? Yes, IREP. He is going to be poke city on this one. Tail up trying to get healthy once again, and I do not think INT can take this one.
I'm not sure, actually, entirely. Just purely because IREP is just about and they have the sustains from Seraphine. I think it's a potentially reasonable call either way to just cut your losses and back off. But man, is that Kench Seraphine ever disgusting, man. Like, seriously, Caridian got to about 1 HP. He was like 1v4 fighting the Rise, entirely forcing him out of the fight, and then is like forced to run back because TJ ports in and just about kills him. But then the Kench ult, I could tell Caridian wasn't expecting the sheer size of the Kench shield that came out on top of him, because he started running away as soon as he was out of the Kench ulti. And then as soon as he saw that he had about 1,000 damage shield on him, he's like, oh wait, I can just fight. And he just does just that. Like, oh, it's so gross, man. And then at the end of the fight, they end up like relatively full HP. And yeah, also pointed out by Box in the chat, there is very little healing reduction on either team, which, especially for TBB, they really need some heal cut, maybe some shield cut. Maybe, I mean, I guess TJ can't really build Serpent's Fang, although it kind of looks like that might be what he's doing with that serrated Dirk. It's not a great Olaf item, and it's hard to apply it to more than just one person, but I don't know. They need more than just a single Brambles Vest to be cutting through this healing. I'm so shocked there's no Morellos on either Ziggs or the Rise.
Yeah, it really is surprising, especially with how much healing the Seraphine can pump out, and also just this self-heal from the Mundo. Rick able to just kind of sit in these fights and just deal damage passively with the Aegis, with the W, and that fight kind of, once again, what we were talking about. TJ runs in, they kite him into oblivion, and he actually has a flash out in that situation. This is something he would much prefer, the flash being forced out, but because he had to flash out in that last fight, not able to follow I'll take mid, getting the crucial flash, but not able to convert the kill. And back we go to the reset, back we go to the dance. Boomer Bombers, as you said, they love themselves a Baron, as we see a slow coming in, stun down onto the stun going down onto tail up, almost going down, Tactics going down as well. Big knock-up, but this is the fight that the Boomer Bombers have finally been looking for. But will the Seraphine finally die? Yes, she will. 3 for nothing, smite down, Boomer Bombers beelining to Baron.
Yeah, huge find there from Sword, especially to be able to get right on top of Tailwhip there, get the Sejuani ult right on top of him. Somehow he doesn't die. Ooh, TJ probably dead here.
Yeah, TJ one for 2. Gets the land. Good job, Rick. And mid dragon is up. This is going to be Soul. So potentially Baron for Soul. And that pulled the Boomer Bombers, I believe, off of... no, it did not. They were able to secure Baron. Let's see if they can sneak it. I don't think they're going to be able to. Oh, no. So this is going to be coast-to-coast globals for Boomer Bombers.
I don't think that they can actually... They have to finish this quickly, because Caridian just spawned, Tactics is on the way, and Tailwhip has TP as soon as he spawns. I think they should be able to do it pretty quickly, but there is some danger here. I suppose mid does not actually have ulti. Ooh, that was actually kind of close to a steal.
Yeah.
But, yeah. I was gonna say before that whole fight broke out that even though INT kept getting the upper hand in these fights and was up like 8 kills and then like 10. Now they're back down a little bit. This whole time, TPP has still been at least even and at times ahead in gold, and that is, I have to think, entirely thanks to, I mean, the towers are great, but they're about matched by INT, but also the farm lead. I mean, in the mid lane, you've got nearly 80 farm. In the top lane, you've got another 40, and then, granted, you're a little behind on the Ziggs, but I don't know, just that alone, plus like the plates on the Herald and the bot lane early on, like just being able to stay even in gold throughout the game has just kept them alive. Because if they were not farming like they did, or if INT was farming a little better and just staying ahead, I think that it would just be over for them. But due to their ability to farm efficiently, ooh, interesting. Okay, never mind.
Oh, and Blood, I do want to call out, as you finish your point, TJ did finish that Serpent's Fang.
He did, yeah, he did, and he's going for the Executioners himself. They have heard us. They have listened to the fact that now there's a Thornmail, there's Umbrellas on the, or not Umbrellas, a Oblivion Orb on the Ziggs. There's the Executioners on TJ. It's pretty important. Probably should have been done about 30 minutes ago, but still, now is at some point is better Better late
Oh,
than never.
no.
Fight breaking out in the bot lane a little bit. Just an old
Yeah,
from
and also not just for the team fight, but also in that 1v1 matchup with Mundo, not able to just sustain through all of that Olaf damage. A siege going down in the mid lane, mid inhibitor turret getting to about, a little bit more than 50%. And you mentioned before, they probably should have done that maybe 10, 15 minutes ago, but they have done it now, and they have two very strong late game damage dealers in the Rise, in the Ziggs. Great siege. They just got to get that thing down to 25-30% and see ya later, inhibitor turret. Let's see if the engage is going to come in. They do get the stun down onto Abarn. Abarn getting low. Zonia's is popped from I'll Take Bid, but this is going to be the Seraphine ult, the double knock up. The Boomer Bombers are just walking into the base, and TJ is walking in to join them. Rick as well, and this is just going to be a free inhibitor. Yes, it is. Room Prison. See y'all later.
Oh my goodness, I largely respect that attempt from Cridian. If that ult went through, I think they'd probably just wipe there. Like, there was massive cooldowns used from both sides, and INT just stayed alive. Oh, that was so close, but well played from TBB, able to get out of that ult. I think they probably were feeling the same about they know they've just used a bunch of huge cooldowns that didn't really get any kills for it. They know, okay, we got the inhib, time to just get out, reset. And they end up both with an inhib and 5k up for it. And now we are looking at about 1:45 for this soul to come up, and it is soul for both teams. And this soul, Mountain Soul, not always the best soul. I mean, usually Infernal and Ocean are just always the best two, but Mountain Soul here is actually pretty big, considering one, you've got two huge tanks on both teams, as well as some other front lines. Everyone's just building HP, but also both teams have pretty sizable poke, and that is what Mountain Soul does really well into, is just that resetting shield, especially against the Ziggs for that poke. So, TJ maybe in a spot. Nope, never mind. He'll get away with the red buff just fine.
Yeah, he's just going to be able to walk away, and he's just been absolutely farming the INT jungle everywhere possible. Rick not really able to leave the wave or the safety of the lane. And as you said before, that realm warp from Abarn, they're able to effectively steal that inhibitor. Oh man, what a game this could have been, or what a situation this could have been if Caridian had been able to land that quintuple knockup. As we approach 40 minutes, the gold lead starting to open up, but
TP's
we are into the late game. TP is coming in from I'll Take Mid. Abarn, a little bit out of position, is able to use the Everfrost to get out of it, but ulti is blown from Caridian. TJ is there, and it looks like they're potentially going to get pinched down. Swordmaster, great ultimate, gets 3. Tactical Tactics gets I'll Take Mid out of that situation. I'll Take Mid on a rampage. Olaf goes down, not able to rampage himself. Rick going incredibly low, taking a ton of damage. Beautiful 3-person stun on the side of I'll Take Mid, and now the fight is split. TBB is on the run. Rick doing his best to zone IREP and Droid as Abarn and Swordmaster run. All 5 members of INT fairly healthy, and they are going to roll right in to take out this dragon. I'll Take Mid going fishing. Tactical Tactics is going to help him.
Man, that Seraphine sustain is absolutely disgusting. I saw him give all 5 of the members of his team 750 health approximately, at least twice, probably 3 times in that fight. Oh my goodness. Also, we're to the point where the Olaf... Oh, actually, I have to stop as another fight happens.
Okay, we're going real deep in here. This is a 2v3 situation. Swordmaster getting incredibly low. I don't know if Tactics has the damage at this point to do anything about this. Tailwhip is able to get the charm onto Droid, but they need to get out of here. This is going to be a TJ TP. TJ lands the ass. TJ gets the kill. Tactics goes down. Not quite sure what that was supposed to be. Ultimate blown. Hook misses. TJ continuing to go after Tailwhip. Can I please see this? Because this is going to be a full chase down. Continues. Oh, he actually missed the last axe. And the rest of TBB sieging down. I believe they got some pretty decent damage onto the Nexus turret from those supers. But a very over-aggressive play from Caridian and Tactical Tactics. Potentially getting greedy, trying to take a little bit too much after they frankly won that exchange.
I think maybe they were a little scared of the immediate Baron attempt and were thinking they had to check there, but yeah, it probably just didn't need to happen, as this should probably be another Baron here. Yeah, over to the side of TBB. Would love to see
That's
them get out
unfortunate.
here as quickly as possible. Oh,
Stun lands.
my
Charm
goodness.
goes down, and Rise goes bye-bye. So one Baron buff off the table. Let's see what they do with it.
That Seraphine ult is so disgusting. Also, I don't think, I mean, I know I didn't mention, maybe you did and I'm forgetting. This is now Soul over to INT, and those shields are looking pretty annoying to deal with for TBB. And also, something I wanted to take note of that happened in the previous fight was this Syndra ult now executes when under 15% HP. So that's what happened to Olaf. Olaf's just going to get executed every fight now.
Yep. No, that is absolutely true. And to your point, a Maw would be really, really nice at this point, being able to block a ton of that damage. Actually, here's a good question for you. Does that include shield? Sorry, hold that thought. Long range ulti going in. IREP goes bye-bye, insta-pop. I'm pretty sure that was the same thing. I was actually going to ask if that includes shields or if it's just raw health.
Wait, what are you talking about? Do you mean
the instant execute?
Oh, it's just your health. Like,
okay.
It doesn't matter if he has the Sterex shield active when the execute comes through, like he still dies. Like you get executed through shields.
Ooh, that's nasty.
Same thing as like Pike, anything like that. It's an execute, just straight up. You will die if you were below 15% HP.
Interesting. TJ forced to pop the ulti, cannot be disabled. He's going to walk away. His flash is not quite up yet, but he's just going to have to leave. Microscopic Rick and I'll take mid in the bot lane. Rick is going to go take his reset. Abarn continuing to push down in that top lane. His teleport is up. So he's, I guess what's he going to do? Okay.
I think
he looked like for a moment he was trying to decide whether he wanted to push up or not. So it looks like he's just going to push that one wave, go back, reset. Next major objective coming up. Actually,
Elder.
not anytime soon. Elders in 2 minutes 30. Baron's a little less than 4 minutes. Only real major contestable objective outside of knocking on the door of the inhibitor, which is, as you said, going to be really tough with those shields, is that exposed mid inhibitor, and INT doing a great job of managing their waves. 44 minutes in, you said they got Soul. That's a big thing. And as these builds start to finish, this gold lead is going to mean less and less for the Boomer Bombers.
Oh yeah, the gold lead at this point is near just useless. Like basically every member is full build aside from the supports, and I think Tiny Rick is a little Tactics potentially in trouble. Big engage coming through.
Oh yeah, big engage, but the counter engage going down. Tactical Tactics, however, getting caught out, and they blew the Seraphine ult for pretty much nothing. So support down, and let's see what the Boomer Bombers do with it. They got a big wave in the bot lane. It looks like they're going to start sieging. Oh no, but Caridian, hello?
Okay, nah, just you Wukong. He can do that.
Okay. I thought he's done some pretty aggressive engages. So I mean, I don't know, man. You never know, right? Oh, but wow, IREP rolling into the mid, into the inhibitor, exposed inhibitor. Oh, wow, look at that damage onto that inhibitor. This is the power of the late game Ziggs. And with that giant inhibitor chunk going down, TJ is going to go rolling into the bot lane, and he's going to try to set his team up for this exposed inhibitor we mentioned. That is the major objective at play. New Dragon, however, is spawning as well. And yeah, TBB, they look like they're just going to back off and just be satisfied with control of the bottom side jungle and potentially wait for a siege.
Yeah, I have to think that we're about to see the end of the game here. I mean, whoever gets the upside in this Elder fight is just going to roll with the rest of the game. Elder coming up soon. TBB does have an advantage of vision here. They may be able to catch someone walking in here, as they may expect them to be just in the top side. Fight should be breaking out here.
Yeah, they do. Rick walking up, able to see all the little roaches scuttling out from the brush, despite the lack of vision control. Caridian looking for a fight, goes in, gets CC'd, gets multiple knockups. Droid is on the side. Abarn gets popped immediately. This is going to be potentially the game-winning fight. Shutdown goes on to TJ. This is going to be INT. They are rolling through this flash forward from Rick.
It's game over.
Last damage dealer. There's going
It's game
down.
over.
INT's going to take this game too. Rolling down. It's going to be a victory lap in the mid lane, y'all. As
Yeah,
INT looking to go up 2-0 in this series. I was not expecting this blood in the grand finals.
Yeah, 50-second timers on both, or all three of the carries. Sword not even able to get back to base as Caridian's catching him out. This is 100% the end of the game. Wow, what a series so far from INT. They have TBB on the back foot, needing to win the next 3 games, having to reverse sweep them in order to take this series back. What a huge play from, or what huge gameplay from INT. They're just looking to be completely dominated in this series so far.
They really have, and it has been incredible to watch both of these games on an absolute razor's edge. But once again, Caridian finding the plays he needs to find. The man just refuses to lose, and it is so much fun to watch. But once again, getting out damage. Look at that Ziggs damage.
73k Ziggs damage, as no one else even comes remotely close to that. Honestly, not much damage from, like, the damage looks pretty similar across the board. Then there's just Ziggs randomly out of nowhere, but that'll happen when you get that percent max health damage against the tanks as the Ziggs. But yeah, huge game from INT.
Yeah, absolutely insane. INT, Inting Toasters Inc. up 2-0 in this TCL Season 5 finals. Let's kick it to T-Skull on the analyst desk to break it down.
Oh, what a banger we had there for game 2. Wow, 45-minute game there, fellas. Let's start back at the beginning, though, and break this one down. Again, we had First Blood King here with Caridian, 2 for 2 here. So that Wukong, should he be able to get a gank off like that into the bot lane that early in the game and kind of skip that, like, lull until he gets his ult? Berg, can you give me an idea of how that gank kind of worked out there onto that Nautilus?
Oh, absolutely not. This should have never worked. I mean, granted, yes, the Seraphine Tom Kench bot lane did a really good job about forcing out that hook. And obviously that wasn't available then for him when the gank came in from Caridian. But I mean, all you have to do in that situation is just save your flash for the Tom Kench. What is it, from below? And you have 0 chance of dying there. I don't know exactly where he flashed in that gank. I think it might have been right as he died. But in any case, there's no way he should have gotten that kill there. But Caridian is First Blood King, so he managed to pull it out anyway.
And then with that First Blood, they took that right into the Dragon fight. A few minutes later, came off with a 4 for 0. And then TJ kind of just took away with a fight up in the top lane, chasing down the Mundo that he had burned the flash of. Calbert, can you tell me how they won that first fight there and really, like, got the Seraphine and the Wukong going there in the early game? Like, the Seraphine bought a Dark Seal super early after that fight.
Yeah, I call it the seal of disrespect, right? Because as soon as you buy that early game, you're telling the other team, you know what, you're not gonna be able to get to me, and I'm gonna farm AP off of you. And I think we kind of saw it throughout the game. It looked like there was a lot of pressure on Caridian to really pump out that damage. And I think he played it really well. I mean, there were times when, especially after that first team fight, where it was like, okay, he's ahead now. What is he going to do with it? And then we just saw him over and over again, using that lead that he had, using that gold lead.
And we even saw him bought a tier, like, on this side chat. We thought he was going to build a Man Immune and build it into a Murmur and really try to pump out the damage. But he switched off and he went into a Black Cleaver and a Maw and a Death Dance. Berg, what did you think about that build path that he had there?
We talked about it a lot actually in the side chat. Just how unfortunate it would have looked had he gone the man immune, and maybe the next time he went into a fight just gotten absolutely exploded, which kind of seemed to be the biggest potential of happening had he gone that man immune. I'm really glad he didn't. Again, I don't know how into the Black Cleaver I was. Considering he was the only AD damage, along with finishing the Maul, I would have rather kept the Hex Drinker, built like a GA, something like that. But I mean, obviously, what he was doing was working. He was so far ahead that min-maxing his item build didn't really matter.
Yeah, and with that, we then transitioned to a lot of action on the top side. We saw TJ really trying to run away with that small lead that he got in on the Mundo, and he tried to transition it into the mid lane, and he went in and tried to kill that Syndra there, and kind of got caught out there. But with all of that action in the mid lane, it still led to the Boomer Bombers coming out with that mid lane lead, or not mid lane lead, but mid game lead, and it was kind of back and forth there. We saw a little bit of even gold, and then the Boomer Bombers always had a slight lead. How did they have that slight lead throughout that game, Calbert? It was so even for so long, but they just kept nudging it forward.
Yeah, and there were times when Inting Toasters would get 3 or 4 kills, and then I'd be like, oh my god, this game's over, and Spurg would just be like, dude, Boomer Bombers is still up in gold. And I think we saw a lot of those plays where, they got multiple kills of the Dragon, they got Dragon, but then they didn't stick together when they were exiting, and I think INT ended up picking up, or the Boomer Bombers ended up picking up, I want to say a kill, Syndra's flash, and maybe something else off of that, and that led to the Syndra's death just a couple minutes later, where it was like they turned a really, really good play into just a good play.
And with all of those, oh, go ahead.
And like one thing that we can't not talk about here, and I don't know if T-Skull, if you were going to bring it up, but it is something we talked about in the side chat quite a bit, was that lack of ghost on Olaf. I've never seen someone have such an easy lane matchup, which is, that Olaf into Mundo. You E-max, you just crush him every time he comes to the wave. He can't do anything. And then you go out of lane, and because you don't have that ghost, you're almost useless. You literally just have to walk at people, and you're not fast enough to do that with, the Seraphine move speed, and like all the dashes that are in League of Legends these days. You're just not fast enough to keep up with anybody. So
yeah,
I think that game goes a lot differently if that Olaf has that ghost in his back pocket.
I think so too, and I think that Syndra just gets farmed every time ghost is up, because we saw multiple times where TJ came mid and got that Syndra flash, but then they didn't really capitalize off of it for a little while.
And then he would sort of overextend, thinking he could get more, and that Seraphine or that Syndra would just barely get away, I think was a little bit of why you guys were talking so much about that ghost. But even with all of the kills going on, we saw a lot of back and forth and a lot of catching out at Dragons. When you guys looked up and saw that it was 3-3 in Dragons, what were you guys thinking?
Yeah, that was I'm surprised that it got 3-3 in Dragons, and I told you guys, I finished an entire TFT game during that. The fact that it got to that's impressive, but then I think the fight for Dragon Soul is kind of really decides the game at that point, right? I mean, you're talking about a Mountain Soul, you're talking about I think a 50+ second death timer. It makes the game interesting, right? Because that's kind of how do we end this game? It's 50 minutes. If either team gets a couple kills, the game's probably over. So definitely makes it more interesting when you're forced over that neutral objective.
And I know that when I saw that the soul was coming out as a Mountain Soul, I kind of just hung my head a little bit inside, because with those team comps, there's no late game AD to carry damage, and you have this regenerating shield coming on everybody from one of the teams. And as long as you have the Mountain Soul added armor and MR and stuff like that, And like really without those consistent damage carries of, that you usually are seeing coming out of the bot lane, you know that it's going to take fights a while to finish, and getting that one big pick on, say, like an AD in the late game isn't really going to swing things like it normally would. So I wasn't really looking forward to a 45-minute game, but it was really exciting.
And it was really surprising that both teams had a very similar team comp with that mage in the bot lane, an AD and a top, or like a topside tank AD jungle pair.
Yep.
They both played it really well, but as we saw there in the late game, I think that Dragon Soul really helped them out. And then right before that Elder fight, Caridian kind of just saw an engage there in that bush, went in face first, and got that Seraphine ult over the top of his head, really to kind of solidify that victory there. So what did you guys think about that last fight and Caridian just going balls to the wall there before Elder even got the fight?
Yeah, I think everybody held their breath when Caridian flash ulted and tried to prevent that Rise ult out. We were just kind of sitting there like, what? We theory crafted what would have happened if he would have hit that. But then, like, anytime there's a fight in a corridor and you have a fed Seraphine, you're kind of just sitting there like, okay, is he going to get 4 or 5 people with his ult? And then when everybody else gets charmed and the Olaf ults and runs in, it's just like, okay, guys, just kill the Olaf. We have 3 seconds. Or we have, however much time where the rest of the team's incapacitated. And I think it happened to TJ a lot, but in that last fight, you just see the Olaf almost on an island, just getting focused down and being irrelevant.
Yeah, and I know that there wasn't a ton of individual credit given to Tiny Rick and his impact on this game, but I know it was 5 minutes into the game, and I said 5 minutes from now, Tiny Rick's gonna be down 40 CS, and that didn't happen, and he stayed like well within the range of being an effective top laner, especially on that impossible to kill Mundo. He absorbed so much damage and so much pressure in those team fights with those Seraphine shields and heals, and he was unkillable. It was incredible.
There were times when we would look at that team fight and people would be like half health, and then there's Rick standing up front with full health, just standing there. And it's crazy because like they were hitting him and nothing was happening. And I think that shows you, like, I said in the beginning, it kind of depends on which team can scale their tank faster. And I think Rick got that lead and they just couldn't break it. We saw Ziggs at the end with that poke damage and getting all of that damage out. We saw the damage graph, but was it effective damage, right? It's like ending the game in a solo queue game and your top laner's got the most damage, but he never left lane. Is it effective damage from the Ziggs? Probably not. It was probably all healed up from that fed Seraphine and the Mundo just standing there and taking it.
Some credit I'd also like to give out is to tactics on that Tom Kench. Really like saving either the Seraphine or the Wukong. Sometimes the Wukong was diving in really deep, was getting really low. Tactics would go in there, ult him, get him out, and then allow the Seraphine to continue to shield and heal up the rest of the team. And really, like, there was a point near the Baron pit, I believe, when the Boomer Bombers had to rise port everybody out just to stay alive, as the Wukong had ulted in there and really showed that strength in that fight there. So I wanted to give him some props there. But let's take a minute here and go. Let's look at the series here. INT is up 2-0 now. The Boomer Bombers are backs up against the wall. What do they need to do to win this next game? Like, what do you guys want to see? Do they need to shut down Caridian? Do they need to stomp bot lane and try and really like get tail whip out of the game? Or where is that point where they can really focus on?
Yeah, I think I think I want to see Abarn on something that doesn't need to be 50 minutes in to be relevant. I'd like to see him on something that can play the game earlier, even showing us the Irelia, and playing aggressive mid. And then I think Caridian's a huge problem right now because I would say it's been a jungle diff for the first 15 to 20 minutes of every game. And they need to find out either how to empower Sword to get ahead early, or Sword needs to find a way how to be impactful while still losing the jungle matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, if I were to give them 2 recommendations going into the next game, for TBB, the first thing you do is you ban Seraphine, and the second thing you do is I think you go back to what you know has worked and ways you've won before, which is by having Sword on one of those earlier impact junglers and somebody who will give him a little bit more agency, where he's less of in that support or tank role as the jungler, and kind of let him spread his wings a little bit.
Is there anything you want to see differently from the bans? I know they banned out the Diana, the Lee Sin, and I think Echo last game on the Boomer Bombers side, trying to really shut down mid and Caridian. Is there anything you want to see differently there right before we send it back to the casters?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think there should be a Seraphine ban, and then I think focus banning mid is probably important too. I think Caridian's got a deep enough champion pool that he can be effective really on anything.
Yeah, and when it comes to the picks and bans, I think you have to get rid of the Seraphine or pick it. I'm sure that either of those ADs are willing to play it. So if you're not going to pick it, then certainly ban it.
All right. Thank you guys for your input. I am going to send us back over to the caster desk now that they've had an adequate break here so that we can start up the next game here, see what happens in this game 3. Back over to you, Jaws and Blood.
All right. Thank you so much, T-Skull, Calbert, and Spurg, for hanging out and talking about that absolutely wild game 2. And Blood, you and I were talking about a couple of different things that we would have liked to see out of the Boomer Bombers in order to set themselves up for, frankly, a pretty late night.
Yeah.
So as a fan of League of Legends, I love a good reverse sweep. As a human being who would love to eat dinner, just saying. But yeah, I don't know, Blood. You were saying a couple of different things that you wanted to see into this game 3, specifically with champion select.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like to me, unless we're about to completely switch up how the teams are lined up right now, it looks like one of those things I wanted to see is happening, and that is in fact that Boomer Bombers is taking blue side. I think that's going to be really important for them for a couple of reasons. I do believe it was their pick because they I believe were higher seed, or at least on like the top side of the bracket or whatever on league spot. Of course, Abarn has always given himself that higher seed, but anyways, I believe they have opted into blue side, and I think that will be largely important. One, they don't really need that last pick counter so much. I know that's what they've tended to want. They can utilize it in both top or mid, but they really don't need it against this team, knowing that Tiny Rick's probably just going to play a tank. But more importantly, they've had to ban a number of their own champions from red side. They've had to ban Seraphine, they've had to ban Diana last game, and then they still ended up giving up Seraphine last game anyways. So now they are forcing potentially the Seraphine ban, or able to just pick it themselves. They could potentially take the Diana. However, they do have to keep in mind in this draft that whatever they don't pick in the first round, if it's still up, the other team's probably going to be taking themselves. So, but I do like the adaptation. I think they needed to change things up.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And there's a lot of different picks that INT has brought to the table that are a problem. And it looks like they're prioritizing Echo, Lee Sin, and Sivir. Still up is the Seraphine. So they could absolutely first pick it if they so choose. As we see the last ban go down. Oh, that's the Seraphine. So it looks like nobody wants to see Seraphine. And the INT Seraphine pick ban streak continues. Let's see what this first pick is going to be, because there's a lot of different options on the table. Senna being one of them.
Yeah, so Senna is up, and that is something that I believe INT has also played around a little bit with, but there will be the Senna pick, and that will entirely open up IREP's champion pool to play just about whatever he wants in the top lane, as he is technically speaking no longer the ADC on this team.
That is true. Droid will now be the ADC. I am the ADC now, as he would say. Tom Kench being hovered. And another note that wasn't mentioned before is they can actually pinch Microscopic Rick's pool with the Scion grab, which is one of IREP's best champions. I'd be very surprised if they didn't grab it in this next rotation with the Tom Kench being shown. And couple of different options. Diana, yeah, INT made sure that the Diana is being grabbed. We mentioned before, it's a great flex pick. It was absolutely abusive in game one and a big reason why INT was able to run away with that game one. But now I'm honestly expecting a Scion pick before the second wave of bans and pushing Tiny Rick even further back on his pool. With this being blue side, we were saying that, yeah, red side, it's great. There's the Scion. Thank you very much. With the red side pick, TJ can get counter pick, but when there's that big of an MMR gap, does he really need it?
Yeah. I will say one thing about the Scion pick. I think that was very wise of INT to go ahead and take away the Tahm Kench. I think Tahm Kench is way better paired with Senna than Scion is. And I also think that, especially in the 1v1, Tahm Kench just beats the crap out of Scion. You know, like Tahm Kench is just such an aggressive early game champion. He has random heals in his kit that he shouldn't have, that he didn't used to have. Like, I think Kench is just a straight up better champion than Scion, especially when played here in this role. And I think that paired with a somewhat aggressive ADC, potentially like Varus, I think Scion could be in some trouble to just die.
Yeah.
Like, Scion does not have the survivability that Kench does. The best he has is like ulting away.
No, that's very true. And also you mentioned just the poke in general. As we see Azir once again being taken off the table, INT does not want to see Abarn on that champion. There have been too many seasons of TCL where Abarn has just carried on Azir. He's so annoying. And he also just doesn't let Diana do what she wants to do, right? She wants to get in there, knock her right out. But yeah, you mentioned Varus incredibly strong right now. Tahm Kench able to poke away, but also with the slow, making it easier to land the Q. Graves on the other side, being put down. And man, I gotta say, this Diana flex pick just really pays for itself in the second wave of bans. It's just such a great pick for INT.
Yeah, for sure. And I think they also have a nice opportunity here if they want to. I mean, they've got the last pick now, right? So they can either force TJ to show his hand. Like, if they don't ban Mundo here, they could also just blind the Mundo. I'm not totally sure what TJ would play into Mundo. Mundo doesn't have a whole lot of terrible matchups. So,
okay, double jungle ban. Interesting.
Yeah, I think this Diana's probably still going to mid, just because if Caridian takes it, I'm not sure what they're trying to put mid on. I guess like Echo is up, but I don't know. I'd love to see Caridian on something with the early game pressure like he's done. Get the Diana ahead. Diana will carry. I actually kind of like seeing the saving potentially the jungle pick for last. I think it's going to be a last pick jungle. Blind Mundo is solid. I think Aatrox is a pretty solid matchup into it. I'd be surprised if TJ tried to pull that out here.
Yeah.
Also potential, what could be good into the Mundo is something like the Camille or the Riven type characters. That
he's leaning Aatrox. He's grabbing Aatrox. Let's see it. Yeah, Aatrox such a plus matchup into the Mundo in the 1v1, just being able to pop his passive pretty much at will. TJ knows exactly what to do with that champion. I don't believe we've seen him on it yet. Do you recall? Did he run it in the semi?
I don't. He definitely didn't run it in the semi. I don't think we've seen it on him in TCL this season so far. I think we've seen him. At least I personally, looking at his match history, have seen him play a few games on it. But that being said, I don't think Aatrox isn't the hardest champion to pilot, but there can be times, some nuances that are a little more difficult, like timing and positioning with the Qs and stuff. So we'll have to see how he does with that.
Oh my goodness.
Ooh,
Silas is up.
Silas is up.
Let's see it.
Interesting.
Silas for the championship. Silas for the championship.
Silas.
Let's go.
So one thing also to note here is there's 4 AD threats from TBB. Granted, the 5 physical damage is significantly less bad for yourselves or for your own team than the 5 magic damage champions. Just because like there's just so much pen these days through physical damage, whereas like magic damage is like flat pen as well as like void. Whereas there's like Eclipse, there's Cyrildas, there's Lord Doms, there's like so many options. So there is a lot of physical damage, but it shouldn't matter quite as much. But
Yeah.
Before you ask me, I'll just say I think once again going into our analyst desk here, I think INT has it again. I think they've showed dominance this series so far. They're up 2-0. I like their comp better. I think they're taking the series 3-0.
I agree, actually, and I think especially with the Silas pick, that really solidified it for me. I'll take mid, knowing that he can do, pretty much whatever he wants to do. The Diana jungle loving it from Caridian, and everybody's on a comfort pick. I think INT is going to sweep as well, and T-Skull, take it away with the caster or with the analyst desk.
Thank you, Jaws. All right, guys, we've got about 2.5 minutes to fill here with this spectator delay. So let's get into this draft here and really take a look. What were you guys thinking when we saw this Senna first pick? Like, I know we saw Senna Tom Kench, but then the Toasters really ruined that strategy. Calbert, what did you think about how they flexed away from that?
Yeah, I think IREP's comfortable playing just about any tank bot, and I think this is the most comfortable pick with IREP is the Senna, right? Is having somebody else play AD and having IREP being able to kind of do whatever he wants and control the game. So I really like this. I think this is the most comfortable bot lane that you could see from the Boomer Bombers.
And then Spurg, can you tell me a little bit about this mid lane matchup we got here between the Silas and the Swain? Like, how is this going to go out? Is the Silas going to have early pressure to push in this Swain and roam and really make big plays with these ultimates that he can make?
I mean, early game, he's just going to trade his health for farm. And once he gets 6, he's just going to steal that Nocturne ult, and he's just going to not fight the Swain at all. He's going to push out a wave. He's going to walk top. He's going to walk bot. He's going to Nocturne on top of somebody with that Tom Kench, and with that Verisalt. It's like there's no chance left for them if they're able to pull that off. So they're going to have a lot of really good wards and really figure out when Silas is going to be able to do that. And maybe if Abarn gets like an early lead, maybe there's a good jungle gank early, he can then prevent mid from being able to push into him like that to help those plays. Outside of that, I mean, even just having that Swain ult to take as the Silas is really, really good in team fights, and kind of it just extends your damage throughout that team fight by a lot.
Yeah, I think, when you said the Nocturne ult, I think we're going to see more Swain ults, and I think we're going to see a lot of turned ganks that happen in the mid lane. I think we're going to see a lot of them turn towards the Silas. And I think that Silas is...
Sorry, I got to cut you off here. Who do you guys expect win this year? Do you think?
I'm going to go INT. Yep.
Spurg?
And I'm gonna have to agree. INT's taking third game. I don't think it'll be close.
Okay. Well, with that here, spectator delay is almost ending here. So Jaws, I'm going to hand it back over to you here so that we can get us into this third game. Maybe we get some more, but that'll be for you guys to chat about right now.
Thank you so much, T-Skull. Thank you, Analyst Desk. And yeah, looking at these different matchups, looking at the momentum that INT has built, you can't count out momentum when you're looking at a series like this, with all of the pressure for, all kind of the built up momentum from the entire season. And INT still haven't dropped a game this season since Caridian has joined the squad. And I don't know, Blood, I don't really see them doing it again, but I will make a note. We didn't really talk about it first 2 games, but if you would like to bet your internet points on INT going for the sweep, or basically the beginning of the Boomer Bombers on a reverse sweep, as we see a triple root.
I think the prediction already fell off, so it's too late to do that.
Oh no! Okay, but yeah, we see early triple root from Abarn.
Abarn just got a free 36 HP there.
Nice,
permanent health. It's easy, dude. That honestly could matter. Like, who knows? But yeah, I will say one thing I want to take note of is the 2 things actually. First off, IREP didn't take flash, so in his classic fashion on the Scion pick, no flash. I think this lane needs to be ganked on repeat. Like, Senna Scion is not a good lane. Let's be real. Like, Scion ADC is not good. Just because he's won a game or two on it doesn't make it good. They do have solid success rate on the Senna. Actually, I think they have 100% win rate on the Senna because I'm pretty sure my own team banned it from them last week. So the only game they've lost previously was not on the Senna pick anyway. So I think they have 100% win rate on the Senna. So at the end of the day, it has worked out well for them. But I think if there was ever a time to see it not work, it would be here. But also, I wanted to say Silas not only is a absolutely broken champion right now, but also is the kind of champion that utilizes your ult better than you do most of the time. Ooh, early trade here onto Aburn in the mid lane. Chunk of damage taken out. Actually, he's getting the autos back in return. But I just want to say the Swain ult is vastly better on Silas than it is on Swain.
Yeah, it certainly is. And the hobbyist in me would love to see him steal Nocturnal as well, just to kind of see what that looks like. To watch a Silas fly across the map from long range. So that could be a lot of fun. But, early days, just a little bit of push. You did mention that Senna, Sion, not a great early lane. Tom Kench Varus, on the other hand, a very, very annoying lane. So definitely going to be looking into that. And then, Caridian just hard farming away in that Diana. I'm curious to see where the pressure is going to be as we go. But yeah, as lanes are settling in, we're seeing, bottom of the top for the Nocturne, and then Caridian rolling his way to his blue buff. And TJ doing a great job of kind of settling the lane in for himself. Cleaver farming for Rick. And yeah, this Aatrox Mundo matchup is definitely pretty plus for Aatrox.
Yeah, for sure. It's especially early on, it is very, very rough for Mundo because that passive is just absolutely useless. It is less than useless actually in the Aatrox matchup, as it just increases the amount of damage his Qs are going to do to you due to it taking your own HP, and then you also don't want to 1v1 Aatrox early in order to get the passive. So yeah, it's rough for sure. I mean, it gets better absolutely as time goes on. Like as the Mundo passive gets lower cooldown, then you actually can go and pick it up. So you get your ulti, you're not so scared of dying. But especially in the 1v5, it's very scary for Mundo. Excuse me, 1 through 5.
Oh boy, really aggressive play from IREP. IREP going low. I don't even know if they needed Caridian, as Tailwhip just gets first blood on his own. IREP trying to get the turnaround kill, but it's going to be nothing. And IREP just, I don't think I've ever said this on the cap, but I think he inted.
Yeah, that was not great. He has now burned both summoners. Ooh, I'll take mid.
Oh, wow. Yeah, and in the mid lane, I'll take mid. Gonna potentially get another one. Ignites burning down. Abarn able to get away, burning both summoners. So both summoners in the mid lane down. I'll take mid, showing how aggressive he wants to be. But this 2v1, even though Tailwhip out of mana, they're going to be able to crash this wave, walk away, and feel really, really good so far. Massive gold lead. As TJ actually roams from top into mid. Okay, interesting.
I guess he's just gonna freeze for Abarn in the mid lane. I mean, granted, he did shove into tower, and they don't have sights on Caridian, so maybe he doesn't really want to show just yet. But I don't think there was a whole lot to be done there. But yeah, huge there from Tailwhip and Tactics in the bot lane, getting the first blood, already showing their advantage. Rick actually with a little bit of a level lead to the state of the wave, so actually in a pretty comfortable spot. As soon as he hits 6, he shouldn't really be in too much danger of dying.
No, he's not. And TJ is also not really in danger of dying unless he goes absolutely ham right now. But he looks content to just kind of sit back, set the wave, get it where he wants to get it, and just farm away, looking for that level 7, level 8 power spike on the Aatrox, but Caridian is there, and he's going to force the crash and make sure that TJ cannot do that. So all told, early days, even gold lead. However, as you know, I will say though, Sion getting it back in terms of the CS, but that early kill and assist and that massive poke coming from Tailwhip is just really going to make their lives miserable, despite the historic success. As we see the counter engage, beautiful double knock-up, Droid going incredibly low, slow goes down, counter flash forward by Tailwhip, not able to do anything about it. So they're just going to settle for some continued harass. The root goes down. I don't think there's going to be any follow-up damage, but Swordmaster coming mid, not quite 6 yet, and they're just going to continue to try to prevent All Take Mid from snowballing this lane early. Swain, a scaling monster, 10 CS up, and Caridian also seeing if there's something to be done here. as he grabs the Swain ult, you mentioned it, it's better on him than it is on the Swain in many cases. And the push down bot lane as INT just trying to be as abusive as possible, as early as possible, as Tail Whip just gets a ton of poke down onto this bot lane. This is just painful to watch.
Yeah, this is really rough in the bot lane, especially because there's not really much the Nocturne can do until he hits 6, and even then, if the Diana is there to cover, like, I think they just straight win the 3v3 with the, like, the Diana ult and the Varus ult spreading. Like, it is just very little you can do about this in the bot lane. In fact, Critian is already here to support the bot lane, probably expecting that early Nocturne gank. Although Swain is also roaming down through the river right now.
Yes, he certainly is. Nocturne is on the bot side. Paranoia is up. Swain is coming down. I think we're going to see the first Nocturnal here, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no, he's not 6. Oh, no, he's not 6. Oh, no. This is going to be Turon. Swain's going to have to Swain train on this one. So 1 kill down, 2 kills down. Critian walks away. Paranoia finally hits. He gets the 6, forces the flash out. Okay, so that could have been a little bit dicey. Swordmaster not quite 6 yet, but a great roam from Abarn, getting 2 kills. That is exactly what Boomer Bombers need to absolutely stop the momentum in this game 3.
Okay, so I have to wonder, with the Swain ult channeling and no one else having ults, like Swain was the only person with ult in that fight. No Nocturne, no Diana, no Kench. I think Diana was about 1-2 minions away from getting ulti, and I have to think that that's maybe the only reason they stayed in that fight, even though Abarn had started to stack up the Conqueror as well as had his ult going and was just free healing off both of them. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it wasn't fully a 2v4 because Irip was in the back with 1 HP and 1 mana. I have no idea why he stayed, but he did. I guess he knows better than I do because he didn't. He was fine. He was fine and got his farm afterwards. But so it wasn't really it was really a 2v3. But even so, I just can't imagine why they would have stayed there. I don't think the Diana ult saves them anyways, but in the end they get the 2 kills traded back over to TBB, and now we're looking at a pretty much dead even gold state in the game.
Yeah, definitely. And potentially a bit of a greedy overstay. The INT bot lane trying to get a couple of plates, maybe trusting that the jungler was there, not counting on the Swain roam into the bot lane. And yeah, as we said, I actually thought, I was like, there's no way they're doing this mid roam without Paranoia. And I thought I saw it was up. It's like, oh no, wow, it's just not up yet. And it might have just been as simple as Abarn going, hey, I'm Swain, I'm just going to walk bot. That just might have been it.
Yeah, for sure. And actually, Critian sneaking bot lane could potentially be in trouble here with Paranoia being up now. But Critian, meanwhile, in the top lane is actually sneaking this Herald. So
yes, they did. And
ult.
the Tom Kench escape hatch is popped. Shield is blown as well. Tactical going to do his best. Abarn bot lane again. So their win condition is very, very clear. Make sure that Tail Whip is dead and gray screened as often as possible. 2 deaths for him. Tom Kench able to get out. But on the other side, I'll take mid. With the help of Critian, going to be able to knock down this mid outer turret, and the INT objective game commences. I don't know if they're going to be able to get the double grab, but the Swain ult is stolen. Abarn forced to flash over the wall. Counter flash from I'll take mid. Abarn going very low. I'll take mid, able to get the kill. Going to continue on to Swordmaster. Gets the stun, gets the knock up. Swordmaster going pretty low, but I'll take mid, taking 1 too many tower hits. However, all of that, 1 kill, getting Abarn down, and also getting the double crash of the Herald. So heads up play, making sure that they secure the kill as well as the macro objective.
Yeah, Herald getting the 2 crashes, and also the Sylas in the mid lane not actually roaming to match the Swain in either of those plays means that that tower was actually, like, he pushed instead, got plates, and that tower actually was low enough that the Herald just straight up pops it. And also, I don't know if you saw the number that came up there, but 610 gold over to I'll take mid for that Herald crash. So with that happening, they're now not only up 1k, but between the kill and the Herald, Sylas in the mid lane is actually up 800 gold on his opponent, who does in fact have another kill over him. So
Yep.
at the end of the day, they're looking, despite a couple kills going over to TBB, I think you are more than happy with the state of the game right now, getting mid tower opened up. That second mid tower is going to be really difficult to defend. You already got the dragon. Despite the ganks, the state of bot lane is still really rough. I mean, he's down 20 farm, and gank happening in the top lane.
Yes, gank happening in the top lane. Rick being pulled back. Abarn is just roaming all day long. Microscopic Rick absorbing the pressure to the best of his abilities, goes incredibly low and survives.
Oof.
Oh my goodness. Weak side king, get it done. As we see another kill going down, another gank going down in the bot lane. As I mentioned, the win condition is very clear, but Tail Whip about almost 1,000 gold ahead of his counterpart. He is having a wonderful time. He is going to scale up nicely, and gotta credit the Boomer Bombers. They have a plan. They are trying to stick to it. Abarn is trying to roam and exert as much pressure as he can, but INT absorbing this pressure incredibly well, winning the farm game and doing what they do. And I'll take mid. He is hunting. Oh, but Swordmaster sniffed it out.
He sees them on the sweeper. That could.
Oh, he got the sweeper. Yeah. Good job by him.
But yeah, Droid actually flashing in at the end of that play, not really getting much of anything. A little surprised by that. Tiny Rick at the top lane getting a plate as he is pretty low. We'll have to base. Actually, maybe could be in a little trouble. Could we potentially see top lane as TJ is looking to find him? He has found him.
Oh, yeah, he did. And there is the knockup onto IREP in the bot lane. Tactical, however, a great route from Droid prevents Caridian from going in. So good heads-up play by them. And yes, off-stream solo kill by TJ onto Rick. Nicely done by him, taking advantage of that matchup.
You know what? It's okay. Rook doesn't want to listen to me. He wants to focus on the bot lane. I get it.
All right, you can just narrate what happened. I'm gonna guess that TJ landed a bunch of Qs, got a W, and then
Rick stayed a little too long, was a little too low, and TJ ran him down. That was about it.
No.
We're going back. Never mind.
Rook. All right, I'll watch the main stream to see what happened to make sure that nothing else happens.
Yeah, here we go. He gets the Q. He gets the next Q. And he gets the third Q. It's a kill. Hey, boom. And
that's Aatrox
speeding back up. Good times. Actually, in the bot lane, when we speed up and
actually, I'm just gonna narrate what's going on. Droid got knocked up and Droid got popped. The paranoia is coming down as well, and this is going to be a 4-person dive. I'm a little bit of ahead, so my sincerest apologies. So here's what I just saw. There's the knockup, and here comes the party. I'll take mid and Caridian. There is the paranoia on Silas. I love that they put his little chains so that he's like diving forward with the chains. Nicely done by the character modelers there to make it actually look like Nocturnal.
Yeah, true.
So, but hopefully we won't miss any other stuff. But yeah, here we go. Back to a little bit more boring stuff. Rick's throwing cleavers at TJ.
Those cleavers hurt.
INTs. Oh yeah, those cleavers definitely hurt.
Howie just about fight him almost. Maybe not quite.
Potentially
I'd like to see him at least try to contest his passive there, but he knows what he needs to do here. Like TJ is at best got 1 kill here, and he's actually even in farm. Like the rest of his team is winning pretty well. They're up 2K. He knows what he needs to do, so I can't fault him too much for not playing like me, considering I am not in the league anymore.
That's very true. Rick really earning his way into the finals. Caridian be able to get the vacuum in. I'll take mid going in onto TJ. TJ popping his ulti. He is sustaining like an absolute monster, trying to get the return kill as he has, and he succeeds. Hard dive down to get him, but TJ bought enough time and survives 3 for 0. So an absolute disaster for INT, and that is the power of that Aatrox.
That is the power of Gore Drinker as well, as they were just about to finish him off. He gets the Gore Drinker pop, gets a huge chunk of HP back, and now this game has entirely swung back to being a pretty even state. Yeah, that was a pretty big throw for sure. I mean, I understand what they were going for there, considering you got very low, but as soon as you start tanking the tower, I think it was about time to give that play up. I mean, they used everything. They had no Diana ult left. They had no cooldowns left. Yeah, that was rough for sure. Real rough.
Yeah, it was. Wow. Speaking of rough, damage. Yeah, massive poke going down onto Droid. The first mythic finished for Tail Whip as first turret goes down, unsurprisingly, in the top lane. TJ taking advantage of that really lopsided gank attempt. Root going down. Tailwhip, excuse me, actually getting incredibly low. There's the shield, though. They're going to try and take advantage of this to try to get the return kill, splitting the team, but Droid coming back in. Great block by Tactics. Tailwhip going low. IREP is trying to knock him out. Oh, but the IREP's passive is probably going to take him out. Yes, he is. And I'll take mid is there. See you later. Dragon goes down 1 for 1. Nicely done. There's the second kill. INT back in this.
Yeah, Boomer Bombers did get Herald in that exchange, so if they can turn that into another tower, I have to think that they will probably still be slightly ahead in gold, but being down 2 dragons, and what is this? This is going to be Mountain Soul again.
Oh, was it Mountain? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's Mountain. If you look at the drag pit,
it's that way.
Okay. So yeah, Mountain Drag again, which, I mean, again, you've got the double tanks with the Mundo Kench, like, that's going to be really annoying. Actually, they're looking to stay here on Abarn as they got the Scion ult.
They are. They did. And they will. Abarn going to try to sustain his way through. Vacuum is in. Ignite is down. And he is going to somehow survive with those last ticks. A great counter engage from Swordmaster onto Caridian for what appears to be like the first time in this series getting the better of this jungler matchup. 2-0 in favor of the Boomer Bombers.
Yeah, that Scion ult missing was pretty rough there. If he lands that Scion ult, that is just at that A-Barn before the Nocturne ever shows up. But can't complain too much. It was a mechanical misplay. We're all no better than Diamond players, so can't expect too much in that regard to never make mistakes, you know?
Yeah, that's very true. And TJ really taking advantage of his advantage. 2-0-2, got the board drinker. Got the Mercs just in case he's getting slowed out. But, you know, those cleavers, they absolutely still hurt. Rick is just going to do his best to push this wave back out. And Blood, it looks like with the 2 major globals down, people might be settling in. Of course, I say that, and someone's going to start a fight.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing some signs of life here from TBB. They are not throwing in the towel just yet. They do not want to lose this series by any means. They're still giving it their absolute all as they are finding the picks, capitalizing on the mistakes that they need to be doing. But it is still anyone's game, as even despite the good looks we've seen from them, they're kind of in the reverse scenario that that they've been in the last few games, where normally it's INT that's been up in kills, but then is either even or down in gold. But now it's reverse, as Abraham maybe could be in some trouble here in a potential 4v1 with this tower being low.
Yeah, that's what it looks to be. Mundo not having finished his Aegis quite yet. Yeah, he did spot them out. Swordmaster is hovering around there. Paranoia is up as well. And the bot lane is rolling up. Cleaver does not land, so they're going to secure top outer. But looks like there's not going to be much after that.
Yeah, well played from Abraham there to kind of sniff out that multiple members were missing, and knowing that Tiny Rick could just walk up and demolish proc that tower. So well played. There's another fight breaking out yet again.
Yeah, another. Looks like a little bit more of a skirmish than a total fight. As I'll Take Mid actually grabs World Ender from TJ, and it looks like a mini siege is starting up. Droid going fishing with that Senna. Tail of looking to return the favor with a little bit of poke. And all told, all members of all teams are here in the mid lane. Who is going to break the seal? Of course, it's going to be Caridian. He is there. He is ready for some kind of flank engage. Root goes down. Decent poke on a Tail of Caridian has decided that he's not going to pull the trigger.
I have to think that was the angle, though. I mean, Nocturne was there. Senna was there. I think he was right in range to just E-ult. I'm surprised he didn't pull the trigger there, but I don't know, maybe there was a communication. Maybe the backline couldn't follow up. I don't know. But in the end, it's just a Verisult used, and no fight will end up coming from that. And honestly, the one fight happens.
Oh, no, there's a flash out from Caridian. So not only not able to get the engage that he wanted, but now being forced to flash out. So that flash will not be utilized as the engage tool. Looks like maybe a little bit of hesitance, maybe some nerves from INT as Tactics gets looted out. Definitely caught out of position, has to flash out. The rest of his team is there. Flash also from Tailwhip, so a lot of defensive flashes from INT. Microscopic Rick is there as Caridian goes down. Tactics soon to follow, and the Boomer Bombers looking like the team that has been dominating this entire season. TJ getting low. TJ gets shut down from All Take Mid, but all told, 3 for 1 in favor of Boomer Bombers, making sure that this game 3 stays under their control.
Yeah, well played there from Boomer Bombers. Actually, potentially looking for a little bit more as Mid and Rick have walked up a little bit.
Yeah, they have. The slow going down
Ghost
from All
in.
Take Mid. Ghost is there for Abarn. Root goes down multiple CCs, and that is going to be a massive kill streak for Swordmaster on this Nocturne as All Take Mid goes down as well. And this is going to be a free dragon for the Boomer Bombers.
Yeah, we're now looking at a 5-0 Nocturne as well as a 4-1 Swain. Huge numbers being put up from the members of TBB, but once again, it is still anyone's game because we may have another fight breaking out. TP coming in for Matrox on the top side.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Paranoia is coming straight at them. Knockup goes in, but Tactical is there for Tailwhip. Drops him the shield so that he can re-engage. Rick in the front line tanking as much damage as he can. He's just going to get CC'd and burned down. Mid is not in this fight. Good vacuum there. People are going low. A lot of bodies flying. 2 for 1 still in favor of the Boomer Bombers and the shutdown. But here comes All Take Mid. Gonna try to win this fight on the back end. Gets the steal on the Senna ult. This is a 4 for 4. So if All Take Mid can land the snare, he does not. So this is gonna be a 4 for 4 in favor of... I don't actually know. Who is this in favor of? Blood?
At the end of the day, I think it's pretty in favor of INT, just because, like, honestly, like, gold-wise, it's probably pretty darn even. I don't think Mid's gonna get much here other than some farm. Maybe he gets the spot tower, but the big thing is they were up like 3k. You can't be losing a fight like that. They definitely overcommitted to that. The TJ TP in on the top side, I think, kind of encouraged the rest of the team to continue fighting, and initially it was fine. I mean, they killed Rick, they pushed him off, but then they kind of stayed group. Ooh, is Mid in trouble here? They know he hasn't left because they have that pink. I think he's fine though. Yeah, he's fine.
Gonna walk away.
But yeah, they just overcommitted a little bit into the tower and had the time to show up there, and then once he gets there, I mean, it's Silas. Although, what is this Silas? Okay, I have not been watching Worlds, so correct me if I'm wrong, but this Silas build looks pretty garbage to me. Maybe someone in chat who's been paying more attention could enlighten me on that one.
Yeah, I have no frame of reference on that, so I'll leave it to the scholars.
I'm pretty sure it's like always Everfrost, and I don't know about this Nash's Tooth on the Silas, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe someone can help me out there. But anyways, Rick, I think, is in trouble here without Flash.
Yeah, he's definitely out of position. Paranoia coming in. Swordmaster going to be able to get the CC down, and they're just not going to have enough sustain. See you later, Rick. Unfortunate for him. Instant kill. TJ, however, is there, and the rest of the team, though, is trying to follow up. But y'all, this is I guess this is kind of a 4v4 because Scion is not in this situation. A long fight. Caridian able to outplay Droid. He's getting low, and he is just trying to take as much as he can. So that's actually going to be a 2 for 2. But now here comes IREP. There's the power play, and that is going to be a clean, we'll call it a dirty ace for the Boomer Bombers. 3,000 gold in, almost 4,000, and this has got to be a free Baron.
Yeah, the Baron's going to be pretty huge here. Unfortunately for INT, they're just a little too late and a little bit too far behind. I mean, it does end up being a 4v5 because Cyan does get there by the end. This Aatrox pick is actually kind of a problem for them, especially considering, once again, there is basically no heal cut against a Aatrox, Swain, even Senna to a degree, adding some heals on top. Yes, you have Bramble Vest on Mundo and Kench, but fun fact, Aatrox doesn't need the auto U to do most of his damage, so essentially if he doesn't auto, there is no heal cut against the Aatrox, and we're kind of seeing that. I mean, he's using the Gore Drinker procs. Even if there is heal cut, it's only 25%, which, excuse me, is it? Yeah, it's 25%. I'm forgetting with the way they've switched the numbers around recently again. 25%, which is pretty minimal considering Core Drinker's probably healing like 800 when he's low. Like, I guess now it heals 600. Like, that's still pretty
Yeah.
huge. So, yeah, also rough that, like, Mundo can't get 40% with Thornmill. You have to immobilize. Mundo has no immobilizing, so I don't know. Needs to come out of another champion. Honestly, I would have loved to see it probably out of mid. I think Morello's is a pretty good Silas item, but I don't know. At the same time, maybe he thought he has Ignite. Maybe that's good enough. But I think the Aatrox healing, and to a degree the Swain and the Nocturne has a Death Stance, but the healing is a problem for sure.
Yes, it certainly is. Microscopic Rick also having a bit of positioning problems of his own. He is taking a lot of damage. He's actually able to flash out at the last minute, but the Boomer Bombers are emboldened by this lead. They are just rolling through these fights at this point on the back of the Swain train and the Aatrox.
Might be game.
Yeah, this looks like this is going to be a fast one. 26 minutes, almost 27 minutes in. At least going to be inhibitor. If not, the game death timers are high enough. They are fed enough, and they could very quickly roll their way through. And yes, they are baroned up.
Yeah, I think that'll be game. There's going to be no defense here from the Mundo. Still 10 seconds on Tail Whip and Tactics. Maybe we'll see some kind of defense here, but it's very low. I think if they all just decide to commit and die, it should be game.
Nope, that's going to be game. Wow.
TBB,
okay.
Bringing the series to a 2-1. They've still got a long ways to go. Still got 2 more games ahead of them. But hey, they're showing some signs of life. Pretty big score lines there from Sword and A-Barn. And yeah, that is exactly what they needed in order to bring themselves back into this series.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like a little bit of a switch up. That is the first game that they played on the blue side, and the comp looking really good, really forcing INT to make a choice in terms of what champions they wanted to let through. The Senna being grabbed, and then, the Aatrox and the Swain, as you mentioned, really carrying things along. And with that, we're going to hand it off to the analyst desk to break it down.
Alrighty, thank you guys. That was a different game for us. Let's start it off right at the beginning here. So that we had Tail Whip with the first blood onto the Scion there. Berg, what can you tell me about how that early game played out there? Because they had that early lead there.
Yeah, I mean the Scion center lane is bad. Despite the fact that they ended up winning the game anyway, it was only because of the mid jungle top combo. That lane was bad, and IREP kind of walked it down on that first kill. Diana was coming behind to gank, but it didn't even matter because he was dead no matter what. And it's one of those things where it's like I thought that was really going to snowball that Tail Whip bot lane. We didn't see that happening though, which was due solely because of the A-Barn roams. A-Barn was just controlling that game from the beginning in the mid lane and in the bot lane and everywhere in between.
And with that, like, A-Barn was bot a lot, and that allowed mid to do something that we don't see very often. That was this Silas taking that mid lane tower super quickly. The Diana soloing Rift right there at that 9-minute mark. Seeing that Swain in the bot lane, Silas just pounding away. Calbert, can you tell me how that kind of changed the mid game of that mid lane tower being gone? I know we talked about that, how the jungle was a little bit different down in there in the bot lane. What did you see there about that?
Yeah, for A-Barn, you kind of smile like, okay, gold went on to the 2 people that might pick counters, right? I mean, you got Diana and Silas that are both going to dive into him, and he's just going to sit there and lifesteal and just be a unit. So I think it was a really good macro play. Getting that Rift Herald, getting that tier 1 mid tower, and then getting a charge off in the tier 2 mid tower. That was a really good sequence of events. But A-Barn roaming bot, I think, really decided that game. Tail Whip, he got a really good lead. They were pushing under tower. I think he was up like 17 CS at one point, something like that. And then A-Barn comes in, picks up a kill, puts pressure on him. Sword comes in then. And now you're seeing the 3-4-man bot lanes on what otherwise, was almost an unsalvageable lane after Tilwip got that lead. And then all of a sudden it's, okay, Abarn's a problem now, right? He's ulting and the four of us can't kill him. And then, then he's picking up 2 more kills, 3 kills. And then it's, you have the unkillable Demon King.
And speaking of unkillable Demon King, we had the top lane there with that Aatrox. Aatrox getting that early kill onto that Mundo, and then we saw him get tower dove by the top jungle combo on the other team. Berg, what can you tell me about that? What can you tell me about that Aatrox in the early game? He's supposed to win that matchup like that, but how did he transition it into the mid game there?
Yeah, I mean, there were 2 fights that like kind of pushed TBB ahead in that game. The first one was that second big 4v4 in the bot lane, where it ended with Sword ulting at the end and creating having to flash out because he didn't quite have level 6 yet. That going in the favor of TBB was massive for them. They took kind of like that even gold after that first trade with the Rift Herald mid and turned that into a handedly won fight in the bot lane. And from then we move into that top lane of TJ, who has kind of gotten himself a little bit of a lead, and Aatrox is really, really good at the tower dive defense. And you can see it there. He was 1v3 under his turret, had 10 HP, and he just manned up. He went full Chad mode and stood in there and fought them while the rest of his team was on the way. Gets some damage out, some turret hits in, hits that Q3, gets 25% of his health back, and then in comes the ult from the Swordmaster's Nocturne, and to secure that double kill on the back end, they get the third kill under the turret, and just like from then they were well in the lead at that point, could kind of flex on the other team and take whatever objective they wanted at that point.
Yeah, but remember we both said, wow, what a game changing play top when when TJ survived under turret, and then we looked at the gold and they were still down gold after that triple kill top.
Yeah,
so,
I don't know how this constantly happens. The gold is always even no matter what happens.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. They gave up the 3 kills top, and we're like, wow, that's a nail in the coffin. That's a huge game changer. And then all of a sudden, it's like, wait a minute, INT's still up gold right now. So that was that was one of those things. Okay, maybe their lead was a lot bigger than we thought.
And that tower had a lot to play into it. But then in the mid game, one thing that we saw a lot of, I want to give props to Swordmaster here because he picked that Nocturne in the first round of the draft phase, and he was just ulting all over the map. Like you said, Spurg, he came in and finished off that fight when TJ was super low, got a couple kills. There was a play in the bot lane where the Swain was getting Scion ulted, barely survived. Nocturne comes in, ults, gets a kill. We saw the Nocturne also burning the Diana's flash in the jungle randomly. He was all over the map here. Is this what you guys wanted to see more of from Sword?
Yeah, I think Spurg and I both kind of said it is, Sword's a good jungler. He's a mechanically good player. And you need to let him, showcase that and have those tools. I think that was kind of our concern about Tail Whip on Seraphine was Tail Whip's mechanically probably the best AD in the league. So when you throw him on Seraphine, it's like, oh man, great champion, really good, useful toolkit, but the skill ceiling isn't that high for Seraphine. And I think that was kind of the concern that we had for Swordmaster is that, he's a skillful player. Let him showcase that. And I think that's exactly what we wanted to see. How about you, Spurg?
Yeah, and I mean, you saw it in those early games, a lot of those skirmishes, they were able to blow that Diana flash, which is a really, really big deal early on in the game when that Diana ult is such a game changer in those 3v3 skirmishes where she can flash in the middle of those 3 champs with that ult up, and that completely turns the fight on its head. But when that Diana has to flash defensively and away from the Nocturne ult, or just the enemy team in general, then you don't have that tool to really turn those early fights to get that early lead with that level 6 ult and really make that difference around those objective fights.
And there was one spot I want to pull our attention to because the Boomer Bombers almost threw their lead away there near the end of the game when they dove that tier 2 tower in the bot side. The Swain was massive, but they're still diving underneath a tier 2 tower and almost gave their entire lead back away. And then we saw the 4-for-4 and then the chase down scene of the Silas running after that Senna. Calbert, what was going through their minds there? Like, were they going for the killing blow? Like, would they have just gone for the end there if they had gotten that? Or can you kind of give me like the idea that they were trying to go for there?
Yeah, I think I think that's what they aim for, right? Is aim for the kill shot, go for it. I guess what I'm more confused about is why the Senna even got let through champ select, and I'm still kind of stuck on that. And what I really am curious to see is how the pick man phase changes going into this game 4.
Yeah, I think what we might see is I feel like they may let up on some of those mid bans on Abarn, because I mean Abarn has proved through this series that like his champion pool is deep. Like he can play a lot of different champions, and maybe you don't need to ban that Aurelia and that Azir every game. Or they could get rid of the Zac ban or the Fiora ban. I think are also really good bans that you'd think theoretically that you should take every time, but now we're seeing in these series where everyone's kind of having an impact on these other champions that you kind of know that they play, but maybe you'd rather see a Fiora than maybe a Senna, which forces you to not pick the Tahm Kench. Because that's what that Senna did there is, they pick the Senna, then you're forced to pick the Tahm Kench, no matter how comfortable or not you are on the champion.
Yeah, I think that was kind of a misplay, and I think TJ is going to perform regardless what champion he's on.
Alrighty, and with that, we're going to send it back over to the casters here. They are ready for us. So Jaws and Blood, take it away.
Thank you so much, T-Skull. Thank you, Analyst Desk. Yeah, Blood, we got ourselves a series. We're into game 4, and most importantly, INT is back on blue side as we're into Champion Select.
Yeah, absolutely. That is pretty important here, as I think that is just when you've got a couple prio picks for both teams that they both share, especially that Seraphine pick, like you just have to ban it, and it sucks to ban away your own champion, but you got to do it. So we also get to see that Santa ban again, which at the beginning of the game, the Santa Scion was pretty rough. They were kind of getting beat up a little bit, but into the later stages of the game when they started to scale, they were definitely not to be trifled with. And also, I mean, that's just pure comfort with them. So I don't blame them for banning it again, despite the fact that it was not at all the reason they lost the last game. So
No, it definitely was comfort for them. And you got to credit Abarn for a ton of global pressure. He came bot again. He went top. He was really everywhere and allowed his team to get back into the game. And yeah, it was a very interesting look for INT, and credit to Boomer Bombers for, number one, holding their mental, but also just absolutely breaking the momentum that INT had. That's very, very difficult to do, especially in a long series like this, as Varus is grabbed. Looking at the bans, as you mentioned, they have to absolutely get rid of the Seraphine. Other than that, most of the bans pretty similar, but there's the takeaway for the Dianas, and that is definitely going jungle. No flex pick for them. Scion being grabbed early as well. So the double takeaway, and I'm curious where this Scion's going to go.
So yeah, I'm very curious. Two things. I'm kind of like the Varus first pick. I'm a little surprised they're so heavily onto this Varus pick early, purely because I think Varus is a solid champion for sure. Maybe it's even better than I realized, but I don't think anyone on the other side is ever going to touch that champion. So I'm a little surprised to see it prioed so early. Maybe they're just trying to hide their picks. But the Renata coming through again for tactics, I think that's a very solid team fight champion. Also has a little bit of potential to shut down the Diana engage, which could be good for them. But yeah, the Scion has to be going to IRAP. There's no way TJ would pick it, and there's no way TJ would pick it this early if he did. So, ooh, the Hecarim coming through though for Caridian. I like it. I think Hecarim's a pretty solid champion that we've seen way less than we should have.
Oh, and there's that really, really annoying Diana Yasuo combination as we go into the second wave of bans. That makes a ton of sense what you were saying. And also, I'm a little surprised that the Diana wasn't first, but considering, as we had mentioned, there's the Silas ban, the flex potential between Caridian and I'll take mid. We actually saw it in the last series with Caridian taking the Diana into the jungle. So there could have been a potential for them to first pick that Diana, grab what they wanted, as well as take it away from Sword, who has played it into this exact combination, which has been pretty effective for the Boomer Bombers.
Yeah, absolutely. The Diana Yasuo definitely is an annoying pick for sure. I would love to see some kind of one of a couple things, either some kind of big anti-engage champ, potentially Maokai from Rick, although that is a little bit dangerous as a blind pick, which it likely will be. No way they blast pick droid, right? So
probably not.
Or some kind of like Syndra maybe could be solid into shutting down the Diana engage. They need something though, that or they need to make sure that they're just not grouped on the Diana Yasuo engage. But yeah, it's gonna be
Really?
I'd be surprised. Wow, Soraka
That's what it's
locked in.
gonna be.
Interesting. Interesting. I think that's kind of. I'm gonna go, and I'm gonna give it a take here for sure. I don't know if it's a hot take or not. I think that's kind of bad.
Okay.
Primarily because Soraka does not want to have to run into the enemy team to like help support her team, and everyone on her team wants to go in so far. But I don't know. Victor locked in for I'll take mid, which I don't hate. I think a solid control mid in the back line. Ooh, the Malphite.
It looks, I gotta say, Blood, it looks like INT has a very clear idea of what they want to do to win this game.
Yeah,
a lot of very fast lock-ins on their side.
Teams, I think both teams together absolutely are just hard looking the team fight, you know? And so, as is though, I have to give the edge to, at least in terms of team fight potential. Ooh, the Mordekaiser pick. Very interesting. Pretty bad matchup for Malphite for sure. But I don't know. I think if Malphite gets out of lane, it's going to be rough for sure because there's just so much engaged potential, so much damage, so much everything. Where on the flip side, you're kind of heavily reliant on the Diana Yasuo, and if that little combo like doesn't work out, I think you just get wiped in reverse. So once again, I'm going to do it every game probably, unless they just totally end draft. I'm going to give it to INT. So yeah, unless you've got anything else, we can throw it over to the analyst desk.
I'm just gonna say I'm really curious to see how this Scion zombie build with the Soraka is gonna go. But a Malphite ult to a dead Soraka is gonna look really good. So I agree with you. I'm gonna give it to INT. And yeah, with that, analysts, what do y'all think?
Oh nope, I'm not muted. Sorry about that. Let's get started here. Thought I was muted for a second. Technical difficulties. Alrighty, let's talk about the one thing I want to talk about is the Diana going to the other side this time. Berg, what do you think about that? We got the Diana going. It's been a couple games of Diana on the Inting Toasters. Now we've got it on the Boomer Bombers. How do you think Sword?
I mean, Sword can play the champ. He can pilot that thing. You know, just to the same level that Caridian would be able to. So I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to do on it. And we kind of talked about this a little bit on the way in here. It kind of just seems like A-Barn just pulled the lever. So, hey, they want A-Barn to try and carry this one off the Diana ult into the Yasuo ult. And then, you know, you got TJ, who's just going to take a 1v1 on a side lane the whole time, turn a 2v1 into a 1v1, end up killing both. That's kind of what they're going for here with this. Again, the Scion, I don't understand it. It looks bad. That's all I have.
Yeah, I like how you said that too. Is like I feel like A-Barn popped off last game, and then he was just like, "Hey guys," I was like, "I'm gonna play Yasuo next game, and all of you can play a champion that have a knockup." And then and then everyone's like looking through their champion pools, like, you know, I really like the Nautilus ban too, because I think about the Scion Nautilus and all the lockdown and all the knockups and all the CC that comes out of that, and I think that was a really heads up ban, because I almost guarantee they weren't going in thinking about that, until they saw what was going on. That was probably a really good draft adaptation.
And one thing I want to talk about is we see Tail Whip and Tactics go back to what we saw them do in that first game with the Varus and the Renata here. But now that Renata is going to have a much harder time getting that ult off with that Yasuo on the other side. So how is Tactics going to have to play around that wind wall now? Because that's pretty much the only thing that the Yasuo really has to look out for.
Yeah, that's you play the waiting game. Just like, when you play any champion with a big ult, you wait for that Yasuo to either throw it down, or as soon as that Yasuo gets CC'd, any form of CC, you throw it out and you stack it. And that's really what you have to do.
Yeah, I mean the win con for INT here is not getting both the Varus and the Renata ult blocked by that win wall. If that happens, I feel like there's almost no chance that they're going to win a fight. At least if it's a full 5v5 or even a 3v3 skirmish. So that's really what they got to look out for. You're absolutely correct, and it's gonna be difficult, because I mean Abarn's probably gonna hold it for as long as he can, and it's gonna be really hard to catch people without using that Varus ult to begin that. So let's hope Tail Whip can practice a little trigger discipline.
Alrighty, here let's see. What do you got? What are you guys' picks with these? We go into a game.
I think, we're gonna go to a game 5. I think Abarn's gonna pop off here, and I think their comp's gonna work out. So I'm gonna go with the Boomer Bombers here.
I don't really care too much for the Abarn carry team comp, so I'm going with INT again here.
All right, and with that, I will hand it back over to Jaws and Blood to get us into the game.
All right, thank you so much, T-Skull. Thank you, Analyst Desk. We are into game 4. And yeah, a lot of really interesting interactions as they were talking about the Renata ult into Windwall, the Diana Vacuum into Yasuo ult. But the main question is Abarn just going to put the team on his back and will them to, I believe, his first TCL victory since Season 1? That is the question. And you are muted, Blood. Nope.
Thank you.
Classic.
Appreciate it.
The classic.
Thank you.
As we have not an invade for the first time for INT. They're just going to 5-point, or not really 5-point, kind of a delayed 5-point as IREP trundles his way down to his position. But yeah, Blood, it's, as they said, this is the Abarn carries the game. And but however, you can't count out the Mordekaiser. That's going to be a rough one for the Malphite top.
Yeah, for sure. That's a rough matchup. Just a real quick piggyback off of what you're saying, while I was in fact muted, I believe the only 2 players in this game to have previously won TCL championships are in fact the mid laners, Abarn and I'll Take Mid. Abarn in Season 1, I'll Take Mid in Season 2, respectively. So either way, we're getting another 2-time champion, and either way, we're getting 4 new TCL champions. So isn't that fun?
That is absolutely fun.
So
as
fun.
We see bottom side. I know, dude. You were going for the third. It was yeah. It's all good. Anyway, we're gonna start bottom to top now. It's all good. Hey, y'all, we do this for fun. It's a video game. Anyway, bottom to top start for both junglers. Immediate push in. TJ is just gonna try to beat up that Mordekaiser. And yeah, as we said, in the mid lane, some really interesting interactions as well in terms of Victor damage versus Abarn. In a fight, if he's able to block some of that damage. But yeah, this is a lot of fun, and I'm so glad this series. Originally we were thinking, it's probably going to be a bit of a rout, especially after the first 2 games. So excited to see the Boomer Bombers really come roaring back and bring some of those looks that we've seen from them all season long, as we see the push up from Tail Whip and Tactics. Wow, a lot of poke down on both sides, and IREP and Tactics on the receiving end, respectively. As we're settling in, nothing really too crazy as the junglers finish their clear. Looks like Swordmaster is going to finish his clear a little bit before Caridian does. But Blood, where do you think we're going to see the first jungler pressure?
I mean, just look at where they're at now. I think it's going straight to top side. I believe, maybe I'm wrong, but I think this is the first game that they've pathed in the same direction. TJ actually already looking aggressive on Rick. I don't think this is ever a kill, right? So instead, Caridian going to be slightly behind Sword, although will actually be completing an extra camp than Sword, but Sword will be first to this scuttle, but he's going to run into a mirror.
Oh no, yes he is, and he's gonna run right out. He sees, I am half health, Swordmaster is big, Scuttle is gone, I am leaving. So, Swordmaster getting the jump on Caridian, and Caridian really having strong gank conversion percentage throughout this series. Having to kind of walk all the way around and waste a lot of time while Swordmaster is able to apply some pressure mid. Renata coming up to try and support Caridian on his take. But yeah, that half health Hecarim, that's going to potentially be problematic. Oh no, I guess Swordmaster's going to
They gave up because there's just too much pressure from the bot side. The second tactics and tail whip went off the map, so I think Sword knew and probably was told by his team they're gone, and he's like, okay, I can't contest the scuttle anymore. So, but that being said, in the end, there's not really a major advantage one way or another, other than I believe Caridian is up one camp at the end of the day. But meh, TJ's also up like 10 farms, so.
Yeah, this is a surprisingly slower start from these teams. Historically, we've seen some pretty massive fireworks as early as level 3 on both sides. And aside from the usual poke fest in the bot lane, and TJ aggressively pushing Rick in, we're not really seeing much else. A small CS lead. Rick, however, very, very low. And TJ, taking full advantage of just how rough this one is. Actually, with one quick bonk, he could potentially do it. Oh, good flash out from Rick. TJ taking a couple of tower hits, but Rick's going to have to back out immediately and grab that early teleport. I expect a tier in his future.
Yeah, good flash there from Rick. I have to think that there was actually an angle to kill from TJ when he first procced his... It may just be not knowing the Mordekaiser damage quite as well, because TJ is a little bit more of a jack of all trades kind of guy, since he plays like just about whatever champ he wants to. He may not have realized that I'm pretty positive that would have been enough to kill if he not flash Q'd, but rather Q'd up the Q and then flashed afterwards. Should have been enough damage to kill Rick there, but at the same time, he gets the flash, gets the advantage, so can't fault him too much.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see the Tyrion boots buy from Rick. So Rick is going to be expecting to be dodging Qs and Es in his future as TJ able to go back, grab himself a little bit of health, a little bit of AP, and continue it on. Tailwhip continue to get poked out. And Droid, that Soraka Scion lane, that is just obnoxious.
Yeah, it does look pretty annoying, but at the same time, they are down 10 farm. I do think that's to be pretty expected in this kind of lane, but it will be annoying to push the Scion out of lane with a Soraka behind him. But
yeah, it looks like the Soraka kind of the Band-Aid solution to not getting the Senna and just trying to get IREP on one of his favorite champions. And a couple CS leads, as you mentioned, starting to open up in the top lane. TJ getting about a 10 CS lead. Actually, the gap being closed well by IREP. So the only major advantage actually is in the jungle for INT. Caridian is hard power farming as TJ goes and grabs it. Yeah, that is a massive lead for him already. And I'm really curious to see where that level 6 gank is going to hit. Very different from what we historically see from Caridian, going for the power farming angle this time around.
Yeah, this is a very different game for sure, considering I'm pretty sure we've seen a first blood like within the first 5 minutes of the game and every other game so far. We're definitely seeing the major farm angles from each team. Both junglers really want to hit 6 before they really do their first gank, and I can't even totally tell you who the farming game favors either, because like Victor, Hecarim, and really even Renata and Varus, Malphite, like the whole team is like pretty hard scalers, but there's not really anyone that hard falls off. Maybe the Scion kind of falls off on the other side, but at the same time,
he gets health stacking.
Yeah, he is infinite scaling technically, but I mean, this is also like the worst point in the game. Actually, he's going Is he going tank? Just tank Scion bot lane?
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be tank Scion bot lane. If it ain't broke, yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it for them. Tactical and Tail Whip continuing the push. But yeah, like you said, there really isn't any major weak point to the farm game, and both teams, it looks like they've just they're looking at more of a farm up and roll. The Victor pick from I'll Take Mid, a bit of a departure, but here comes the first potential aggression. Flash forward in from Droid, knock up, exhaust goes down onto IREP, and Tailup's gonna walk away. Tactics nice and healthy, get some return poke down onto Droid, and Tailwhip is just going to stick around. So ulti burned, forcing the flash out from Tailwhip, but counter flash out from Droid, just unable to secure it.
Yeah, pretty aggressive. I don't blame them. They were up IREP hitting level 6 before anyone else, so at the end of the day, mostly a flash trade, although they did get the exhaust, but Caridian and Sword both do not want to fight each other.
I just love every single time Caridian turns that corner, Swordmaster is there, which like, feels like such a difference because like usually Swordmaster, Caridian is there when Swordmaster turns the corner. So it's an interesting role reversal here.
Yeah, for sure. It's like the Metal Gear Solid sound whenever they...
Yeah, bring.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. And TJ getting super aggressive, trying to make something happen. But Caridian is already on the other side of the map, and Tail Whip going incredibly low. But it looks like first Herald priority going towards the Boomer Bombers as Swordmaster starts that up. TJ is there, and yeah, they're not feeling any pressure whatsoever from Rick. So they're happy to. TJ's happy to push Rick under tower and then just roam. And looks like that might be the strategic adjustment that they've made as Caridian burns down first dragon.
Yeah, this should still end up being a pretty even trade at the end of the day. I mean, Herald for dragon. Sword is going to go ahead and take it straight top lane. I don't think there's ever a kill angle here, but they do at least get 3 plates off of this one. Although if they're not careful, if Rick were able to like ult the wave, yeah, no, they're backing off. They know. So
yeah, they do. Oh, the TJ's incredible. Yeah, TJ's starting to get a little bit low. They need to be careful about that. And
don't think he needed to flash there, but okay. Well, anyways, yeah. So Dragon went over to INT. They are looking at a little bit of a gold deficit, but that is just the nature of trading. Herald and some plates for the Dragon. CS across the board is still mostly even with the leads in the top and the jungle for each team respectively making up for each other. So
yeah,
really just mostly looking at that hero goal.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like a little bit of a desynced back from Tail Whip in tactics. Typically, they've been pretty dominant in this lane with the junglers trying to make different things happen. But even farm in the bot side, and the Yasuo actually starting to pull ahead as Caridian first attempts at an aggression, not really able to do anything.
There's the first ganked attempt. Walks in, walks away. Oh, he's kind of looking for it.
Oh, wow, and walks back in. Unstoppable Scion rolling back in, but Swordmaster is there for the counter gank. His counter ganks have been so on point this series, and Caridian walking away. He's not able to do what he's been able to do during their wins, which is find the angle, get the quick kills, and snowball the game. He's doing great getting ahead in the farm, and he's continuing to power farm away, but the rest of his team looks like they're just kind of hanging out and sitting there. I'll Take Mid, getting his lost chapter, getting the blasting wand, but it's Victor, and he's going to need a little bit of time to turn on.
Yeah, Tailwhip actually blowing heal there. I think he was probably expecting... Oh, that's some big Victor damage.
Yeah, that's a ton of damage. Caridian, though, is there for the counter-engaged. Sword is dead. Immediate first blood, and just like that, Caridian able to find the angle, able to get his carries going, and that is exactly where he wants that kill. Nicely done, and yeah, ton of Victor damage.
Yeah, I think the hard farming definitely favors the Hecarim a little bit over the Diana, especially when the Hecarim's just straight up 30 farm, and now this oh, that's not... Oh, okay, never mind. I thought it wasn't gonna kill. Anyways, yeah, he's up 30 farm, and that is no longer... He's starting to outpace the gap in the top lane farm, and they're gonna be stealing this blue buff here. So yeah, starting to see some minor advantages. That gold gap was in fact closed at this point. 100 gold up literally doesn't matter. So at this point, they are kind of just up a dragon.
Yep, they really are. And TJ doing his best to offset that farm advantage, taking away Caridian's top jungle, grabbing wolves, moving on to Gromp. Rick going to push the wave as best he can, but it looks like TJ potentially baiting Rick to overextend, really comfortable in how strong he is and how strong he's going to be in that matchup. Rick crashing the wave, going to walk away and start to just scale up and just focus on being an R button in these team fights.
Yeah, for sure. Swordmaster looking here potentially in the bot lane. I think it's unlikely that anything comes of that. TJ, though, has been able to utilize his pushing in the top lane to counter jungle, creating a little bit. It's like they maybe wanted to look for something in the top lane there, but they will be spotted out on, or at least mid will be spotted out on the pink ward. Ooh,
yes, they will, as we see the gank attempt going in.
Uh-oh.
IREP getting rooted under turret and getting pulled back. He's going incredibly low. There goes the channel going down. Lands on 2, does not land on IREP. That's really unlucky from Tactical. If they had landed that Renata ulti onto Sion, that would have been really, really nice. Probably a kill. But in the mid lane, A-Barn going low, flash coming out. I'll take mid, counter flash in, and he is going to blow up that Yasuo. Crash down. Swordmaster is there. They're going to have to be careful. I'll take mid is definitely low enough. Flash is up. As we see the flea going down, going in onto I'll take mid getting shut down, and Caridian soon to follow if they're going to be able to make it happen. Ooh. Battle Soraka securing the double kill onto the Diana. So Boomer Bombers getting the gold where they need to be. I'll take mid knocks out A-Barn, but that's 2 for 1 in favor of the Boomers.
Yeah, it was looking really good for INT there, but then just a little bit of a misplay into the Soraka pick. I mean, I think it is first item Chainsword from the Hecarim. I don't think he had it there. In fact, I'm not sure he had heal cut at all yet. I think he was sitting. Actually, I'll just double check real quick before this fight. Yeah, no, he had no heal cut at all. He was just sitting on the longsword, so he's probably sitting on a good 2,000, 2,500 there.
Oh, so. Wow, and Swordmaster just going super aggressive, dodging forward instead of dodging backwards. Ooh, he is going to get the return kill against him as there's a counter shutdown now. But 1 for 1 jungler for mid laner, and Caridian going to try and return the favor, rolling in onto A-Barn, but he is not going to be able to convert that kill. So mid outer goes down 1 for 1. And we've got a 2,000 gold lead in favor of the Boomer Bombers 50 minutes in.
Yeah, for sure. A couple little, yeah, like I was saying, just a little bit of an overstep there with the large chunk of gold on Caridian and also the Soraka healing just not being able to be cut at all. They had no healing cut for that fight, so a little misplay, but at the same time, I think they're still pretty comfortable going into this game. I mean, the Dragon will absolutely make up for some of that gold deficit, so yeah, we're just going to end up seeing a big old team fight here at Dragon.
Yes, that will be the case. Gauntlet finished for Malphite. Just looking at I was looking at those items. That's all right. We think there's going to be a fight, so let's see what happens. IREP slightly out of a little overextended. Now he's just going to walk away. Oh, Sion and
Soraka.
Sion walks up. Sion walks out. Soraka heals him. It's going to be great. But yeah, could I just see items real quick? I just want to see mythics that have been finished. So it looks like mythics for top mid and AD on the side of INT. TJ still has not backed yet. And I don't know how much gold he's actually sitting on. Yeah, he's sitting on a ton of gold, so he'll be able to finish his mythic no problem. Nashor's on the side of Diana, and then, yeah, mythics for mid and AD. So a couple of interesting buy windows that need to get hit in order to set up for this Drake, if that's what they want to do. But scuttle control and vision control firmly on the side of the Boomer Bombers.
Yeah, for sure, and I think they may be looking. I would think they would be looking to get TJ on a reset and then potentially have him port into the drag pit, but at the same time, maybe they're just looking for straight take here.
Oh, and it's going to be a steal. Caridian rolls in, smites in, ults out. TP comes down. Rick is here, and he's just going to walk out of that pit. Back coming in for TJ. He's going to go get his reset now. But a smite steal for Caridian. 2 dragons in favor of INT. Oh, man.
Yeah, well played to Caridian there. Just get in, get the objective, get out. Also, for the 3rd game in a row now, we're seeing this this Mountain Soul, which once again is going to be pretty solid on champions like Malphite and Hecarim, or potentially on the flip side, if they were to swing 4 dragons in their favor, champions like Diana and Mordekaiser and Sion. So once again, not a bad dragon, although surprising that we've seen it so frequently in the series.
Yeah. RNGesus can be
That's
kind
right,
at some point. And something else that we had mentioned about like the ability for the Boomer Bombers to just absolutely delete people like a Victor. It's pretty hard to delete someone like a Victor, as we see Victor attempting to get deleted by Abarn. I'll take mid, though, has his pocket pony. He's going to flash the other direction to try to secure the kill. And so Abarn able to walk away off of a great engage. And it's just the jungle pressure, not enough.
Yeah, unfortunately for Crittian, he also did not have ulti there. I think he may have been able to stall the kill onto mid, if he was able to ult in between Sword and Abarn. But even so, over the top of that play, the Soraka ult comes down. So at the end of the day, it would have been a really difficult fight, even in the 2v2 with the Soraka ult.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is the way that Soraka warps the game. When you think you've got the kill, you do not. As we see a fight in the bot lane, IREP getting exhausted. There's the ultimate from Crittian, able to try and isolate IREP, but a great flash over the wall to get him out of there. And he's going to run away, a little bit of spam. And yeah, see you later.
Yeah, IREP getting out just fine. At the end of the day, it is just some summers traded. Actually, most summers traded, except for the supports flashes. And yeah, we're now looking at about a 3k gold lead. And oof, that top lane matchup is starting to look pretty rough for Rick as the Riftmaker has coming through. That damage right there was like 1 EQ. It was a lot of damage.
Yeah. When your primary stat is armor and the enemy deals magic damage. Speaking of magic damage, Swordmaster rolling in, trying to blow up Tailwhip. Tailwhip, however, gets the Renata reset. Abarn able to come in and try to clean things up, but a stun goes down on a zombied IREP, so he's going to die. 2 for 1 in favor of INT. I'll take mid is there as well, so all told, a messy fight. But 2 for 1, INT takes it.
Yeah, that was huge from the Renata there. Renata W did, Tailwhip did in fact die there, but the Renata W after Sword goes down does keep him alive at the end of the day. Fun ability. Thank you, Riot. We all love it.
Yeah, Renata.
I hate Renata.
There's so many. I know. What are you talking about? There's so many things to love. As TJ gets the bonk down, he's going to Death Realm Rick, and that's going to be a double bonk. See you later, Rick. Mordekaiser is a rough champion. TJ is fed, and Crittian, I do not think you can fight this. So if you are buying time, be very, very careful. Abarn, however, is there with the team. Huge E coming in. Shutdown, though, from I'll take mid. I'll take mid. Right place, right time. 2 in a row. Bot side, top side, coast to coast. 2 for 1 once again in favor of INT. Keeping this one close, 21 minutes in.
Yeah, once again, the Renata W comes through, keeps Tailwhip alive, just barely. And now this gold lead is starting to close a little bit. So if this gold lead does actually close, they'll just be ahead in gold. I think Tiny Rick should be fine here. He's going to take a chunk.
Yeah, I'll just get knocked up.
That's actually mid tower now, going over to INT. They will start to recover a little bit from the 2 towers they lost initially, and now we're looking at 2k instead of a 3k gold lead. So yeah, they're clawing their way back a little bit, and I think with the 2 dragons, I've heard and been told that a dragon, just the stats you get from it, is worth approximately 1,000 gold. So if you estimate those 2 dragons to be worth about 1,000 gold, you've got yourself a pretty even game.
Yeah, you certainly do. So we are dead even. The 2 dragon advantage, 2 points closer to Soul, are INT, the Inting Toasters Inc. As the next dragon is about to spawn, and the Boomer Bombers look like they have total control of that pit and are rolling their way through that bot side jungle. Rick actually having to back. His teleport is not up. Herald being dropped, so mid-inner is going to go down in favor of the Boomer Bombers as they walk their way to that dragon. So they're going to grab an inner turret. I believe they're going to grab an outer turret on the bot side, and then they're going to grab themselves first dragon. And INT is working their way through, but TJ just trying to solo zone this INT squad out, and I don't think they can test it. This is going to be free.
Yeah, I think they have to not contest that. They're a little bit late to it, and also it's their first dragon. It's not the biggest deal in the world to contest, so may as well not try and force anything that might be a risk. So
Yeah, this game is weirdly slow. Part of
Yeah,
me wonders
yeah.
what's wrong. Am I missing something? Because the first 3 games were just so explosive. The teams were always looking to fight, and now it's just a slower play. But as you had said
It's,
before, some of the gold leads are really starting to hit, and yeah, that top lane matchup is starting to become a problem for INT.
I think it's slightly the fear of the finals, man. I mean, both teams are, especially TBB is got their backs against the wall, but then INT also having one game gone back in the favor, like it's now a little closer of a series, and so neither team wanting to give this game up, kind of slowing things down a little bit. But Sword walking into Caridian.
Yeah, Sword is walking into Caridian. Caridian trying to slap him around. Sword rolls in, actually walks away. I believe that was Diana ult. So
Yeah,
it's a fairly low cooldown. So he's just gonna.
I think both of them are pretty low cooldowns. In fact, they're
Yeah.
pretty similar cooldowns. In fact, yeah, they're within 2-second cooldowns of each other.
Yeah.
So.
A lot of Sound and Fury signifying nothing, but a
Ooh.
flash. That's a major cooldown as Death Realm is popped. TJ gonna do his best to bonk Tail Whip out of existence. Flash coming out from Tail Whip, trying to buy as much time as he can. He does. They're able to knock out TJ. Windwall goes down to block as much follow-up damage as they can, but Abarn is on the run, gets a great 3-person ult, but he is still fairly alone. Diana is there on the back end trying to help out, but that's going to be a 1-for-1 Tail Whip act finally going down. But great play by him. However, Flash is burned, and that is probably what TJ is going to do every single team fight.
Oh my goodness, they're starting Baron.
Oh, they certainly are.
They can do it, but if they're not going to get caught though. I'm pretty sure they can just do this. Although Sword is taking a lot of damage, they do it relatively quickly, so I think they're going to get away with this one.
They look like they are. Mid is the only person in range is mid, and he's just crashing the wave. So yeah, that's going to be a free Baron sneak for the Boomer Bombers. Wow.
Yeah, that's what you got to watch out for against this team. Abarm in particular, as you probably know, is a big fan of the random Baron attempts. So have to reluctantly give a little bit of props. I mean, it was successful, but I don't know. It was risky, so I don't love it too much. But yeah,
risk. Risk. You got to risk it.
Paid off.
If you're gonna get that biscuit. Yeah. I mean, hey, you're going for a title. You got to go for it.
Yeah, you don't always have to go for it that hard. But anyways, yeah. So Baron gonna be a challenge for them for sure. But we also have still not seen a straight up 5v5 team fight this entire game. So mostly. I don't think Sion and Soraka have left.
Rick, run.
Ooh, actually, Goat on Tactics to be checking the bush.
Yeah.
He knows what team he's playing against. He knows this is also a team that absolutely loves bush cheeses more than anything else. So
yeah, they certainly do. They also love those four champion power plays. And with Baron, here comes the 5th. So this looks like actually it might be the first 5v5. I'll take mid, however, is in the bot lane. He may need to be looking to teleport. Actually, I don't know if he has teleport up. He does. This is going to be the fight. TJ going incredibly low. They're fighting under the turret. The Renata ult hits a ton of people. Abarn's in the backline trying to carry, but that's a double kill for Hecarim. Tailwhip is somehow still alive. Oh my God. And IREP is just going to try and zombie his way through, but that was a 4-for-2 in favor of INT, and Tailwhip just absolutely clenched his butt cheeks and kept auto attacking. What that was, but we are not done. Flash coming out from Droid. I'll take mid, gets the stun. He's going in. He's going to get the damage. No, he won't. It will not be enough. Not the ace, but wow. I'm speechless. I have no idea how Tailwhip, who is now taking mid-inner, survived that. Is that Renata again? It was probably Renata.
Well, I went ahead and looked back at it because I was just curious what was going on here. There's a combination of they actually picked TJ off at the start of the fight. Like the Malphite ult went solo onto TJ while TJ was tanking tower, and then Caridian was able to just kill him in the backline, and so it kind of was a 4v5. And then the Diana Yasuo ult combo, which hit 3, was just barely not enough to finish anyone off. Then the Renata ult for the counter engage, and it was just just a scuffed fight for them at the end of the day because they just were not able to finish off any kills.
Yep, and with the Heckler multi down, they're not going to be able to contest this dragon, so this is going to be 2 for 2. Oh no! I'll take mid gets the laser steal. Are you kidding me with this? What is going on? 28 minutes in Soul Point for INT just when you think.
Yeah,
that
is.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Blood. Based on Game 3 and some of the plays in Game 4, look like Boomer Bombers are going to be able to do what they've done so many times and slow bleed this game out. But as you said, tactical tactics with a beautiful Renata ult. Microscopic Rick locking up TJ in the bot lane despite a really rough matchup. Man, this is a wild one. But Microscopic Rick, unfortunately, looks like he's going to get caught out. I don't know if there's much he can really do. Unstoppable Force, I guess he can do that. But Diana is there to secure the kill. That's going to be bot inner. But wow, this is just back and forth all day long.
I don't think he noticed on the back end the sword was in fact just waiting for him, but actually a counter engage coming through.
Yeah, and here comes the counter engage. A great flank from Caridian. Soraka ulti forces it, but here comes Renata ult once again. The Berserk going down onto Abarn, so I'll take mid is there and does have the opportunity to just keep free swinging, and IREP is gonna go down, so all told a long 1-for-1 with mid inner, but Caridian is not done. He's on the hunt. Wow, Droid is so low. So go with Soraka, so go with the fight.
Yeah, that, once again, a crazy fight where members are just like, it's just so close to going like massively in one team's favor, but at the end of the day, it's just a 1-for-1. That was a huge, huge play from their whole team. Wow, Soraka, I'm pretty sure looking back at this, hit 4 HP there.
Yeah, that's Soraka dies like that fight changes very, very quickly. But my goodness,
I saw the Renata ult come about, I don't know, 5 pixels short of catching sword in the back too, and he was able to just walk out. Like, crazy fights, man. But even through all of that, Boomer Bomber's still up about 3k. However, we're looking at Soul Point now with that steal for Caridian just straight up ulted here in the 1v1.
Yeah, he did, and this is just turning into a skirmish. I believe Death Realm was popped onto Caridian, so they're trying to get the smite off. It's onto I'll take mid, and TJ is going down incredibly low, and it looks like he's just gonna get out. Wow, that shield is massive. Oh, but now I guess we're not done. We're gonna see a counter engage pops up the Soraka. TJ goes down. Tail Whip is in. The Diana vacuum into the Yasuo knock up, and this is just going to be an absolute slaughter on the side of the Boomer Bombers. Rick gets low. That's a 4-for-1 in favor of them. So TJ giving his life for his team, and Baron coming up shortly. There it is. They're going to start it, and they're going to get it. I don't really see... you know what? Never say never with Caridian, man. As they're looking to peel off him, Droid going incredibly low. Abarn's going to try and chase Caridian down. He's going to roll back in, but it's just going to be a zone city as Swordmaster just try to solo it. Yeah, there's the shutdown. Smite is down. The rest of the team is going to roll in, and Droid doing a great job of keeping Swordmaster healthy and allowing them to secure this Baron. What? Oh, are they waiting? Oh my God, they waited for TJ. Yeah. What an optimization.
Yeah. Yeah, the fight was a little rough because it was a great fight from them if Caridian didn't just have to recall there. Because like the Mordekaiser went down so low, and then they managed to pick him off, but then they just had nothing left, and they had next to no front line because Microscopic Rick had taken a bunch of damage. So at the end of the day, that'll just be another Baron and now a 7k gold lead. And I gotta say, even with a soul, this would be looking pretty grim for the side of INT.
Yeah. So. Something else to note is top and bottom outer turrets still up for INT. They haven't been able to knock
Yeah.
those down. And like you said, in a fight, even just in the jungle, and they're just looking for fights after fights. Great 2-person ult to get Caridian out of there and keep the smite alive. But Rick doesn't really have much else. He does have the flash. He's been holding it for a while, but Swordmaster's just going to pop him. Rick soon to follow. That's a 2-for-0 in favor of the Boomer Bombers. IREP trying to get a pick off onto Tail Whip. Not going to happen, but this is just going to be a straight up siege into the bottom inhibitor. I don't really see the turret going down. Multiple aggressive move blocks towards Tail Whip. They're not able to get him down, but this is going to be inhibitor for the Boomer Bombers, and they're just going to be able to walk back and grab the dragon.
Yeah, that is exactly what you need off of Baron play. You get 2 kills, you get the inhib, they're going to get the dragon, they're going to shut down any hopes of a soul for at least another 6 minutes. And yeah, once again, pretty rough looking for INT. I'm not totally sure. I mean, it'd have to be some kind of miracle fight where they get some like 5-man Renata Malphite combo, but it's going to be a rough one to try to close out here. To try to claw back, I should say, for INT.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Teleport actually coming in from Rick, and they're going to try and fight this on the back end. Massive engage, though, from the Boomer Bombers, and this is going to be a bit of a wallet throw now. 2-0 in favor of the Bombers. IREP hits a wall, forced the flash out from Tactics. Tactics is low, and yeah, that gold lead is just monstrous, and they're just gonna walk this one in with the supers that are still Baroned up. Actually, gonna get a check on how long Baron they still have in terms of Baron. Death Realm. Oh, TJ's got Caridian in the Death Realm, and he's just gonna do what he wants with the pony. Ulti goes down, and oh yeah, Caridian's actually gonna get out. Renata is popped. They're gonna try to get the kill reset. That's not gonna be enough. And looks like we got some scrapes popping because this baby is going to 5. Nexus is gonna fall. The Boomer Bombers with the reverse sweep angle. And yeah, I guess it's gonna be a late night for us, Blood, because we're going to game 5.
Yeah, for sure. Going on, or just past, I should say, the 4-hour mark, going on 5 hours. Oh boy, what a night. But at least we got a good series in our coming through here. So I'm gonna throw it over to the analyst desk in a minute here. But yeah, we got the scrapes going, man. Should be an exciting final game of our TCL season 5. This will absolutely be the last game.
Yep.
So,
this will objectively be the last game of TCL season 5, whether you like it or not. One game for all the marbles, and T Skull and the analyst desk, take it away, y'all.
Thank you, Jaws. Let's get started here with the last analyst desk that we'll have for a post-game lobby here. So let's start off with the beginning of the game. That was quite a different early game that we've seen from the rest of the series. It was super slow. Did the teams just not have the ability to pull trigger early, or were both teams just waiting to try and scale for the Yasuo, for the Varus, for the Victor? What was going on there in that early game, Spurg?
I mean, in the early game, you kind of saw it with the comps that were picked. I mean, you have the A-bar mid on the Yasuo, not incredibly useful until 6 in like a roaming situation. Very much unlike Swain in the previous game. TJ just wanted to duke it out with a Malphite top lane the whole time because obviously he could just abuse that and just generate so much gold. The bot lanes were both just like super safe. I mean, you have a Soraka Scion, which is a pretty tough tank to kill with a healer. And then the bot lane of Varus, which is like much more of a scaling pick with the Renata, which is way more team fight oriented. I mean, it really just looked like nobody wanted anything to do with each other in the first 15 minutes of the game. And I think that was pretty clear. I think there were 0 kills up until like 15, 16 minutes. And yeah, it just kind of came down to that's how draft ended up. And they each just played the game they wanted to play, which is sit around and wait for a while.
And I think we really saw that with like the first couple ganks that we saw from Caridian and Sword. Is like Caridian didn't have a gank, I think, until about the 11-minute mark when he was level 8 already into the bot lane, and then that just went okay for them. But then mid really turning around a quick first blood there when the Diana tried to come out of mid lane after like taking a ward. But then after that play, real quick, then we had a similar play where mid was solo killing A Barnes Yasuo, and then the Diana's coming in to seeing that low health Victor, and then we saw Droid come out of nowhere and really turn that fight with that healing, and showed what the Raka can do in the mid game with that roam that he had there. Calbert, tell me, how did that play like lead to such a big lead for that Diana to really take control of that mid game?
Yeah, I think when we were in our channel, we were just kind of like, "Oh, Sword's gonna into kill, and this game's over. That's the nail in the coffin." And then all of a sudden, we watch the fight, and we're like, "Oh, Sword's gonna pick up a double kill." And it was kind of like, "Oh, that put Diana right back into the game," because I think she came in at level 7, and Caridian was level 9. So it was like one of those like, "What is she doing?" Then all of a sudden, the Soraka popped up and started healing her, and we're like, "Oh my gosh, he's gonna pull off the double," and I feel like that was a game breaking moment. Where if you were to put a highlight reel from that, it would be that, and probably when the the wild Mordekaiser appeared, and it was scarier than Baron. So
Yeah, and we saw that again. I think there was a 2v2 fight in the mid lane between uh, the jungle mid duos where the Yasuo took an ult in onto the Victor, and the Raka just ulted in on top when the Yasuo got super low. It was an interesting play to see. But then we transitioned there to a lot of the team fights and like dragon control, rift control. We saw them take the second rift terror and use that mid and really open up the map for them and really start to take control. But still, we see multiple steals this game from the Inting Toasters on those dragons. Berg, what do they got? Vision, they got it. What do they got to do to stop all these steals? Because eventually, that's going to come and bite them in the butt.
I mean, a lot of it is just like that. That's a Caridian special. Like he's gonna go for it. And it's really hard as a team to collectively like completely back off or just choose not to go for the objective because Caridian is still alive. I mean, one of the things they did really well there is I think it was on like the third dragon. They had TJ was obviously at a massive lead at this point and was kind of just zoning off the rest of their team in that jungle area on the other side of that dragon wall, which if you're gonna take an objective with Caridian still alive, that's exactly what you have to do. Otherwise, you kind of need to bait him into the pit. Get an objective down to like 2,000 HP. Maybe try and bait him in, take the kill, and then try and take the objective after that. Without Caridian kind of trying to interfere.
And yeah, I did like to see TJ kind of really taking that power and just using it and knowing that he can go in and really. We saw him try to do that early with that attempted first blood onto the Malphite under tower there, where Rick made a great play of flashing out and uh, TJ taking a couple tower shots. But then after that point, TJ kind of really took that 10-minute CS that he had it, or 10 CS per minute at 15 minutes, and continued to snowball that lead, taking Caridian's jungle. How did he extend that lead to really take over the game? Because it did seem that he was a major catalyst for those team fights and starting them out and making sure that they got enough damage in there to let the Yasuo and Diana do what they needed to do. Albert, what can you tell me about that?
yeah, I mean, I think that was kind of what we wanted to see coming into this game was that level of gameplay, and uh, you know, it helps out like when you play a champion that your team is focusing their build around, and somebody else can carry the game, right? It's not all on Abarn's shoulders. It's not all on the pop ups. It's not all on. We need a really good Yasuo ult to end this game, and we talked a lot about like, oh, this Scion's not going to bring much to the table either. And halfway through the game, we looked and Scion has like a 3 CS lead, and we're like, he's doing it. Scion's doing it. He's you know, we were like, yeah, this is bad, and then all of a sudden, Scion's even in gold and useful later in the game. So.
Alrighty. With that, it looks like we are wrapping up here and sending it back over to Jaws and Blood.
I think we're gonna throw them
okay.
into a break.
Oh, a break? Okay. Sorry, break.
Looks like we're.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Welcome to the climb up. Reach for the summit. Visions pray that one false step lead the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. They will remember you. It is you fight among the dead beneath the dirt.
Alrighty, y'all. It has come down to this. All the work, all the wins, none of it matters. One game for a TCL championship.
That is right.
All there is to it.
That's right, man. That is all there is. And yeah, so we've got a game on our hands. We had some scrapes. I am assuming you didn't notice, Steve, but I did in fact put on another tie just for you. So
Thank you so much. Is that a clip-on?
no, they're both.
Wait, you actually tied a
Yeah.
second tie?
Yeah, dude, I can tie a tie.
Well, no, I know you can
I don't know
tie
if
a
you can
tie.
see
I just
that on
didn't realize
stream.
you took the time during your
I
break to
did.
tie a second tie.
No, is that a pun? The time?
Oh, the
Yeah.
time. Yeah.
Anyways, so if you didn't get it, we were
time for someone to decide that they want to win this, and it looks like the
Yeah,
Boomer
for sure,
Bombers
for sure.
honestly have all of the momentum, and
They do.
you know
They
this
do.
is the advantage, by the way, Blood, of having #1 seed. Now they
True.
get side selection, and I think we're going to see. Yes, they are
They're
blue
blue
side
side.
again.
Yep.
Let's go.
They are blue side yet again, and hey, you know what? As long as INT is not in their heads too much, this is still 100% absolutely anyone's game. I mean, anything can happen. So we just got to see everyone's best League of Legends, and yeah, there's a Senna ban, there's the Echo ban, so Lee Sin ban. I'm expecting a Zac ban, potentially Seraphine ban. They could potentially drop the Zac ban IMO, but we'll see.
They could,
keep
but
doing it.
it unlocks a lot of Yasuo comps, which also unlocks the Mordekaiser for TJ. So that's definitely another
Sure.
consideration. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, he did pick it pre-second wave of bans, as we see the Zac ban once again. So the one ban that they haven't dropped it, but they could, is Aurelia. But the Flex plus the A-Barn Pocket plus TJ plays it. I don't know. That's probably what they're talking about. So there's Seraphine. So Aurelia is on the table.
So it's interesting too,
as well.
If it comes up, I think it's always going to A-Barn, because like TJ hasn't touched it all season. Every time they've picked it, it's gone to A-Barn. And I think I would be highly surprised. I don't know how confident TJ is on it specifically. I mean, he is obviously willing to play kind of whatever, but
they have decided that Senna is not required for Scion, and they want IREP and Scion. So here we go, which means that we are going to see. I mean, well, we might see an 80 top, but you know, if I'm Boomer Bombers, I want to do that again. I want the Mordekaiser again, and I want A-Barn on something AD mid lane. I want Swordmaster on something that can set up a free Yasuo ult. Xayah being grabbed for Tail Whip in the bot lane for INT. Zyra Khan, we're going to see a Lover's Lane. We certainly are. Let's go Lover's Lane for INT.
Okay, yeah, we're switching things up vastly here in the bot lane for INT, whereas we are just heaping things the same with the Scion Soraka. But very interesting. The Aurelia will be locked in before round 2. The good news for INT though is before they have to, since they have red side, they will know where the Aurelia is going before their final pick. So that is something at least to help them. But
no, that's absolutely true. And another note is that because they are out, there's the Diana. Yes, absolutely.
I like it.
Oh yeah, I'm a huge fan. And in these bans now, they can also get rid of the Mordekaiser if they felt like it was a problem. It looked like
they could.
You know, Tiny Rick's pool did not appreciate that Mordekaiser. And with A-Barn on the AD mid, there is going to be pressure for them to pick up the AP. Now, that being said, I mean, I don't see TJ running Scion ever in any universe as the Mordekaiser is banned out. So TJ's gonna have to bring the magic damage. I can't think of where else they would bring. It would come from. Maybe Sword, but Diana is going away.
Yeah, Sword on a tank would be that. Like his only other like actual like magic damage champion I'm aware of for like an actual like carry that isn't a tank would be like Fiddlesticks, and I think that's never a pick he pulls out in Game 5 of Finals. So
yeah, okay. The Aatrox ban, which tells me they want a Mundo top.
Yeah, they could blind Mundo pretty comfortably here. I'm not sure what else TJ would play into it. Maybe the Olaf again, but 5 ban is interesting. I feel like that's
absolutely
slightly a self ban. I mean, did Caridian play that before? I don't remember him playing it.
Oh no, he has played it before. Yeah, he played it game 1. Okay. He actually played it game 1 of his first series with the team.
I see.
When they had the Lucian mid.
I see.
Yeah. So
whoa.
Okay.
Is that for mid, I believe?
Yes, it is for mid because he played it in a series against us. He actually ran Galio in the second game. So it's going to be
Interesting.
Diana jungle, Galio mid. Okay. So
They
Mundo,
are
probably Mundo top.
lacking. Yeah, maybe. I feel like they're lacking some damage a little bit with this comp. But I don't know. We'll have to see as we will be seeing whether or not this Aurelia is in fact going to A-Burn or if it is going top lane. Have to expect it's going to A-Burn. So I would expect, I don't know, Olaf or maybe, I don't think he'd pick something crazy like Vayne. My guess is Olaf.
Yeah, Olaf would make sense. As they're ticking down, they're definitely discussing it
Oh.
when. Oh, there's the magic damage
Okay.
that we were looking
Interesting.
for. So,
Interesting.
and yeah, looking at Rick. I mean, Mundo's still up if he wants it. It's been a comfort pick for him. But the Gwen might be a little out of left field depending upon what their scouting has looked like. But looking at the comp, they needed some magic damage, and Gwen
Ooh.
is it. Maokai being hovered as well.
That's
Yeah,
a scary
all right.
matchup. That's
Yeah,
a very, very
really is.
scary matchup for Maokai.
Yeah.
Well, all right. I mean, they're expecting some big damage threats out of Diana and the Xayah, but I think at the end of the day, it's all about playing the early game properly, playing as a team. So if you can get ahead, which they've shown they've been able to do many times, I mean, hey, it's still anyone's game, you know. I think, yeah, I think I'm still gonna give it to INT out of the sake of having done it every other game. So go INT. I'm not biased.
Yeah, man, this is a tough one for me actually because I agree. I think the Gwen pick into the Maokai, TJ is gonna really be able to do what he wants. Maokai can definitely get exploited early. Maybe one or two Nocturne ganks, maybe an Aurelia roam. Also, A-Barn on the Aurelia, you can't count him out. I actually think Boomer Bombers are going to complete the reverse sweep. That's my call.
All right, all right.
So with that being said, Analyst Desk, for the last time before I do, thank you so much, T-Skull, Spurg, and Calbert for doing such an awesome job on the desk. Let us know what y'all think.
Alrighty, thank you, Jaws. First question I want to start off with is this Galio pick. Blood and Jaws were a little surprised by it, but Calbert, can you explain to me how this works well in with their comp there?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy when that Rakan goes in, he gets a good engage, he pops his ult. They're all just sticking around waiting then, and they're waiting for that Galio to rain down to get another taunt in. Zaya's stacking her feathers. It turns into a pretty nice wombo combo, especially with the lack of range that they have from their top lane, from their mid lane, and then again from their bot lane. It's a really good pick, and the only thing that I'm worried about is maybe the lacking of that constant AP damage, because we got the Diana coming in to blow him up, we got the Galio being able to tank and deal a little bit, but interesting pick.
And then the other pick I wanted to talk about was the Gwen pick. We got to see that before the Maokai was picked. What did you think about the blind pick Gwen there, Spurg?
I mean, I didn't initially like it, just into, just the Galio being the only tank, but they did need that AP damage, and I'm not sure what other AP champions that TJ is going to play. But now the pick looks especially good again, into the Maokai. He's just going to be able to absolutely abuse that Maokai, and there's not a lot of damage outside of the initial Diana ult. That's going to be able to hit Gwen, because he's obviously Gwen is immune. Not going to take any damage from that Xayah after that comes out, and hopefully, if the Gwen is able to live that initial combo from the Rakan or Diana plus Galio, she's just going to be able to run through all of those melee champions while taking no damage from that Xayah.
Yeah, and then the last point I want to check out here is this mid jungle 2v2, because that seemed to be where a lot of the early game has played out. Calbert, what can you tell me about these two matchups? Does the Nocturne Aurelia have just more damage just because the Galio just has a quick in and out?
Yeah, I think we're gonna see some early stuff here from the Irelia and some early stuff here from the Nocturne. And I think it's going to put the pressure on the Galio, and if they can stop him from scaling, it's going to do a lot late game.
All right, for the last time, need you guys' picks. Is it the reverse sweep, or does the Inting Toasters pull it back from the...
I think it's the reverse sweep. I think it's Boomer Bombers here.
All right, Spurg, what you got?
And I agree. The only thing I see that of any relevance on the Inting Toasters is that Caridian's on that Diana again that we know he's strong on. But I do think Boomer Bombers wins here strictly based on comp and the ability to pull it off in the early game.
All righty, thank you guys for joining me here. I am going to send it back to Jaws and Blood for Game 5.
All right. Thank you
Good luck,
so much,
guys.
T-Skull. Thanks, Calvert. Thanks for great cast or desk on the day. Blood, this is the absolute last game for TCL, whether y'all like it or not. And here we go. Couple really interesting points from the analyst desk as we see a standard 5-point start. That if Gwen can live in these team fights, there really aren't a lot of people that can take advantage of her if she's able to deploy her abilities correctly. And something we didn't even mention is the Soraka, who's really, really good at making sure that people don't die.
Yeah, I mean, my main thing here is that I think TBB just massively outskills. So, like, if they do get into the later stages of the game, the only way, which still is probably unlikely for INT to win a fight, is if they just have like a massive CC chain in which Soraka gets like one shot, but even then it's rough. So I think it's all about INT getting ahead in the early game. If they can get enough of a lead, I mean, any team comp can win with enough of a lead. So yeah, I think that's all it is. Because if it gets too late, TBB is pretty unkillable between the Aurelia and the Gwen and the Soraka, and yeah, it's just gonna be rough. So
yeah, that's gonna be a little. I know. I was gonna say that's gonna be a little scary, and especially with a lot of these games going to 30-35 minutes. Games 1 and 2 that INT won went very, very long. I think the first game was 33 minutes. Second game was almost 45 minutes. That is not what INT wants. And it's just interesting that they kind of went away from some of their previous win conditions in favor of what is a bit of a snowball game with a couple of tanks to make sure that they can get the front to back. Xayah, known lane bully, but correct me if I'm wrong, not a monster scaler as an AD threat.
Yeah, I mean, Xayah definitely has some potential in the later games. I mean, you can have some pretty huge like feather damage, but that's kind of the big thing. She doesn't output the same kind of DPS. She's more like has like maybe some surprise burst that you may not expect in the later stages of the game. But in terms of like DPS, yeah, she's not gonna be out DPSing like a Caitlyn or a Vayne or your sort of a Sivir or whatever typical later game carries.
Yeah, so that's going to be what we're going to have to watch. So Caridian, known for some good early game success, but not necessarily the kind of person, as we see, speaking of early game success, forces the flash in, not able to get it. Ignite and flash from the jungler burn mid, however, having his flash still, so he could flash taunt if he had to. But TJ in that top side, putting the hurt down onto Rick. But Rick, however, he is a big old tree. He's going to be able to try to sustain out, but TJ doing a good job of zoning him off the wave to make sure that he cannot do that corrupting potion for Rick. I believe he's run corrupting potion every game this series, making sure that he stays nice and healthy in this matchup.
True. Yeah, I gotta respect the attempt on the gank in the mid lane. I think it was a good look for sure. But we're gonna see another potential. I'm a little surprised actually that they didn't want to potentially take that fight, considering Caridian was a level up. But I have to imagine that the Nocturne probably has a minor edge in the early game. But
yeah, and without that jungle pressure or any kind of surprise attacks or an early support, Rick is going to have to back. He's going to probably grab his early micro buy, grab the tier, maybe grab a control ward, and then catch this wave as it's crashing.
yeah, he should be totally fine, especially if he can farm up most of the wave. Just will be slightly down in terms of the TP, but so be it, you know. One thing I will say about Gwen, I'll just say that I was kind of thinking about playing some Gwen this season myself, and I spent a little time playing it, and she has received some nerfs over the season. She was like pretty absurd about a year ago, and she received a number of nerfs. I gotta say, I felt them for sure. So I think she's definitely still a solid champion, but she is not like the insane DPS threat that she kind of used to be. Biggest thing being they pretty greatly reduced the true damage on her Q. She's still gonna cut through tanks, but I think she's a little less of the burst damage to the ADCs and the Diana type champions. But that being said, TJ's still in a very comfortable spot, pretty comfortably scaling. Maokai is even weaker early game, so
yeah, he definitely is.
Happening.
Yeah, a little skirmish, and we're seeing they were talking about the mid jungle combo. You know, Abarn and Sword potentially having a little bit of an advantage in terms of the damage early. Gonna have to see where that first paranoia goes. Caridian, they're pretty much even in farm, and no major discernible farm lead, which is a bit of a departure from what we've seen previously. Historically, at this point, someone has started to kind of work into a lead, and despite the early pressure onto Abarn from Caridian, TJ hasn't really cracked his lane open quite yet. Usually, he's going to get about 10 to 20 CS. Either Abarn or mid is usually going to get some kind of early advantage, and bot lane in particular, Tail Whip, having picked this really big lane bully, not quite able to get that advantage that he's looking for yet.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh no, yeah, and the knockup doesn't quite make it. Tactics able to knock it out. Knockup going down onto Abarn. Abarn taking some early damage. So the poke from I'll take mid and the spam as well. You'll love to see it, folks, especially this late. It is late, y'all. Yes, he is. Caridian is here. Abarn baited into a fight. Does not have his flash at this point, and that's going to be first blood off of a taunt onto the Diana. Analyst Desk was saying Diana has to get going, and the Caridian has pulled the ripcord.
Yeah, there it is. Well played on them. Oh, actually, another game.
Yep, and a little bit of immunity. Microsoft going low, and TJ returns with a gank, assisted by Swordmaster. So Gwen getting going as well. So AP threats on both sides, able to get moving with an early kill. Critting getting the first blood gold, and he's going to finish his clear. So that is the question. Can they get things moving across the map before this Gwen becomes a major problem?
Yeah, for sure. I was going to say, well played on Caridian and mid to capitalize on the fact that Abarn still did not have flash up, able to get themselves the first blood, but obviously well played on the flip side to make that return kill happen up in the top lane, punishing the bit of a weakness early game that is, in fact, Maokai. Maokai is a pretty darn strong champion, but the lane phase is still rather weak, as has been the case for many years with Maokai, but he scales pretty insanely hard now, so.
He does, and Rick has also done a great job of being, kind of that R-bot for his team, that beef wall, that R-bot. Oh, Caridian trying to get snag the scuttle away. Did force the smite, absolutely. Vision cone popped to track, so they do know that Caridian is on the bot side, so that's definitely going to trigger some aggression from TJ. Grass is green, sky is blue. TJ is going to fight if jungler's not around.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes he's going to fight when jungler is around.
That's very true. TJ, actually, let me rephrase that. TJ's just going to fight. Grass is green, sky is blue. TJ will fight. And this whole series, he's done a great job of making sure, even if he's in a bad situation with the jungler, he gets the return kill. So, there's a reason why he's been super aggressive this whole time, because he feels like he can get away with it. Yeah,
absolutely. But despite all of that, a slight gold lead actually happening for INT, as yes, there was the. Okay, Sinol is just getting used to go back to lane.
Yeah, just get back to lane.
Like, where's the fight?
Oh, look at that! Look at that beautiful slide in just to get that whole wave. But you mentioned it before. Yeah, slight gold lead for INT, but they're going to get spotted out trying to sneak that first dragon. And it seems like since game 3, Caridian quite hasn't been able to set the tempo that he wants to set. And the Boomer Bombers have made some really solid adjustments to make it so that things cannot get away from them. And now what historically has been a Dragon Herald trade, it looks like Sword is just going to be able to take this Herald uncontested.
Yeah, this has been a pretty common thing for Sword to be doing in these TCL games this season, is that around 10-minute Herald. Usually gets away with it too. Looks like that will again be the case. They are going to spot it out. I think it's a little too late though. Yeah, as the comboed with the smite will be enough to take it down before Tiny Rick can even really get close, and that will be the first objective over to TBB.
Yep, it will be an INT historically having the early objective lead. That is not the case here. Great play by Droid to sniff out that early dragon take. I mean, I believe, actually, no, he probably didn't do it. He probably just walked over Scuttle and he just walked up and dropped a ward. But Paranoia is up. It is not been used yet. And Sword is hovering around the top lane and top and mid, trying to decide where he wants to go. Knockup goes down. Taunt goes down as well. Sword is there. First Paranoia dropped onto the Galio. However, a great vacuum in from Caridian, and both members of the Boomer Bombers are incredibly low, so they're just going to go for the crash is INT. But in the bot lane, looks like there's a fight going on as well. Flex goes in, though. I'll take mid. Knocking out Swordmaster. Doesn't matter what champion he's on. He's on a playmaker, and Caridian's going to knock out Abarn for the double kill. And in the bot side, IREP getting pushed out. Wrong side of the fight, and the lovers survive. Love conquers all in this case. TJ coming down, trying to get a roam. I'll take mid. Is going to try to get away. Ulti is popped. Taunt goes down. Caridian going in, trying to make sure that he can try to secure the return kill. TJ getting low. The red is there. Dead Gwen. Long 2 for 3, I believe, all told.
1 for 3.
Sorry, 1 for 3. Yeah, so great play by the INT, able to get a massive gold lead, 2,000, about 11 minutes in, and looks like they're going to try to get this first dragon.
Yeah, gonna go for this dragon. That's gonna be 2 plates in the mid lane and possibly at least 1, maybe a second. Tiny Rick actually TP'ing to the tower here to try and help the team.
IREP going down. They're gonna contest this. This is gonna be a smite fight, and Caridian comes out on top. Tail Whip is trying to burn down the team while Caridian actually gets knocked out. But Microscopic Rick is here. Great teleport from him. Drops the ulti, and he's going to be able to get his team out of there. So 1 death for Caridian, but they are able to secure the Dragon's first smite fight in this game 5, going to INT.
That is a shutdown that did go over to the Nocturne, but at the end of the day, that is more than worth it for INT, as they have now gotten themselves an objective in return. This Herald will actually help even out that gold lead for TBB, though, as it has been dropped in the mid lane. I think it gets 3 plates here. Ooh. Not quite getting 3 plates there. The third plate is just barely alive, and honestly, they only have 2 minutes to actually get the third plate off, so.
8 HP. 8 health.
8 HP, wow.
8
That
health.
That is something.
That's oof. Oh, that's a big old oof. And Abarn is going to say oof himself as he gets exploded again by Caridian. The Diana is rocking and rolling at this point as Microscopic Rick does his best to farm under turret. That 2-in-1 Gwen is just a major pain. 20 CS, 2 kills up. That is the big oof in the top lane. So despite the gold lead, they're going to have to continue to monitor TJ. He is a menace if left unchecked. Nashor's Tooth finished, as well as a Dark Seal for Caridian. They know what their win condition is. Absolutely. As we see in the top lane, just continuing to push down. Caridian, however, is there. See if he's going to go for something.
I think they have to. Okay, never mind.
No, he's just going to get.
I feel like they could have just engaged her, but I suppose David didn't have ulti or smite up, so probably a reasonable. Oh, okay. Guess he doesn't.
Oh, okay. I guess he's not gonna.
Wait, what? I don't know what that was.
What? I think he's waiting to see if he's going to actually, if they're actually going to fight. Ulti actually goes down for Rick. Rick gets a great engage. He's able to get the Q down. They're waiting as long as they can. Twisted Advance is going to be up soon. Caridian is going low. Will Rick be able to convert it? He flashes out. He's just out of range. Oh my God. TJ is so low, and he stays alive. Abarn coming in from the top, but here comes Galio to the rescue, and all told, a scuttle crap for their troubles.
Wow. What a crazy... Ooh, I like it from Caridian there. Waiting to see if TJ greets just a tiny bit for the wave. Actually, okay. He does not. He's going to TP back. But, yeah, well played to both teams, I suppose, for nobody dying there. It's pretty dangerous on both sides.
Yeah. I can't believe Rick got out of that after the dive, where he was easily a couple pixels away from the snip, and that would have been a really bad situation. TJ would have, just that 1v2. Great job by TJ, able to get out of that with very, very little health.
Yeah, and the Aurelia at the end, the Aurelia ult at the end there just came up barely short on Tiny Rick as he was taking the blast cone over. So just so many little things, but then the Galio ult coming over the top to shut down any ideas of further engaging onto Tiny Rick. Well played, but that will actually be first tower going down in the favor of TBB. TJ is looking quite big on this Gwen here.
Yeah, he is huge. Riftmaker being finished for him. Microsoft Rick not quite able to finish off his Aegis, so he's going to be having a little bit of trouble. Knockup going down onto IREP, but IREP's just going to get sustained through with his heal bot. He is cruising, but Tailwhip starting to open up a little bit of a CS lead, 122 to 107. Not huge, but it's definitely noticeable.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I think across the board, gold lead definitely in the favor of TBB. Not significantly. There is that big lead in the top lane, but there's also some leads across the board elsewhere. So at the end of the day, though, INT is still up 1k and the Dragons, so still having some early game pressure. And I think through the mid game, they are still absolutely favored in these fights. They have these massive AoEs, and this Diana ult on the 4-kill Diana with 120 farm is going to be massive. I mean, that's just going to one-shot Droid if Droid is anywhere near him. Like, he's level 11, Droid's level 7. That's terrifying.
Yeah. No, that is absolutely terrifying. As Critting is continuing to power farm, you did mention he does have definitely winning this early jungle duel as Sword secures the scuttle, and he is just going to herald all day long. But yeah, as we said, TJ gonna have to make sure that he can help steward his team through an 0-3 Aurelia start and make sure that they are able to scale, because this Diana is massive this early in the game. Dragon is up. They have been going for Soul win con, and they need to secure this Dragon in order to make sure to keep the pressure on. The massive power spikes for Xayah in the mid game, massive power spikes for Diana in the mid game. But you mentioned it before, the longer this game goes, the better it's going to be for Boomer Bombers. So curious to see if Caridian can continue to ride the knife's edge in order to give his team what they need to get this game out of hand and out of reach of the Boomer Bombers.
Yeah, one thing though to note is this game, we do actually have a Hextech Soul, I believe, that will be the first soul of the first damaging soul, I should say, of the series. So if there's anything that would help them into the later stages of the game, it would be just free damage and slows, as Mid is in the middle of a fight here.
Oh yeah, he really is, but his team is there doing a great job of buying as much time as he can. Tailwhip deletes TJ. Tactical takes the kill for A-Barn, and that is going to be a 2-for-0 for INT, and they are going to roll their way in, and they are not done. Tactics going for a pick onto Droid just out of reach, and it looks like they're going to be settling for this mid outer.
Yeah, not quite enough to find Droid there, but yeah, just having the numbers advantage there. There's all those AoEs.
Oh, but Caridian is not done. He is going to be super aggro. IREP looks going to try to peel away, and he is going to walk, but he does get taunted, gets bounced. That's a 3-on-1 mid. Be careful, my friend. Still a 5v3 all told. And it looks like they're just going to walk away. 18 minutes in, 2 Dragons, about 1,500 gold lead. Great reset. I think they got a lot of money in their pockets, Blood.
Yeah, one thing to note that I didn't really think about until just a minute ago was even if they are, like, if they fall behind, this game is really, really difficult for them on the side of TBB, because they have, like, the best wave clear they have is like Nocturne Q and Scion Q, maybe like Soraka Q. Like, their wave clear is absolutely awful with the Gwen and the Aurelia, no real ADC. Like, everyone is melee aside from the Soraka, so like you kind of have to be near the enemy team in order to even contest anything. So if they fall behind, which they have, yeah, it could be really rough for them to ever really do anything without just being forced to fight more or just straight up give.
Yeah, it's true. And not to mention that Aegis is going to be so efficient on Rick, you know, just standing in front of 4 people, just passively pumping out all that damage. Can we flip back to the items, Mr. Producer? That would be awesome. Thank you so much. As I was saying, yeah, finishes off his Aegis, Everfrost on the side of Galio, and then first major item for Tailwhip, doing a great job in that fight. And interestingly, for I'll Take Mid, 1 game for the series, normally you'd expect him to go on to an assassin, a playmaking carry, but he actually picks a hard utility tank. As we see knock up, Unstoppable dodges that knock up, but Abarn getting pushed in. IREP completely isolated from his team. Double taunt going down from I'll take mid. Droid goes incredibly low, and that is going to be a dead IREP. Going to try to zombie out some damage. Not going to be enough. They're just going to burn him down. Get the bounce. See you later. Another kill, and they are walking their way into this bot outer. Maybe TBB can defend. This could be a little dangerous, though.
Yeah, this is the lack of wave clear. I think they have to be careful here. There is still a Diana ult.
Yes, there is. There goes Caridian rolling in, and TJ explodes. Abarn trying to carry the fight. He actually goes down, and there is that massive 20-minute mid-game spike paying dividends. Almost an ace. Droid running for his life. Free bottom outer for INT, and they are taking full advantage of this snowball. It is rolling down the hill.
Yeah, INT absolutely entirely taking over this game, especially with on the back of the last fight or two. Very well played on them to hold their cooldowns for the follow-up fight. I think TBB really had no real business staying there. Maybe they didn't know that Diana ult, Rakan ult was still up. But I think the only real things that were used were the Maokai ult and the Galio ult, but they're still fighting into a 4v5 where they have a Soraka that is on, like, I don't know, 300 HP. Like, yes, it's Soraka, but I don't know, with the Rakan ult coming in, he had to be careful there. Ooh, Tailwhip walking into IREP.
Wow. I don't think Tailwhip cares at this point because he knows he's got a Galio right behind him, and he's pretty darn strong. IREP getting rooted out again. He's going to have to blow his ulti. Wow, what a great flash from I'll take mid to stop the escape, and IREP explodes once again. I'm not going to say it was an explode. He more gets melted because he's still a pretty tanky boy, and that's going to be a walk up for INT. They are hovering around this dragon. TJ trying to get some return pressure on the mid inner, but looking at dragons, yes, spawning right now. They know what their win con is, and it is that soul.
Yeah, absolutely. And those ults are all coming off cooldown right about at the same time. They just have the absolute perfect timing with a 4v5. Mid is able to cover the mid wave because he is in fact Galio, so he can just ult right back to the fight if he needs to do so. So that'll be now a 3k gold lead as well as 3 dragons. INT looking to be entirely in the driver's seat here, but it is absolutely not over yet. As we have talked about, TBB massively outskills, so it is 100% INT's game to lose, but it's still possible. They cannot just hang out and do nothing. You know, they have to keep pushing their advantage. Ooh, as TJ may be caught here.
Oh yeah, TJ may be caught here. He's running away. Caridian is able to land the Q once again. Tailwhip is there to help. He's going to try and buy as much time as he possibly can. Caridian going to wait on the dash. There goes the Paranoia to try and counter-engage. Caridian a little bit out of position. He's getting incredibly low. He's going to try to survive, but he will not. Shut down going to IREP, probably the person they're going to want it on. Droid gets low. Droid gets popped. Tailwhip's on a rampage, and that's going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of INT, continuing to move and groove. Tactics flashes in, gets the knockup. Abarn able to get out, but the unstoppable Tailwhip becomes untargetable, and Abarn goes bye-bye. 3-for-1, INT in the driver's seat.
Well played there from INT. I do think they maybe should have committed slightly harder earlier to the Gwen kill. Caridian did have flash up and did, I believe, have the Q, the Moonlight or whatever that resets the E on the Gwen. He did, unfortunately for him, have to give over another kill under tower there, but at the end of the day they did get a 3-for-1 and are extending this to a going on a 3.5k gold lead now, possibly with this outer tower. Maybe not. Looks like they'll be recalled.
Yeah, maybe. And also the shutdown goal went onto the Scion, which is exactly who you want it to go on. So even though Caridian did give up a pretty big shutdown, it went on to a tanky boy who just bought a gauntlet. So yeah, all told, little less, actually a little more than 3,000 gold lead, almost 24 minutes in. Next dragon spawning a little bit less than 3 minutes. Baron is on the table. Top outer, as you mentioned, still still up, so they might be looking at that one just to apply a little bit more pressure. Tactics is there, but I'll take mid, immediately taunts TJ, knocks him up, chain CC'd. They're going to try and stall as much as they can, but TaylorUp is just going to feed. He is hungry, he must feast, and he is 6-0-5. Oh my god, he's huge.
Yeah, absolutely huge engage there onto TJ on the Gwen. Once again, entirely in the driver's seat. And I gotta say, I don't know if we've ever had a raid before in this in TCL, but thank you to Risen Esports for the raid. Welcome everyone to TCL if it's your first time.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. This is Game 5,
no.
Season 5, Best of 5. Oh no, IREP going down. Tail whip, godlike once again. And this is an absolute rout at this point. TBB, I don't really know what's going on. They just keep walking in one at a time. Teleport coming in. I believe that is TJ. Yep, he's coming in. And yeah, they're INT is just going to walk away. They know what's going on. They're just going to be able to get some reset. And once again, I bet they got a lot of gold in their pockets.
Hey man, on a total side note, people have given me some crap for it in the past for not using the A move auto attack like click thing, but that's exactly why IREP gets thrown back over the wall there. He autos the plant, and then I believe the same thing happened earlier in the season. So yeah, I gotta watch out with that one.
It's true. Got to watch out for your plant proximity. Plant proximity is an important thing that you have to be careful about.
That's right.
Yeah, very, very, very important. Looking at the Dragon Timer, we've got about less than a minute, so this is going to be the one. We got Soul Point. It's a Hextech Soul. We got about almost a 5,000 gold lead. We got a big old Diana. We got an even bigger Zaya. Let's go, INT. Time to go win yourself a championship.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Should
but
be a
not
huge
before,
fight as that
not
ult comes
before
out.
Caridian potentially getting caught out.
Ooh.
TJ knocking him down, and that is smite down. So they might have to wait a little bit. And this is where it gets really dangerous for them. They need to be really, really darn careful. Actually, a forced ulti out from Tail Whip, drawing them in. He can pop the feathers, gets the root down on all of them. He's kiting as best as he can. A-Barn goes down. Tail Whip legendary. They need to get out of there. They're trying to block for Tail Whip. They do not want to give up that shutdown. Gets a good taunt down onto the Scion. TJ continuing to be aggressive, but he's going to have to walk away. So it looks like it's going to be Dragon secured for the Boomer Bombers, stopping the Soul. But while all that's been happening in the top lane, Microscopic Rick has just been trundling his way down, trying to put as much pressure as he can across the map.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, obviously, getting caught, your jungler getting caught before Dragon is always a downside, but it ends up not really being so bad for INT. The biggest thing is that they lose the Dragon, which, so what, it's their first Dragon, it just delays your soul a little bit, but they still get a kill back, and then they delay long enough to get 2 towers on the top side, and they're actually looking for the Baron now, which I think they're gonna get. Like, there's no way they get here in time to stop this. This is just Baron on the back of it.
They're blowing this thing up. Baron goes down. INT is just cruising. They look like they got a dinner date. We've been here way too long, y'all. You know, it is a lot of our people are on East Coast time. I'm not gonna lie, man. I was actually planning on going to get some curry. I'm pretty sure the restaurant is closed at this point, so I think we're just gonna
we're going. We have just passed our 5th hour of streaming, so oh man, it has been a long series. So.
Yeah, but it's been a lot of fun.
And
for those of you just joining us, just to give you a quick recap, the Boomer Bombers in the blue were down 0-2. They were able to level this series to a game 5, and INT clearly had an issue with that. So they are taking their frustration out on this game. I believe almost 5,000 gold. If I could just see. I don't think they're going to fight. Can I see it? Yeah, thank you.
8,000 gold.
8,000. Yeah, I needed to see the numbers. Yeah, 8,000 gold lead at this point. Caridian, INT has actually, until this series, had never dropped a game with this lineup. They actually lost their jungler week 3 of the season. Caridian, a TCL veteran, coming in and just doing incredible work, incredible comeback play in his first game, and they actually didn't drop a game. So the game 3 and game 4 losses in this finals are the first 2 losses for this roster. And yeah, incredible play by them to maintain their mental and just do what they need to do to take home the title.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, if you're just joining us, if you aren't aware, this is the final game of our season as a whole. This is finals. This is the championship. This is game 5 of a best of 5. So you are watching the finale of everything that we have led up to for this whole season. And it is exciting as we've gotten into a Silver Scrapes in game 5. And we're looking at we're getting close to a 10K gold lead. Now, like we were saying earlier, with the scaling on the side of TBB, that doesn't matter anymore. You were past the point where the scaling matters. Like, it will matter eventually, but like we're talking like 10, 15 minutes from now. At this point, it is just survive, turtle, take what little bit you can get. You cannot contest this this soul that's coming up.
That's pretty kitty.
That's a great Maokai sapling for sure.
Yeah, it's a very pretty kitty.
But yeah, this is their backs against the wall. They are just in survival mode, have to take whatever you can get, have to try and stall this Baron out, which is in fact almost gone. So, but
It
IREP may be in
certainly is,
trouble.
but IREP, he's a tanky boy. He's going to be able to walk away. Face taking the sapling does take a decent amount of damage considering how tanky he is. But I will say INT has never seen a team fight or an engage that they haven't wanted to go on. Caridian, known for the go button, sometimes a double-edged sword, but his all-out aggression throughout this season is the reason why they are knocking on the door, many of them, to their first championship. I think you had mentioned it before, Blood. Only one member of INT has won TCL before, and the rest of them, some of them have gotten close, but they've never quite gotten over the hump.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, it's always exciting to have new members join the TCL champion squad for sure. TCL is a lot of fun. Glad we do it. Glad we've been able to create a league that's going strong. You know, don't think we'll see it. Don't think we'll see it go away anytime soon. But honestly, I don't know. I feel like at this point I'm like filling a little bit with my casting because not a lot is going on.
No, we can literally talk about whatever we want. What'd you have for lunch today? As two beefy boys beat each other up. Although TJ definitely doing a little bit more damage than Maokai. I mean, this is a classic. Hey guys, let's just not lose the game, please.
Yeah,
they're just waiting for this dragon to spawn. They want to get their soul. They're gonna try to force a fight if they can. Really great restraint from them, knowing that they're ahead. They are massively ahead. 8,000 gold ahead. They know what they need to do. Rick is just going to kind of stall them out.
So yeah, it's actually a little bit back for them as they do have the bounties. So that'll absolutely help them be getting back to the game. If actually this keeps going, never mind, we're going to have a drag starting.
Oh yeah, this is going to be the drag starting. TJ immediately teleports.
Canceled.
Oh, he canceled it. Oh my God, Tiny Rick. Microscopic Rick cancels the teleport, may pay for his life. I can't actually see the health bars, but I can see that they are tussling. Okay, so Rick does actually go down. Oh no, the knockup completely whiffs, but they are able to get the charm. Abarn in the back line, he is going incredibly low. He is going to go down. Tail whip, continuing his absolute slaughter of this squad. Flashing from Critting, gets the double vacuum. Wow. Droid goes down. This fight is over. Knockup misses with the spell shield, but all told, this is going to be a 2-for-1, but TJ gonna try and get a return inhibitor. I'll take mid, gonna try and stop him. I don't think he's gonna be able to. So top inhibitor goes down, and despite a 7,000 gold deficit, actually more, about 7,000 gold deficit, top inhibitor goes down. Caridian and team responds with a mid inhibitor, and they're rolling in.
They have a minion, they can tank.
Are they gonna try to end this? Oh my God, they're going to try to end this.
I think they're trying to end.
Oh, they certainly are. Swordmaster gets low. Swordmaster goes down. This is going to be the game. This is going to be the series. This is going to be the championship. Inting Toasters 8 takes it. What a finish.
Wow, what a series from both teams. They're huge gameplay from both sides, but in the end, Inting Toasters Inc. on the back of a rough start to the season with a unmentionable player as their jungler, bringing in Caridian as a huge, vital replacement for INT. They now are the Season 5 TCL champions. I think we can just pull them in right away. You got anything else you want to say before we bring them in here? Or
I think that game speaks for itself. Let's bring them in, y'all.
All right, man.
Hello, TCL Season 5 champions. Y'all are live. Y'all are champions.
Can we
How
change
y'all
our name
feeling?
officially?
Inting?
Because I really would like us to be Fight Club instead.
Fight Club.
Our motto.
Fight
Fight
Club.
Club!
Fight Club.
First rule of Fight
No.
Club: never not take a fight. Right?
Hell yeah.
True. Nah, it's too late for the name change, man. You went in for the remembrance of Toasty TG, and that's what you are. That's what you're left with.
That is true. That is true.
Yes.
That's okay.
So, congratulations, not only for the victory, but the hard-fought victory against the number 1 seed. Wow, what a series! Take us through it. I don't know where to start.
First 2 games were easy clap, and then there might have been a Scion situation, but we figured it out eventually. Because going into game 5, we sat there, it's like, oh crap. We had to give him something. And we were about to give them Seraphine, and then I realized if they pick Seraphine Aatrox, we just would never win team fights ever.
Mm-hmm.
So I told him, just screw that. Give Abarn his dumb Irelia. He's just gonna int on it, because that's all he does.
True.
So who cares?
I really like the adaptation with the you put mid on something that's just gonna lock him down. Critian comes down on top and just kills him. He took over the early game. That's a great draft strategy, man. Well played to you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm just going to go down the line and let's talk to each of you. So we'll go top to bottom. So Rick, let's start with you. Mathematically, the largest MMR gap in the league, and you did what you've done all season long: absorbed pressure, got your farm, picked your fights, and did your job. How you feeling as a champion?
Yeah, that was pretty miserable. I won't lie. Credit to TJ. My goodness. I mean, it was just like, I don't even know how to explain it, but laning was not fun. I was getting all of my enjoyment on just like watching my team hopefully do well in their lanes. Yeah, I don't know. It was tough. I felt like TJ was always allowed to have like a counter pick on me. All of his champions just counter everything that I do, and my pool is so small, and I just like play super health. Just big health, big players, and just everything he plays counters it. So, yeah, I mean, lane phase sucked, but thank goodness for my team for carrying me. I won't lie.
Dude,
yeah.
Tiny Rick, you're my hero. I've been rooting for you all season.
Oh, thanks, Blood. I appreciate that.
No, you did a great series, man. Big plays for sure. Did your job and ended up on top, you know?
Yeah, the Malphite pick was probably my least favorite. That was probably the most miserable game I think I've had all season. That was just that wasn't fun. Of course, the Mordekaiser comes out, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, good game.
I kind of made that mistake last week in the same scenario. I was like, oh, just blind Malphite, you know?
Yeah. Yep. Regrets. But thank you. Yeah, good game.
Hopefully not too many. You know, I mean, y'all you made us all late for whatever we had to do, but you know that's all right. It's a top laner is never late or early. He arrives exactly when he needs to. So nicely done.
Shout out to the rest of my team. They played wonderful. Fun playing with them. Shout out to Abarn's team / Swords team / the Boomer Bombers. Good match.
Couldn't agree more. All right. Thank you so much, Rick. Going to the jungle, Caridian coming in week 3. The team is 0-2. Game 1, I believe y'all were down 3,000 to 5,000 gold in your first series as their jungler. Talk me through the evolution of this team from that first game to this moment where you are TCL champions.
So I didn't, like I said in the previous interviews, I never really watched the games before because I was on the busy side. But coming into it, I wasn't feeling the type of because they were down whenever they played with Spartan, and I guess it wasn't working out, but I was just ready to win. I was just ready to make things happen, you know? So that's what we did. We made things happen. I wasn't expecting to lose any games, but we lost it 2, so unfortunate on that one. I do want to say good games to Boomer Bombers. It was really fun. We pretty much pulled a DRX on y'all's ass, but I'm fine.
Yeah, you really did.
Welcome back to TCL, by the way.
Thank you.
Congrats on your dub, man. You are now a TCL champion. Have you played? You played 4 seasons, right?
This is my 3rd season. So
your 3rd season?
Yeah, it's been a journey because we.
Did you not play in 3 or 4?
I played the first, second, and then this one.
Oh,
He played
wow.
in-
So you've been gone a long time.
He played in 3. He was on Bully's team.
Oh, yeah. But I
All right,
missed
well,
one. I know I missed one.
He's mentally removing himself from that season. I think.
True.
It was a good refresher.
Gotcha,
But
gotcha.
no, I mean Eli. I played on
Hi.
Eli with in season 1, and
Mhm.
just the journey that we've been on, like together. You know, meeting Eli and then meeting him up here again. To
Only
just
took us 5 seasons, David.
Yeah. It just took us 5 seasons. So, well said. Yeah. So that's
There you go.
it.
Awesome. Well, yeah, congratulations, and you went absolutely bananas on several of those games, and
Yeah,
that
huge
aggression
carry.
was
Dude, the Lee
wild.
Sin, man. You had some major Lee Sin's plays.
Yeah, they
Look,
banned me out.
well, they needed to, man. You were,
I know
you
they
were
started
killing
banning my Lee
everything.
Sin. I was pissed.
They gave
Hey,
up
I
on
love,
banning
dude.
me.
I love the Diana Flex. That was probably one of my favorite draft strategies. Just because I know that mid plays it, and just we were always wondering, oh, are they going to do it or they're not going to do it? And it just you drew so many bans, and then just grabbed the Diana anyway. It was great.
Exactly. Yep, that was our thought process. But yeah, this game I was just like, the last game I was like, we're not losing this one. I literally put on not my carry pants because I didn't carry, but I said, F it, we're winning this one. That's all.
You said the last game? You kind of carried the last game.
Yeah,
But
I mean, my team did part.
I mean, who got him there? Let's be honest.
Yeah, there you go.
Every game, who got him there?
That's the call.
What?
So we'll say Ceridian went Ultra Instinct. All right, in line with your
Ultra
with
Instinct.
your
There we go.
discard
Oh
profile,
yes,
yeah.
sir. Yes, sir. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you really did. And as we go over to I'll take mid. Not gonna lie, I was not expecting the Galio considering your typical play style and pool. But you played it so incredibly well. So many flash taunts landed. Incredible timing on the ultis to make sure that your team was protected. And so after all of this all-out aggression, looking for the kills, being bloodthirsty, wanting to be the carry, talk me through the Galio pick and what drove you to grab that one for Game 5 for the championship.
Well, I wanted to protect the boys. I know Tailwhip can carry pretty hard, and we played this in the past as well, and it worked out really good. So, and I knew Abad's gonna play Aurelia, and it's a really good CC versus him. So,
true.
Also,
no, that's yeah.
Abard, we're in season 5. Come on.
You know what, y'all? I gotta say, at the beginning of the series, I was like, oh no, I really hope this isn't just like a Boomer Bombers 3-0 route.
There
So
you go.
thank you so much for not only making this a series, but really just making the end of this season so special. Like seriously. It was so much fun to watch. And mid, yeah, like all season long, having been on the receiving end of so many of your plays. It was so much fun. So yeah, like talk us through like your journey and how it feels to be champions after all of this.
well, as a 2-time winner of TCL, it feels pretty good. And honestly, beating TJ and Abarn, the best feeling ever.
True, the very best.
True. Yeah, welcome to the 2-timers club, mid. It's pretty nice, isn't it?
It's pretty awesome. I like it.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to Joa Rook Stout on the
Yeah, Rook.
production, also 2-time champion. So been our producer sticking with us and also juggling both the casters and the analyst desk. So nicely done, Joa. Thank you so much.
Love you,
I
Joa.
mean, same, but
All right. Yeah, mid. We'll I guess we'll just move along. But thank you so much for your incredible plays. It was a pleasure to watch. I actually casted, I think, almost all of your series. So I've been able to follow your journey all the way through. Moving on to Mr. JJ the Jet Plane, Tail Whip.
3 Ts.
3 Ts.
5 Ts.
5 Ts.
Yeah,
Ts go up. 5 Ts for 5 seasons.
5 Ts for 5 seasons. Absolutely. Just keep adding them on. So you mentioned before kind of how you were feeling. But yeah, talk us through kind of the lanes, how they went. You mentioned you have Scion problem. We saw the Varus early, but you mixed it up with the Xayah for Game 5.
I'm so done with Scion, man. You just smack it. He's like, all right, cool. And then you smack it more.
That's why you got to pick up the Draven pick, man.
Yeah, I don't think Draven's the play there. I'm not gonna
you just throw the axes at it and it dies.
Well,
congrats.
Anyway,
You've been in CCL 4 seasons now, right?
Yeah.
Tail Whip. Yeah, so There you go, man. Came out
The
on top.
first
That's,
from BDC. No TJs here, no bullies.
True.
Also, just
Well.
because I feel like flexing. If you listen to me and know that my predictions are pretty good, I predicted us to win. I got 263rd place in pick'ems this season. I can predict good.
Oh boy.
I got my skin today. It was nice.
Nice. Hey,
All
you
right.
did your best, and that's what counts. And more importantly, you carried your face off in that game 5. You were just, I believe you
huge
were
plays.
unstoppable. I don't believe. Can I just double check? I don't believe you died.
No, the bot lane. I'm looking at it right now.
Bot lane
11-0
had
tail whip.
perfect KDA. 16 KDA on Xayah, about 36,000 damage. Yeehaw! That was a game.
Yeah. One last thing before we move on to your valiant support would be: are you glad that you did not end up on Bully's team at the beginning of the season?
All I'm saying is it's not trolling if you pick your AD carry second pick overall and then just dip.
Dude, he was doing you a favor, man. He knew you
Did
were
me
gonna
a
win
solid.
if he just drafted a solid team and then removed the weakest link.
True.
Meanwhile, dead silent this whole time, has nothing to say apparently. Tactics in the bot lane. This is
that's our boy.
Your second season in TCL, I believe, correct?
That's my third, actually.
Oh, it's your third. It's your third. My bad.
So silent. You didn't notice him the first one.
Exactly, man. He's so quiet. It's
The
because I
silent
invite him.
assassin.
It's because I invite him all the time to games, and he never joins ever. He's actually just too good for me.
Yeah.
But
I have to ask about the Renata pick, because that was that pick was definitely doing some work, but you decided to go away from it for game 5, do the lovers lane. What was the general bot lane strategy that you guys were trying to do against the absolutely wacky IREP picks?
Well, we realized that Renata doesn't really work if they don't have an AD carry. So we just swap over to Fight Club, where we just fight them all the time and kill them.
Fight Club.
There you go.
So did
How
you
about
evolve? Wait, hold
go
on.
ahead.
Sorry. Did you evolve from Inting Toasters Inc. to Fight Club in game 5, between game 4 and game 5?
We were always Fight Club. We just brought it out a little more.
I see.
We made it public. We made it public.
I see. I thought you don't talk about Fight Club.
Today we did.
No comment.
Sorry. Tactics. Hey, this is tactics moment. Go ahead, Blood.
Oh, I do have to wonder though, the Thresh pick, man. I mean, that's been like your go-to pick for a while. I just checked your profile as your most played champion. It wasn't banned the whole time. Doesn't look like you even hovered it the whole time. Are you've just moved on from Thresh, or what's that about, man?
I play whatever my team needs me to play, and so team needs Renata. We're making the other AD carry kill their team, and where the team needs, in this case, Rakan as an engage tool, as a CC. So that's what I've been doing.
Well, there you go, man. I guess the team, you can't argue with the results. You didn't need a Thresh because you won without it. So
who needs
Team
Thresh
player
when you got
tactics.
E-girls? E-girls, boys.
Very, very true. All right, y'all. That is yeah, I mean that's all there is to it. Any final words for the community? We actually got raided, which was cool.
True. We had a 32-person raid tonight.
Yeah, we got
nice.
we're moving on up in the world. So y'all have any final words for the community before you can go enjoy yourselves and celebrate with your team?
Can I have a little more respect in AD carry rankings, please? Stop ranking me near the bottom.
Not until you stop playing Seraphine.
Well, okay, I'm at the bottom, boys. See you.
Anyone else? Any words at all? Any words?
I want to say thank you to all the people who came out to watch, especially my friends and family. I don't know if they did, but everybody that came watch, appreciate you guys, and hope y'all enjoyed the show. And also my team, I love you guys. It was a pleasure to be on the team, and wouldn't have it any other way. Wouldn't rather be on any other team.
Sorry to cut you off. You didn't have to pay for the season either, did you?
I got on
None
for
of us
free,
did.
boys.
None of us did.
Spartan paid for the whole thing.
Pure profit. All right,
Yeah.
let's go.
That guy's actually, everybody's been
gets
talking bad
better.
about him, but we actually love Spartan. Like he's
Yeah, we love you.
He's our favorite. He's our MVP.
He's your sponsor. He was your sponsor.
He's our
So,
sponsor. Yeah, he's our
Nice.
manager.
Yeah, your manager. Yeah, for sure. That's great.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
Go
cut you
manager.
off. Anything else, Kurdian?
Just Rick for holding it down at the top lane. Tactics
Thank
for
you.
doing that shit. Sorry.
Sorry, you
And
get
then
one.
just Eli. I mean, he already knows. And then
True.
Tail Whip, Jet. You already know too.
Yo, it's me.
Nice, nice.
All
It was
right, y'all,
thankless work dealing with that TJ up top. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, like who
True.
else? Who
What do you
else
mean?
could
You
have
just
dealt with
got
TJ?
picked?
I
Dude,
literally
weak
just had
side-
to
weak side king. Absolutely weak
True.
side king.
Exactly.
Yeah.
sit back and say cool a bunch. Like, oh, cool. Yeah, there he is again. Oh, cool. Nice.
Yeah.
But
Well, once again, congratulations, y'all. You are TCL Season 5 champions. Get your flair, get your roll, go celebrate, and enjoy your
Get your
offseason.
TCL money.
We got paid,
and
boys.
get your money.
Yo.
Hey, Tail Whip.
I
I
guess
haven't
we
got it
forgot.
yet.
I
What's
forgot
up?
to say thanks for casting. Appreciate it,
Oh, yeah.
Blood. Appreciate
Also,
it,
yeah,
Jaws. You guys
production.
did always do a great job. I didn't watch the stream today because I'm not allowed to, but
Appreciate
whenever I watch you guys shoutcast, it's always great work. So appreciate you guys.
Imagine
Thanks,
not
man.
having the
Thanks,
stream
man.
open to collect Gambo points.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Oh,
That's
by the way, I
important.
wanted to say Rudy bet 40k
Oh,
points
don't you know?
on the other team. By the way.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
He
Matthias
did.
put
actually-
2K down
he
and got
bet
literally
against
all
the
of it.
sweep. He bet against the sweep.
Yeah, man, you guys got to give him some crap for that. He went all in on the other team.
Yep. Hey, you
All
could
right.
say good play, right? You know, he saw the potential seeds, but you know, like I said, y'all shut it down in that fifth game. That fifth game was wild.
That was your hardest win of the season, I think. Like you guys just had
I
full
believe so.
control of that game.
I know. I'm proud of us for that one because we were definitely feeling down after those two games. We were like
Oh, I
losing
get
confidence.
you.
Losing confidence. Like, what is going on? Like, can we even win again? Do we know how to win?
For sure.
Just
Yeah,
saying, I'm big brain. I told my little e-girls to go carry and tank the minion so we can end the game.
Oh yeah, the one minion that saved or got the like minion damage buff, whatever, to
Yeah.
towers. That was all Tail Whip.
Yeah, I saw that.
I was about to
I
just
was-
back. He was like, "No, we're ending the game." I was like, "Oh shit, okay."
Yeah, I saw you guys
Yeah,
have
but
the minion, and I
language.
was like, oh, they can just tank it in. So we'll play
Yep.
together.
Yeah,
He did call it out on stream, so
nice.
yeah. All right, y'all. Congratulations once again. It's like 11:30 Eastern, so I'm gonna let y'all
True.
go.
Mhm.
Poor Rook Stout is like, oh, they gotta finish this interview up. So once again, congratulations, y'all rock. Go celebrate with your team.
Thank you.
Thanks again, guys. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks. I'll just say it as my last piece for the night. Thanks to everyone who produced for the season. We do have okay, Rook fixed it. It said season 4 production team. Now it says season 5. So thank you to everyone who produced, casted everything for season 5. It was a good season for sure. I think one of our better seasons. We've had worse. No teams quit. Only one player quit this time. So, but no, thank you to everybody for the fun season, and I think we'll see you all again next year.
Yeah, absolutely. So on behalf of Calbert, Spurg, Titanium Skull on the analyst desk, big shout out, cannot shout out enough, Rook Stout, Joa for producing this monster of a stream, and Blood, as always, a privilege to cast with you. I'm Jaws. Thank you all so much for watching this season. Have a wonderful night and get some sleep tomorrow. We'll see you
For
later.
sure.